Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call today, March 10th, 2026. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today, starting with the opening call. I'm Jay, that's Hogue, that's Jay, D, and most importantly, all of you in the chat are here to join us. Like our fearless leader has said, are you a trader or a troll? It's an important decision that you got to make every day when you wake up. We're here to trade. Gold's already open. Hogue, JD, how you guys doing this morning?
Excellent, Jay. Excellent. Great to see you. Great to see all of you. Love the markets. Love you guys and love all of you, including everybody on Twitter. It's going to be a great trading day today. I can feel it in my bones. It's going to be a great day. JD, how you feeling this morning?
What's up, Jay? What's up, Hogue? I love when Hogue's a nice guy, right? I see Coach Hoop in the chat already beat me to it. It's Turnaround Tuesday. Guess what else? Guess what else today is? Hey, we were just talking about it.
Something about tacos. Something about tacos. Let's read that tweet. Let's see. Today is Taco Tuesday. Hola, Taco Tuesday has come. I share a pic of you eating tacos while trading today. Pick with the most likes gets a free 100K trading combine, no activation. That's it. Have a great day. If you're not following MP on Twitter, go ahead and jump over there. If we could get that tweet posted in the chat. Breakfast burritos do count as well. We understand it's early. I don't know if Taco Bell's even open right now, but if you want to grab some tacos, post a pic at your trading desk. You can win a free 100K combine with no activation fee from MP. So make sure you go over there and follow him.
Let's
What's your
trigger
taco?
long and gold.
We just triggered, yeah. We spent so much time talking about tacos. I'm going to see if we can get a little better trade location. This thing ran away from us just a bit. We get a little dip here. I'm going to jump in this market. We did trigger long. We're looking
Pretty
at the
small
1
opening
minute
range.
opening range breakout. Yeah, pretty tight. I guess I could just go in, huh?
Pretty small.
See what this is shaping up to do. Not fair, I'm a carnivore. There's such a thing as a veggie taco. All's fair in tacos.
Yeah. We make veggie tacos once in a while. Little green peppers and beans.
A little pullback here.
Little dip. All right, I'm getting in on the dip. Ooh, terrible fill. 51.85 even, joining the bid on that. 51.85 house count long, a pair of micro gold.
All right.
You're going to take about $130 worth, $125 worth of risk on this trade. We're going to keep our risk tight because we do want to take that crude oil opening range breakout trade at the top of the hour too. Don't like risking a whole lot on these trades. The whole purpose is to catch the high or low of the day as early as possible, right? And write it out. Get a nice chunk of the range for the day on the cheap side. That's what the goal of this trade is.
I don't hate this. Got to tell you.
I don't hate it either.
I don't either.
All right.
51.84.20 last trade here. House count long 2.
Negative delta. Small. Small iceberg buys up here. Just very, very small.
Mm-hmm. Nothing coming out of the bottom of the hour.
There we go.
Say again, Jay. 5,200 was what?
5,200 near that overnight high. So that'd be a nice target up there. We were talking about longs during slow markets last night, and that was the target. It looks like it kind of double topped up there. So let's see if we can go break that high. Gold up 1.58% on the day right now, trading 51.8410. JD, you said nothing at the top of the bottom of the hour, but anything on the eco calendar that we need to look out for?
We had the ADP employment report come out already. Minor change, up 15.5K from 12.75 thousand week over week. Later on this morning, we've got Redbook coming out at about 7:55 a.m. Oh, we have a calendar. There it is. Redbook at 7:55. Existing home sales at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. The WASD grain report for all you grain traders out there. Watch out at 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time. You're going to see some volatility in those grain markets. Corn, wheat, soybeans, oil, bean meal. Those are all going to be moving around as this grain report comes out. Then at 12 o'clock Central Time, a 3-year note auction. Could be market moving, probably not, but we'll keep you posted on what happens there. That's what we're looking for the rest of the day. I see Hoop in the chat again, our resident grain expert. He'll be on later today. I'm sure we'll be talking through this WASD report just a little bit also. Here we go. We're getting a boost.
Nice pop here in gold.
I think we'll manage at 1-to-1
charge today.
I'll peel one of these off at 1.5 R if we get there. Otherwise, we'll start adjusting risk. Like to see some more buying coming in, for sure. Oops, saying just let it cook. Just let the gold cook. We're on the right side of the market.
Cook. All right.
All right.
Hey.
It's cooking.
Let it cook. It is cooking. Hogue, we're already in a trade, but we got to make sure we do our homework. Let's go through that checklist and make sure we are prepared for the trading day here.
Oh yeah, my homework's done. Hopefully you've all done your homework. And for the Top Step daily checklist, first thing we're looking at is market context, pre-market research. Get your pre-market research done. It's all about context, risk management, and patience. Morning checklist. You've got your walk-in, you've got your coffee, you've got your water, you've been fed. You are in the right mindset for trading. Always check that mindset. Because being in a bad mood, being in the wrong mindset for trading can certainly affect your decision making process. Trade entry checklist. Got your hypotheses on what you think the market might do. What are you going to do when one of those hypotheses begins to come true, or when one begins to fail? What are you going to do? Have your trade entry checklist ready. I've got my pen. I've got my paper. I'll be writing down any trades we're taking or I'm taking and reviewing those at the end of the day for my post market checklist. Completing reviewing my journal. Everybody says they journal, but do they really? Do they really go over those trades? And of course, check out At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. I was watching a little bit last night. Great stuff. Always great information about what happened that day and what to maybe look for the next day. There, right there, was your morning checklist. And the crowd goes wild. There we go.
I appreciate that, Hogue. Thanks for tuning in to At the Buzzer. Really nice trade we got going on in gold here right now. Need to see, like Coach Hoop just said, push these 5190s, and I think we make the run to 5200s. No numbers at the bottom of the hour. So we just let this trade cook. But before we get into the higher time frame charts, JD, we got some news on Anthropic.
Yes, we've been following this Anthropic story for the last couple of weeks now, and now they are suing the Trump administration over risk designations. Let's run that. Anthropic is suing the Trump administration, alleging the Pentagon illegally labeled it a supply chain risk. That designation usually is reserved for firms associated with foreign adversaries. It affects how Anthropic can do business with companies that work with the Pentagon. The conflict comes after the AI giant tried to impose restrictions on how the government used its tool. Anthropic doesn't want it involved with mass surveillance of U.S. citizens or autonomous weapons. The Defense Department and White House did not immediately return requests for comment, but Anthropic is putting up a fight. Fighting for their lives, it seems like, right? What does an AI company do without government contracts?
You can't play if you don't do your homework. Turtle Buster in the chat, saying it right there. Do your homework.
There you have it. All right, guys, I'll continue to monitor this gold trade. I'll peel one off at 1.5R if we get up there, and I'll start to manage risk based on market-generated information as it comes in. Until then, what do you say we dive into some charts and tell the people everything they need to know to get started?
Awesome. Lots to check out on these. Lots to check out on these charts this morning, folks. On the daily in gold, the market has remained inside short time frame balance and remains in short time frame control. Why do I say that? Low volume. We did add 2,400 in open interest when we rejected below the weekly kickoff low yesterday. We saw some buyers coming in. We managed to close above that level. So we'll take a look on the 30-minute chart to see what kind of directional activity that brought in, but it's still not huge, not great. Overall, the open interest and volume has remained very, very low in these metals. Open interest continues to waffle. And last week's low, 5%. This is not the right thing here. Hang on one second. So we're going to be talking about this a lot today. Auctions die in excess. We had a downside auction that died in excess yesterday, but it's very rotational. So what I'm looking for this market to do is to go from low to high, high to low, low to high. It's one of the reasons I don't hate this trade in for the opening range trade today. We're going to see how this plays out, of course, but we are right up against the upper extreme of the short time frame area of balance. Jay and Dakota, you guys were talking about 5,200. That is going to be a line in the sand. Jay, what else you got to say about the daily here?
On the daily, we held 50% of the sell-off. We tagged that yesterday, 50-25s. But this is
That's it.
just still in a range. Still in a range. 50-25s up to 5,200 is the range for, it's been the range for the past 5 trading days. Do we find any momentum above 5,200? That's why I like the trade that we're in. It's because we're in the upper extreme of this range. But you have to think position management, Hogue, at 5,200s if there is no volume trading up there, and it hasn't been over the past 5 or so days. Daily ATR is starting to come down a little bit, $161. Still enough range to trade. Just got to see what happens at these 5,200s. I don't know if I would be expecting too much above that, but hey, what's really interesting, I think, Hogue, in gold, which we haven't seen in other markets, right? Crude oil, we saw the craziness yesterday. We saw it in the equities as well. Gold has been pretty calm, pretty tame here. So, maybe it is the flight to safety right now. Safety from volatility, I think, is what it is.
And that's kind of strange because of the recent volatility we've seen in these metals and the lack of volume and the lack of liquidity. And we're seeing smaller ranges. We're not seeing small ranges, but they're smaller ranges. The ATR is currently 161, almost $162 daily range, which, back in the day was absolutely huge. But because of the recent volatility, we get a little bit of a vision bias there. So we're still seeing really big ranges overall in the history of gold and silver, just smaller than we've seen recently. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. That 50% of that breakdown range was what I was trying to come up with, Jay, and you managed to save me on that one. All right, so here we go. On the 30-minute chart, overnight inventory is long, obviously. We can see that the market opened right about here, and we are trading higher. We also have opened with a session gap. There's the session high from yesterday to where we are now. Session gap high, well, the session gap close to the downside would be 51.2470. We're not even going to think about that because we're long right now. Overnight inventory is not in our favor, of course. If the overnight longs, which tend to be weaker hands, start to feel like they're not getting what they're looking for, and that's continuation to the upside, they may push this market back lower towards better trade location for potential opportunities for longs. It's a big gap. Closing of that gap is pretty low probability. So, for you value traders, we can pretty much count on a value being outright higher or at the very least overlapping to higher from the range from yesterday. So we've got VWAP, which it does have a tilt to the upside in it, indicating volume is coming in above that level. But again, we're up against these highs up here, this $5,200 level in the short time frame area of balance. That's going to be a sticky area to get through. If we can get through it, there is a session gap above to close, and the next naked point of control is weekly kickoff high 53.4720 is that naked point of control. So if we can manage to get above this 5,200, there is space above for potential continuation. I think that's very aggressive to think that could happen today, but it may happen here in the near future as the bigger area of balance is currently in rotation. We've got the high, we've got the low, we've got another low. Are we headed towards the high? It is entirely possible. So overnight inventory long, gap guidelines. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities potentially for longs. Again, this is not financial advice. This is purely context-driven information. Jay, what are your thoughts?
Thoughts here, Hogue. We are above the 200 moving average, price and volume above that as well. And volume starting to leave that range to the upside, right? So this is not the most aggressive move in gold. I don't know that we're expecting the most aggressive move in gold right now. Of course, anything can happen. A headline may come out that gets gold moving, but right now, I think we're in the flow of the market to the upside. It's a slow flow, but I think if we have reasonable expectations at 5,200, this is still a pretty nice trade here. Overnight range so far, high to low range so far, we have a $76 range. So there is still more room available in either direction. This is the first time we've had price and volume above that 200 moving average in 7 trading days. So maybe a little bit of a turn. Last week we were talking about, up near these 5,400s. Is this the potential move to make another run at an all-time high? And it starts with price and volume trading back above this 200 moving average for me. So today could be the first day of that continued rally in gold. We'll see. We'll see how much range there is today, up 1.71% on the day. But 5,200 is going to be a difficult level to get through if we don't do it without volume. Well, I lost your audio there, Hogue.
And a mute fine for
Sorry.
Hogue on Turnaround Tuesday.
Dag nabbit. All right. Well, things were going so well too. Things were going so well. All right.
Dipping into that taco budget.
Yeah, I was thinking about maybe a nice breakfast burrito or something. But anyways, you look at the range from yesterday. The regular trading hour session range was relatively small. When I look at my profiles, it looks like it still looks like a huge day, but it was a neutral day, and neutral days usually precede days where price is going to start to probe away from that to see if it can find opportunity to what's the market's job? It's to facilitate trade. If we continue to facilitate trade at higher levels, price will continue to advertise at higher prices. That's what we're looking at right now. We'll see if that continues. So that's what we've got for gold. Let's take a quick look through silver and then we'll get moving on here. So here's that silver chart and we'll go to the daily and, pretty similar in ways to gold. Yesterday, however, I think we kind of broke out above the shorter time frame area of balance. We were in for 3 days. And if that's the case, if the market is going to do what range bound markets do, it goes from low to high to low to high to low to high. Is it going to head that way in short time frame control, which I believe we are in? That is there's a good probability of that occurring because we can see the volume remains to be very low. Open interest in especially in silver has been waffling to what I call inert, where it doesn't really make any difference. We added 750 contracts estimated yesterday, and I view that as a relatively inert little number in the number of contracts created yesterday. So, with that said, the market is largely in short time frame control. Short time traders get too long at the highs, get too short at the lows, get too long at the highs, get too short at the lows, and that's what creates this rotational activity. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily chart?
On the daily, silver still has a little bit of work to do to get back up to 50% of that major sell-off range. This $89 to $90 level, there's been a big seller on the books every time we kind of get up here. Sometimes we trade through it and sometimes we reject at it, and we're there right now. The 50 moving average on the daily is holding as a support. It's the low of the session today. We got a $7 daily ATR and right now a $3.50 range. So about half of that range so far has already been seen in the overnight session. Same question here, like 5,200 in gold. Do we find volume above $90 in silver here? We traded price above it. Price advertised above it. 90.41 is the high of the day. Can we get volume to trade above there? If so, then I'm looking at 92s as a potential target to the upside here, Hogue.
Like to see us get back up to that 50% of the breakdown range, like kind of where we
Yes.
bounced off of yesterday in gold. Let's take a look at the 30. So similar situation. All right, here's the area of balance that we've been in, and last night we kind of broke out above it. Are we going to see continuation of that? Overnight inventory is pretty long here, so there's where we opened last night. Here's where we're trading now. We do have a session gap. To close the session gap, we've got to get all the way down to 85.43.5. So there's your session gap. Are we going to? Probably low probability. It is a large gap. So we're going to be looking at value traders seeing value outright higher from yesterday to overlapping to higher with great probability. It would have to take something major, I think, to move this market to where it's going to spend enough time back below value to move value lower. So again, gap guidelines apply. If we can't close this gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Again, not financial advice, just context driven information. So we've got a naked point of control from back here on the second that we've just checked into in regular trading hours. This could be an interesting spot. Why? Because it's short time frame control. It is a short time frame level that is often targeted and sometimes respected. Could be an interesting spot here. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30-minute chart in silver?
On the 30, similar to gold, yesterday we had price and volume trade above that 200 moving average. But this $90 level here, Hogue, is the line in the sand for me, right? Volume above that, then great. This is going to continue to push. Early metals are catching a bit early. Top percentage movers start with gold, 1.71%, micro Bitcoin up 2.09%, platinum up 2.13%, and silver up 5.25%. So the metals are catching an early bid today. Does silver continue to push here? We've seen double-digit moves in silver. I don't know if today's going to be one of those days. But what I'm seeing on the 30 here, Hogue, is we opened up last night. We're trading above that price with price and volume, right? VWAP sitting at 88.76. But it's starting to flatten out a little bit, right? And I'm not surprised where it's flattening out because we talked about that $90 level. If it can't get through there, then maybe we just fall right back into the range. And, there's a potential move down to that 200 moving average as well. So I think as more volume comes in, as the equities open up, we'll see what silver decides to do today. But if it starts to break out above $90, I don't know that I would be the first person to want to jump in and sell it.
Basically, we've got a potential breakout of a short time frame balance. If we see continuation, basically it's go for it. If we fail, fall back into it. It's fade yourself back into it. So very interesting situation here in these markets, in the equities and in the metals. Of course, crude oil is going to be very interesting. There's some really interesting nuances in those charts. Looking forward to seeing that. The profile, however, yesterday in silver was a neutral day. Makes sense that the market is seeking new levels to facilitate trade. And that, my friends, is what we've got for our metals this morning.
There we go. We're going to take a look at the S&P in just a little bit here. But before we do that, JD, let's get to some news.
Yep, real quick, checking in on this gold trade. We're about to hit 1.5 R here. I'm working an offer at 51.95 to cover one of these. And then we'll ride out a risk-free trade. Let's see if we get this.
Yeah,
Come on.
And we got it. 51.95. Covered one, locked in $100 with a profit, riding one, haven't adjusted risk.
Cool.
So we're in the money.
We got negative delta. We have a delta divergence here. There are stronger buyers, at least for the time being, in gold. Sit on that baby.
Let's get to all-time highs on that.
Holding it
right now, right here, right now.
This is the day.
Hold it forever.
All right, guys, let's take a look at what happened overnight. Markets in Asia closed higher across the board. The Hang Seng Index up 2.17%, the Nikkei up 2.88%, and the Shanghai Composite closed up 0.65%. Stocks in Europe all currently trading higher this morning. The DAX is up 1.72%. The FTSE is up 1.2%. The CAC 40 up 1.05%, and the Stock 600 up 1.31%. U.S. dollar index down about a half a percentage point right now. 98.709 is the last print on the dollar. The VIX is down again, 25.10 on the VIX, down just about 1.5%. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note resting gently, comfortably at 4.129%. Very little change in the 10-year yield overnight. All right, guys, let's run through those S&P 500 charts, if you please.
All right. Okay. A lot of interesting things going on here, a lot of nuances, a lot of potential changes, lots of things happening here. How do auctions die? Typically, they die in excess. That long wick that we had at the low from yesterday is saying that price auctioned, advertised too low. Buyers came in and scooped it up. That is supported by a 14,000 contract increase in open interest. It is in an important level. We've got all these lows down here where we found buyers before. We've got weekly kickoff lows, 66 and a quarter, which wasn't even part of the regular trading hour session. So what else didn't happen? Well, we didn't close below the 200 session simple moving average. We looked below it. We hung around. We spent the evening below that level. But by the end of the day, we were able to close that back above. So the excess on the low, the good volume yesterday, good upside volume. We don't usually see this kind of upside volume unless it means something. With the increase in open interest, the new longs coming in, we found that this potential breakout to the downside failed. You fade those, you go long, and here we are. What else do I have written down here? That's going to be it. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily?
On the daily, really nice resilience, the word we've been using, Hogue, from the buyers. That was yesterday was the first test of the 200 moving average on the daily since June 23rd. I think what Jack was saying was the SPX hit the 200 moving average, got pretty close to it, 65.86 in the SPX. We got down there, we found some buyers. The NASDAQ has kind of been hanging around at it, but now we're right back to 50% of that October 10th candle. That was a good showing. I don't know if we got too short there. It did kind of feel like everyone was, myself included, maybe comparing this a little bit too much to last year, where we got really aggressive. But this is a good sign for buyers for now. Can they hold it up? Right. This was the first test. They passed the test. Ton of volume on that, and I think a lot of it was to the downside before the covering started. But right back to the middle of this range. Hogue, we were talking about what a potential catalyst might be for breaking out of this range in the equities. We've had news, we've had headlines, we've had all the major numbers come out, earnings. We're still in this range. We started to break to the downside when oil got above $100. So I think that is really what the world is looking at right now. So watching those oil prices, right? We've had this inverse correlation between the equities and oil. You saw it really strong yesterday. So I'm going to keep an eye on oil prices and, of course, the headlines coming out of the Middle East.
Absolutely. So there was a question in chat that Mr. Dolby pointed out to me, and the question, what's delta divergence? So what we're seeing here is this is the opening print here in gold, right? So this is the 5-minute bar. Price has been pushing higher while delta has been increasing in negativity. Delta is the number of contracts that trade using market orders to lift the offer minus the number of contracts using market orders to sell the bid. You would think that the more aggressive market order sellers would be able to push price lower, but the opposite is occurring. So as we continue to see price pushing higher, it's pushing higher against more aggressive, shorter time frame sellers that are using market orders to hit the bid, but the bid is it's not relenting. The bid is remaining and holding up and getting the shorter time frame traders short as price continues to push higher. Now, this is a very early divergence. Anything can happen if there's just a longer time frame participant that wanted to get some business done early in the day and they're done now. That can change everything, but we're long gold and just kind of keeping an eye on that divergence, which that delta, which is negative as price pushes higher, encourages me to stay in the trade. That's all that I was saying with that. All right, so now let's go to the 30-minute chart on the S&Ps. We were done on the daily, right, Jay?
Yeah, I think we're done on the daily, Hogue.
Okay. So rotational trade, right? Rotational trade. We've been in this area of balance that we were just kind of looking at on the daily chart, and we looked at the lows yesterday. We looked into those lows. We looked over the cliff, and we decided not to jump. Overnight, we was very weak. The market opened back above weekly kickoff high, the naked point of control there. There was a slight session gap down below that. And this is the 50% of, I believe, the October 10th bar. I'm looking forward, Jay, to leaving that October 10th bar long behind us along below us, let's just say. But it's still part of our conversation on a daily basis back on October 10th. Anyway, the market opened and it kind of based here for a little bit, and then we saw the market take out the initial balance high. We closed the gap to Friday. Once we closed the gap, the market decided it was going to rest there for a little while. And at the end of the day, we had some information come into the market that created what we call a late spike. This is a bit of an early late spike, but it still took the market from an area of balance and drove it higher and then closed the market on those highs, not giving the market time to show acceptance of higher pricing through time. So with the base of the late spike, 67.41, we are going to open above the base of the late spike, but inside the late spike. So what this creates is a high probability of value being outright higher from yesterday, or at the very least overlapping to higher. It's telling us if the market opens up here on the regular trading hour open, that the market is trying to accept higher pricing. Does it mean close your eyes and buy? No. Does it tell me my first hypothesis is look for some sort of basing or opportunity to try longs, maybe against levels where I can limit risk, because that's our main job here is as risk managers. We have to manage the risk. So, if we do open, don't get a test. Maybe we do get a test to the base of the late spike that offers opportunity to limit risk against that level. So we're going to see how this market plays out. Overnight inventory, we don't really have much as far as overnight inventory is concerned. I mean, we opened basically right at settlement last night, and we're trading basically right at settlement now. So we don't really have any gaps or any major overnight inventory. Just the fact that the market is spending time above the base of the late spike, it is attempting to accept pricing at higher levels. What did we just leave? We just left the low of a longer time frame balance. What do markets in balance do? They tend to rotate from low to high, high to low, low to high. Are we still in a potential rotation to the higher end of the area of value, with the market telling us with opening above the base of the late spike that it is attempting to accept higher pricing? That kind of puts me in my playbook. And there are weaknesses in structure above. Of course, there's a couple of weaknesses in structure below, but the more recent weaknesses in structure that short time frame traders will be looking at are above price. Lots to target up there. We'll see how this plays out. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30-minute chart?
On the 30-minute Hogue, what I do like about the overnight session that we've had so far is that, high to low range is about a 65-point range, which means there's 50 points available on either side of the market if we were going to see an at-range day. So pretty small overnight range. Right now, we're kind of right in the middle of it, and we have VWAP and the 200 moving average within 10 points of each other. So what that tells me is to be patient. There's a case to be made for both sides. If we do see selling pressure come in, I'm seeing maybe a potential push back down to 6720s, 6700. If we do see some buying step in above this 200 moving average, then I'm looking at 68.40s and higher there. So on the 30-minute, what I'm seeing here, Hogue, is patience, not a whole lot of direction. But what we've seen is when we get overnight sessions this way, they usually lead to pretty clean moves during the New York session. I am aware that we have CPI coming out tomorrow and some other inflation data later in the week. So I wouldn't be surprised at a consolidated day at some point before those numbers come out. But, there is still room on either side of this market, right? You can make a case for either way. We'll just have to see what the market says here. But sitting right at this 200 moving average tells me to be patient for now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So profile yesterday was normal variation with the late spike to the upside. The 200 session simple moving average we're sitting right at it. Stay patient. The nuances to me are friendlier to the upside. The late spike, the fact that we just checked weekly kickoff low and rejected, and the weaknesses in structure above price. They're all in my short time frame, little puny mind, are telling me there's opportunity possibly above this market. We will see. We will see. All right, I think we're good for the ES. We're moving on to crude oil soon, but I know JD, you've got some news about crudes.
Yeah, if you weren't here yesterday, it was a pretty volatile day in the crude oil market. We saw prices spike up to almost $120, then back down to $85. We're gonna take a look at that price action from yesterday. So again, oil prices soared well over $100 a barrel yesterday morning. By the time market closed, the prices dropped, but there's still fear prices could rise again as the war with Iran continues. This ongoing violence is causing the biggest oil disruption in history. In today's Consumer Watch, our favorite non-AI generated correspondent, Jen Sullivan, explains the ripple effect the war is having on global oil prices and what it means for your wallet.
As the war with Iran intensifies, oil prices have surged. Global markets tumbling Monday morning as investors fear the ongoing violence could cause a severe disruption to energy supply. U.S. and Israeli airstrikes are targeting and destroying oil facilities in Iran, and vessels carrying oil through the Strait of Hormuz have halted.
That is a very, very serious situation, which we have never seen before.
Roughly 20 million barrels of oil are typically transported through this key waterway every day. That's roughly 20% of the world's oil supply. But since the war began, this time-lapsed graphic shows how traffic is now at a standstill.
Oil is not flowing through the strait, and we're now hearing reports that key producers are cutting back on production.
The stalled supply is causing gasoline prices to surge. In the U.S., a gallon of regular gasoline jumped to $3.48 Monday. It's up 58 cents from a month ago, and many experts fear it's just going to get worse.
Even when the conflict ends, it's going to take several weeks to restore production throughout the Middle East.
Diesel prices have soared 89 cents a gallon in just the last week. There's a growing fear this could drive up the cost of several goods because it will cost shipping and trucking companies more to fill up the tank. The high cost of jet fuel could also drive up airfare. Some airlines are already warning passengers to expect a jump in prices. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
Prices always go up faster than they go down, right? When it comes to the gas pump. Guys, we just got some volatility in gold here. We got gold spiking right now. Something just hit the tape.
Excellent, Skeletor.
Right?
There's those 5200s. Let's keep going.
We are moving.
All-time highs.
I'm looking at the news. I'm trying to see what is creating this volatility right now, but we're moving. NVIDIA to invest in Thinking Machines Lab and supply AI chips.
Look at this.
Google and Tesla are to tap into underused electric grid capacity. That's from Axios.
Are they making those chips out of gold?
I don't know, but it's moving. We're moving. I'm
Still
adjusting our
negative
risk.
delta.
We're taking our risk off on this trade. We're going to lock in a minimum of $100 in profit for this trade as we continue to spike in gold.
I love gold.
Look at this move. Here we go.
All right. So the question is here, is this volume sustainable? Right? This just came out of nowhere.
Yep.
At some point.
Was that a blow off top? Was that just a
You're right.
giant
That's what I'm
liquidity
thinking,
grab?
JD.
Yeah. Do we need to be more cautious with our exit here? Should we be moving our stop after a move like that? Was that a see money, take money move?
No.
No. Okay. Well, we've
Still
adjusted our
negative
risk.
delta.
Yep. We've adjusted our risk. We're in the money. We will not lose money on this trade. So we're going to let this runner run. All right, guys, let's get into those crude charts. It's 8:02 a.m. in the Central Time. Crude oil is open. We're missing our opening range trade over there right now. I'm going to pull it up.
Gold said, "Hey, look at me, look at me."
75
no trade there yet.
opening range.
Don't look away. Don't look away.
Big opening range, dude.
Yep. No confirmation of a trade in crude. We're going to hold off for now. I'll keep an eye on it, though. Talk us through those charts, though, real quick, guys.
All right. So, yeah, crude oil, $120 yesterday, 90 today. Wow. What a day it was yesterday. And some pretty major changes. We talk about how do auctions die? They die in excess. And this is an excess high, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't mean price can't continue to push higher. It's a lot of that is going to be news based. There's a lot of uncertainty out there in the crude oil world, and those uncertainties remain. So if this were to remain an excess high, this market could come back in and fall back in right back into the range that it's been for the last 287 years, it seems. But where we did see some long liquidation yesterday, we lost 3,300 in open interest, of absolutely gigantic volume, of course. But again, if you're counting on this being the excess high of excess highs, context, the whole situation can change in a heartbeat. That's what happened yesterday. The context changed in a heartbeat, and that's what created this bearish bar here, if you want to call it that. A lot of excess. The market, auctions die in excess. This one's dead, at least for now. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily?
On the daily, exactly that, Hogue. We talked about that wick on the daily candle yesterday being more than the entire range from last year. So is that a blow off top? Potentially here. But of course, headline driven market. There is a headline that could come out that gets us right back up to $120. There's another one that could come out that pushes us back to 60, or we stay in the middle. And I think with that being said, the way I would want to trade crude oil is, it might sound crazy, but after a headline comes out, I don't know how comfortable I feel sitting in a crude oil position, just kind of waiting for the next headline to drop, because we don't know what it's going to be, right? We deal in uncertainty in every market that we trade, but there's extreme uncertainty in the crude oil markets right now. And I think with that being said, you kind of got to be cautious, right? Really thin. If you look at the depth of market, there's air pockets in it, right? There are levels that don't even have an order at it. So what we saw yesterday has the potential to happen again today. Daily ATR range is above $6.50. Yeah, of course, yesterday is going to help that with the $38 range that we had. But still, there's extreme volatility. We're seeing, daily candles that were half of last year's range. So not the same market, extremely volatile, presenting opportunities, but you got to manage your risk. Probably a smart market to trade the micros in right now.
Yeah, if you're going to be trading it, that would reduce your risk because you're going to have to expand your stops. Here's the 30-minute chart. There is that open last night, the push, the rejection, the pushback, and then the continuation at the end of the day yesterday. Now, typically, at the time when we got this extension to the downside, where we actually hit the limit at one point during that session, and it's a dynamic breaker, so it just stops for a few minutes, and then reopens as order flow kind of evens out. It's just a different way that they do the limits in crude oil. But so where are we? If you add the extension to the range to the downside after the regular trading hour close yesterday, which settlement was all the way up here 94.77, wasn't until after settlement, an hour after settlement, till some news came in and pushed price lower, creating a late spike. Okay, well, the late spike, the base of it was the previous regular trading hour session low, which was 91.63. Okay, so the market has now opened below the base of that late spike and created a session gap below the session from yesterday. Well, it actually closed a session gap down here on after the close, and because of all of the volume that occurred during that period, I add a lot more value to the price action down in that area, because what is it? It's volume. All right. So our overnight high is basically the base of the late spike, 91.63. Sometimes that's just how these things play out. But our overnight low is also up against the 200 session simple moving average. So if this market is going to be kind of on its heels waiting for new information, our overnight high and our overnight low and or the 200 session simple moving average could be areas where this market could settle for a little while. Now, we've talked even yesterday about if we don't see continuation to the upside, the amount of unfinished business, weaknesses in structure that this market created on its emotional push to the upside, you can just see it. We're not going to go into the major details of it, but there's naked points of control. There's gaps of go. There's all kinds of weaknesses in structure for this market to visually target below. When I say visually target, markets are visual. They are extremely visual beings and visual learners, and all of that comes into play in this. So if we do hold the late spike to the downside yesterday as resistance, and we see meaningful selling below the 200 simple moving average, then I can see us targeting some of these weaknesses in structure and unfinished business down below price. Those are the things that have to happen. So you're going to need to see some meaningful selling below that 200 session simple moving average in order to see any kind of continuation. But there are certainly visual targets down below where this market could seek areas to finish up any unfinished business that was left on the way up. I know that's a mouthful. It's a lot to think about, and it's a lot to say, but that's just where the context to me is better context to the downside. But if something happens, boom, everything goes out the window and everything changes in a heartbeat. And that's just the way this market is right now. Keep your eyes and ears peeled for new information. Jay, what are you thinking?
On the 30 here, Hogue, we are using the 200 moving average on the 30-minute as a support right now. It's at 86.30. We got VWAP trading about 70 ticks above that right now. No, that's almost $2 above. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking in crude oil. These are extremely big ranges that we're trading in. It looks small, and your charting platform does a good job of aggregating this information. These are not small candles in crude oil, so there's a ton of volatility in this market. What I'm looking at, Hogue, I'm going to call this the war is over candle. That is what the president said, and we saw the sell-off. Right now, we're trading right in the middle of it. So that candle, similar to October 10th, is going to be the range that I'm looking at for the market's response to it. Right now, we're dead set in the middle of it, 88.38. I think I agree with you with the nuances kind of pointing to the downside. But of course, you got to be on headline watch at all times, right? So 88.38 is the middle of that range. $95.57 is the upper extreme, and $81.19 was yesterday's low. So anything in between that range, I think we have the potential to range around. When we get near these extremes, 95.50s, 81.20s, I want to see the market's response there. That could provide an opportunity to fade the extremes of the range if we get there on no volume. But for right now, the volume is flat in the middle of that range. And I think this is the environment that we're going to see crude oil be in, right? It's quiet until it's not, and then when it's not, it's explosive. So, just be careful if you're sitting in a crude trade. Know where your risk is, and like Hogue said, with the volatility events that we saw yesterday, just understand that. And I saw Brad Sims say yesterday it worked out. Brad must have been short during that halt. That is not a comfortable feeling, especially if you're over leveraged. So know where your risk is. That's what I got, Hogue.
Awesome. Profile yesterday, neutral day. Price likely to seek new levels to facilitate trade, which it is already in the process of doing. Know that we've done anything on our opening range trade. It is a very large opening range, 75 ticks in the CL. JD, have we done anything in crude? I don't hate the idea that we haven't. I like it.
Working nothing done in crude. I held off on that one.
That's fine. That I think is a wise idea. This thing can do anything at any time.
Awesome stuff. Well, we got this gold trade continuing to cook here. Gold 52.10.70 last trade there. We got to get to the NASDAQ, but before we do that, JD, any more news we want to cover?
Yeah, real quick, for all you Starbucks fans out there, you got some rewards coming your way. Starbucks has launched a new rewards tier starting today. Well, they launched it today, I should say. Let's run that clip. What can we expect from Starbucks? Starbucks just revamped its rewards program, and on Tuesday, it unveils a new system for customers. The 3 new levels are Green, Gold, and Reserve. The coffee chain says each tier has special perks, including free birthday treats, up to a free personalized Reserve card, among other bonuses. Starbucks says it believes the revamp will give customers better value. Customers will be notified of their tier status through email and the Starbucks app.
Shout out to Starbucks.
Shout out to Starbucks. Yeah, didn't they just close like 1,000 stores too? Now they're offering rewards. I haven't been to a Starbucks in years, but that's just personal.
Hot take.
Right?
You can keep your Starbucks.
I'm a simple guy. No. Give me the $1 cup of coffee from McDonald's any day. I'm okay with it.
I just checked. I have $23 on a Starbucks card on my phone. Might have to stop by, get a coffee on my way to get some tacos this morning. Let's take a look.
There's not a way to cash those in.
No, not at all. You got to spend it. You got to spend it. Yeah. I thought I had more reward
value.
Points. Yeah, but we'll talk about that later. Hogue, let's give the people what they want. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ.
All right. So the NASDAQ, again, yesterday, excess low. If you could call this move to the downside an auction, a one-sided auction, like an auction to the downside, I would say that this was the cessation of the downside auction and the creation of a new upside auction. Is that new upside auction going to continue, or is this really just the low end of an area of two-sided auction in the longer time frame? It's a little of both, if you ask me. We got down to 10% off the all-time high, almost to the tick, and that was respected. You can never tell me that we are the only ones that are looking at those levels. When these markets pull back, put those 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% levels on your charts, because this happens a lot. I mean, they're targeted and respected by multiple time frames. Again, no close below the 200 session simple moving average. We pulled ourselves up by our bootstraps and closed back above that. So are we back in the low to high to low to high to low to high mode here? It's the way it looks to me. Yesterday, however, where we added a whole bunch of open interest, 14,000 in the S&P is not huge. We lost approximately 6,900 in open interest. So this was more of a short covering event than a new longs coming in. I'm sure that there was a plenty of, the changing of positioning in that as well. Just the fact that we lost open interest leads me to believe that this was more of a short covering event. Volume for an up day Very good. When's the last time we saw volume like that on an up day? There it is. Reversal was a bullish engulfing pattern, and the market continued to push to the upside. Is that going to happen this time? Who knows? Jay, where are we in the middle of right now?
I was just looking at that price, Hogue. 25.25 is the middle of the October 10th candle. We looked above it last night. We do still have the 20 moving average trading lower than it right now, which, NASDAQ took a shot yesterday and it did recover. It's like when a wrestler is getting up off the mat right before a 3 count, that was the NASDAQ yesterday. It looked like it was over, Hogue. But it got up and, it's holding for now, holding this 20 moving average, 24,946 is that price. Daily ATR is 526 points so far, high to low range. We got a 332 point range, and we're right in the middle of it. So there's 200 points potentially on either side. Of course, we got some heavier data coming out later in the week. So today has the potential to be a consolidated day, but I'm going to watch the market's reaction to that 25,000 to 2525 area, just because it's the 50% of that major sell-off or major candle, that October 10th candle.
All right, here we go. Again, it's going to be a day I'm going to celebrate when we leave that October 10th candle well below us. We've been talking about it
It'll happen eventually.
since October, and we're right in the middle of it. Oh my goodness. So yesterday, market opens. We have a weekend gap. Well, that's been closed. We looked right down to that 10% off the all-time high, and the market opened back above an area of confluence that we discussed ad nauseum yesterday during the opening call. Some weekly kickoff low, point of control, the bottom of the October 10th candle, a little bit of a trend line. There was so much going. Oh, and last week's low, right in this area. So there was a lot of confluence there, and it ended up being very close to the low of the session. So the market rallies, closes the gap, closes value. And what did we do at the end of the day? Again, we do have another late spike to the upside. So the initial regular trading hour high was 24,794 and a quarter. That's going to be the base of our late spike. And if we do open above the base of the late spike, there's a good probability of value closing the session today outright higher, if not at the very least overlapping to higher value from yesterday. The market, if it opens above the base of that late spike, is attempting to accept higher pricing. That's all that means. Basic guidelines. As long as we hold the base of that late spike, unless we find some meaningful selling below that level, look for opportunities possibly to find risk limiters to the long side. And again, this is not financial advice. This is contextual information. We're right at settlement, no overnight inventory. The heck are we doing here, Jay? What do you think?
We're trying to figure it out, Hogue. We're trying to figure it out. Do the buyers have enough strength to push us above 25,000 is the question. We're right in the middle of the candle that we opened up last night. VWAP is a flat line as well, similar to what we talked about in the S&P. So I think I'm optimistic going into the New York session that we're going to get some volatility, some type of range to trade, because there is room on both sides of this market right now, but kind of got to let the market figure out what it's going to do. That 25,000 area, again, is not going to be a easy level to get above. We are above the 200 moving average on the 30-minute, but it's a flat line, so not really giving much as far as direction. So I'll be patient here. There is going to be an opportunity in the equities today. I do not doubt that, but I don't think we need to rush it. Where there has been some days where we come in and we're like, hey, this is clearly saying that this is a long, clearly saying that this is a short. I'm not seeing that here, right? So what that means is I need more information to make a decision if I want to make a higher probability decision. So I'm going to be patient here in the equities. I do like the fact that we're above the 200 moving average. That's all the way down at 24,842. If we do start to see some selling coming in, just watching the market's response to that area. But yeah, we're in the middle of a range. We've rejected up here a couple of times before. We've seen it in the overnight session. We got up to 150s and price-wise, but no volume up there. So we need some more information. But gold is cooking right now, so that's what I got on the 30-minute in the NASDAQ. I don't have anything else, Hogue. I'm curious to hear what JD's doing with this trade right now. Hopefully betting more.
Wish we would have added, right? Now I'm going to adjust risk. We're going to take some more risk off the table. Our CYA is now up at 52.01. So we're going to lock in another $150 in profit on this trade. Does that sound reasonable to everybody? Trailing it up?
Yeah, sounds good to me. What do you think, Hogue?
Hogue, in agreement here? Did we lose Hogue?
No, I'm looking.
Hogue was locked in. He's looking at a price there.
1. Yeah, that's fine. That's good.
Yep. All right. And we are still cooking, still printing new highs in gold right now. This market is moving. Wow.
It is moving. Ben R in the chat says, house account killing, Twitter bots mad, trolls in shambles. Remember, you got a choice every morning that you wake up to be a troll or a trader, or just be a good person, right? That's an option too.
Yeah.
We got a good trade going on here. Let's talk about that schedule, JD. Who do we got trading with us on Topstep TV today?
We've got a good one coming up next in Fast Markets. Andre, Jack, and Hogue will be here to run the show. Our rotating guest for the day, Diamond Hands George, will be here from 8:30 to 9:30, and Coach Dakota from 9:30 to 11. Hogue will be back at 11 o'clock Central Time to go over for the morning highlights. He's going to go over our gold trade that we took this morning, that opening range breakout trade. That 1 minute opening range held is the low of the day so far, and gold is just ripping. Hogue's going to talk a bit about that, and maybe any trades we take during Fast Markets too. 11:15, Coach Jay's going to be back with Enrico. Our new buddy Enrico is back. And Dolby Time. Dolby Time will be here. They're going to trade it up for that 11:15 hour. 12 o'clock, group coaching. Hogue's back with Anne-Marie and Coach Hoop. We're going to pin a form to the top of the chat in a little while. Grab that form. Fill it out. Click submit. We'll get your question, and we'll do our best to read it and answer it live right here on Topstep TV. 1 o'clock, I'll be back with Gabe and Landon E. First-time caller, first-time joiner. Always love bringing in new guys on Topstep TV. That'll be a good one. Me and Gabe and Landon E. And we're closing out today in Power Hour with Andre, Dakota, and Jack. That is your day. Oh, don't forget, at the buzzer, Coach Jay and Coach Paul, 3:15 p.m. Central Time. And later on this evening, we've got Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. That is your lineup all day, bell to bell, right here, full day, Tradertainment. Full day of Tradertainment coming your way right here on Topstep TV. Don't forget about Taco Tuesday either, folks. Jump on Twitter, submit your picture to the Trader-in-Chief, Mr. MP, and get yourself a free 100K trading combine. A chance to win a free 100K trading combine, I should say.
Or you could
Get
just
in there and do it.
Buy gold and get your own combine. This is a great trade we got going on here. 52.32 last trade here in gold. Really nice trade going on. Up 2.25% right now. Silver up 6.25. Any other news you want to get to, JD, before we get to Fast Markets, or are we good to go?
Yeah, we got one more piece of news we can run through. Guess what's reshaping consumer behavior right now? If you guessed weight loss drugs, you were right. More transformational than the smartphone, they're saying. That's how some describe the potential of GLP-1 drugs. Used by millions of people, popular brands of these medications such as Ozempic, Wegovy, and Zepbound are approved to treat diabetes and obesity. But a recent analysis found their impacts may go far beyond just changing health outcomes. They could be changing the broader consumer economy. Michael Yoshida joins us live to break it down. What's happening here, Michael? Tell us everything.
Remember what life was like before smartphones, the technologies and things that no longer exist as a result, or the way your daily life has changed? Well, that's the argument being made here, that these GLP-1 meds, they're not only changing the way people eat, but changing their entire behaviors, including how households spend their money. As a result, industries from travel to fashion to the food and restaurant businesses are having to adapt.
So here we got a vaca frita.
Cuban classics with a twist.
Similar ingredients, different portion.
Inside the kitchen at Cuba Libre, Chef Angel Roca preparing meals for a GLP-1 specific menu.
Keeping a good amount of protein, 25 to 30 grams per portion. Reduce by 40% the rice and beans and adding some fiber.
special selections that launched last year, after co-founder Barry Gutin spoke with customers and friends who were on the popular weight loss drugs.
They each told me a story about how hard it is to order in a restaurant, how they have to order, how they have to eat, and we learned a lot that day.
It's not just the food industry adapting to meet the needs of customers turning to these medications.
There's also ripple effects on many other categories of spend that these drugs are causing. This is one of the most significant consumer adoption trends we have seen in a really long time.
A recent PwC analysis found GLP-1s are changing consumer behavior. How people eat, shop, work out, travel, even perceive themselves and make decisions is being reshaped.
They're thinking about health and wellness for their whole household differently after they go on the drug, and they're purchasing differently for everyone in the household.
PwC's Ali Furman says these ripple effects across industries will only grow as these medications become more accessible.
We're just starting to see the full breadth of implications that these weight loss drugs could have on consumption, consumer spending, and just overall society.
And on that point, Furman says from the data that they analyzed for their research that at least 20% of American households have at least one GLP-1 user. That up from 9% just 12 months prior. In Washington, I'm Michael Yoshida.
I've got some comments, but we went a little long in the tooth there, guys. It's 8:27. We are over time.
Let's get out of here.
Let's
All
go.
right, let's do the thing. Jay,
Do the thing, Hope.
80, always a pleasure. Thanks to all of you for joining us with your time. We're just going to go right into the remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. We're all good people. It is time for Fast Markets now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go to the market. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets on Topstep TV. Dre, we just heard 20% of households have at least one person on GLP-1s. Will this affect the percentage of NASDAQ traders we have at Topstep? I think within 2 years, everyone will be trading bond spreads.
You are weird, man. You are too smart. Just leave it at that. Welcome, everybody. It's so good. Every time he gets me, he doesn't script those. Those are just freestyle. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. On the right, we got Diamond Hands in the house. Crowd favorite, Diamond Hands. Let's get right into it. We got less than 60 seconds till the New York bell rings. Thoughts coming into this Tuesday. A lot of activity overnight. How are we going to attack this trading day?
Hi, how's it going? Yeah, I'm looking at it. Right now we have Delta is positive on ES. We're looking at over 3,400 on it. We do have some orders on NQ. We have some lots at the biggest one will be at 165, 162 around there, 103. I just want to see if we can break at least probably 25,080 to get some longs. If we do break probably the lows, I do see some orders down there at 800. So. And we also have some news at 7.
Yeah, we do. Boom.
There
All
she
right.
goes.
Here we go. We are now open. A little buying coming in here in the NQ. Met with some selling. Got a little selling coming in here in the Dow. And the Dow selling off a little bit. Crude taking a peek to the downside. Gold, big run up in the last hour or so. House account is long. 1 micro gold from 51.85 last trade in gold. 52.26. Here comes some more buying in the NQ. Jack, thoughts? We are now open. ES hang around 6,800s.
I got this. Yep. I just wanted to start with the day chart here. ES 6,800 is as Hogue would so eloquently say, the dead ass middle of the range that we have been in forever at this point. 3 lows down to around 6,600. Highs around 7,000. We're right in the middle. So we'll see how this sorts out. Kind of weird reactions all around to sort of the news and what have you. So we'll see. I'm going to zoom in now.
Alrighty, good stuff. Dead ass middle. I don't think I've ever heard Hogue say dead ass middle. Dead ass high, dead ass low. I'm messing with you. Hey, real quick, we got a 72% long tilt on in the NQ right now, trading 25,030. Diamond hands perhaps looking for a long above I'm sorry. Yeah, looking for longs above 25,080. Correct? Diamond hands, we're closing in on it. All right, sounds good. Jack, when you zoom in a little bit, like the perspective, you start with the daily and zoom in. Where do you go next? What interval? As we
right now, I'm going to half-hour bars just to look at the last few days. We obviously had that furious rally yesterday afternoon on news. I mean, what's interesting to me on news that Trump said it, and then later kind of said some things that might seem contradictory, but we have not seen any sort of reversion in stocks or especially oil. It makes me wonder if we did start to do a little future selling with the Treasury.
Yeah, definitely with the reaction that we've seen. We've also seen some headlines from Secretary of War saying today is going to be the most intense day of bombing. So we will keep an eye on that. Again, still 72% long in the NQ. Nothing else really jumping off. Diamond hands, this is your sweet spot to trade the open. How do you approach it? What do you look for? About 3 minutes into this New York session, how do you approach it? You got a live account. You are one of the fine traders we have here at Topstep. So what are you looking for here in the first couple minutes of the New York session?
I'm looking to make sure. So right now we at Delta positive NQ and ES.
Okay.
So I also look at the opening print. Right now we're above it. We're above 24,990.50. So I do consider news. We do have financial news at 7 or 10 if you're in the East Coast. We got US 16 home sales as well. So if if it's really choppy, then I'll wait for probably like those news to get released. Right now we're looking for an upside move above 80. It did not close above it, so I am not in this long yet. But if we do close above that, I would consider some longs.
Okay.
About 25,080.
25,000. Wait, last trade NQ 25,000. Ooh, 020. That 72% long tilt did just even out now back to 50-50. We saw a sell off in the NQ there for about 40-50 points or so. ES just took a turn lower. We're selling here in the ES.
We took a rejection in the ES right off of the 6,800 level in the spot market.
We sure did. Right off the yep. So Diamond Hands, you're trading the NQ, but you're watching the ES as well, kind of watching for that leader laggard. How follow the leader, if you will. How do you know if the correlation is holding? You can take action. You can make a trade off of it. What are you looking for confirmation before entering a trade off of that? You're watching the deltas, you're waiting for news, but how are you playing those two off one another?
I wanted, both of them at least to be in the same page. I don't want NQ negative and then ES positive. It gets really choppy. I know ES makes a move like around between like 2,500 to above that, or even like 25 to 4,000 to push up. NQ usually likes to move. Right now we're almost at zero, so we're like about 160. I know NQ starts moving a lot when it's above like 1,000 to 2,000 delta.
Okay,
So
delta.
that's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
Okay.
So right now I think maybe NQ is probably like bringing down ES. But if we can get over 1,000 on NQ, that'll probably bring us to that push that we want.
Man, Hogue's can't wait till you and Hogue just start chopping it up, talking delta here in fast markets. Again, like Diamond Hands is saying, I got a number at the top of the hour. U.S. existing home sales expected 3.88 million. 3.88 million. What else do we have on the schedule for today? That's about it. We do have some ag reports, 11 a.m. Central, 3-year note, noon. Oracle earnings after the bell. Nothing on the schedule from the president or anything on Washington, D.C. However, headlines can hit at any moment. That's why you tune into Topstep TV to bring real-time live analysis as it hits the wire.
And reading the schedule. I
The
like that
schedule,
pronunciation.
yes. That's how they say it out
Schedule.
there. Live. Live.
Bitcoin spot is above 70,000. It's been holding
Oh.
there for most of the evening. 70,117. Crude 88.70 at the moment. Mag 7. Biggest winner, Meta up 1.45%. Nothing down. Microsoft is down like 2/3%, but mostly green there. And 10-year yields are lower. We're at 4.12 right now.
Okay.
Topped out at 4.2 during the Sunday night panic.
Called that. Gaps have been filled, I believe, all around, correct? I believe all gaps. Crude gap definitely filled. ES filled. NQ, did we get there? Question mark?
Oh, yeah.
We did. Okay, very good. It didn't take long.
Yeah, we rallied 3.5% off the lows in the S&P yesterday.
Do we have like
Big move.
47% range or something like that in crude yesterday from Sunday
Yes.
reopen? What is that? Crude halted. We saw crude trading halted in power hour yesterday for about a minute or so. Definitely volatile market conditions. All right.
Also,
Diamond.
I think I mentioned this yesterday, but it's only March 10th, and now we have like 2 all-time, never seen anything like it trading days with the silver day.
Oh, yeah.
And now the oil day. So who knows what'll come next? It's a time for corn.
Oh, wow. I mean, yeah, all in a couple weeks. All right, back to 25,000 even in the NQ. Buyers jumped right back in there. 25,020. Any Diamond Hands looking for longs, leaning long side? What would, or are you just kind of watching the market and letting it kind of tell you if you want to be long or short? Anything to the downside, you take a short trade on.
Let me see downside. Probably below 800 or 900 probably. Will be
Okay.
yeah, 880. Yeah, we do have some orders at 800 as well down there.
Nice, using
About
data.
93.
Okay. All right, right back to 25,000 even. We do see gold did pull back about $18 off the recent session highs. Last trade, 52.20. Again, house account long one micro gold from 51.85. 51.85. It was taken in opening call. Here's perhaps another round of buying. Very, very thin. In the ladder.
Pretty nice trend line. I was just noticing on the 4-hour chart here. Going back to about February 26th.
Mm-hmm.
We don't bust above that. Could be interesting for a longer term trade.
Also, a week from tomorrow, we have an FOMC meeting. I know.
Oh, my goodness.
I know. It's like 96% probability of a pause. However,
yes.
Jack,
the
however.
Penultimate.
Yeah. Well,
anything can happen.
Correct. Given recent events, oil, geopolitical things may change. So we'll keep an eye out. No speakers. I guess it is the blackout period. That doesn't seem to be a thing anymore. No Fed speakers on the schedule either. Did have. Yep. Number top of the hour. Market's pretty muted open. Might see another round of buying here in gold. Gold with over $100 overnight range. Just pretty new highs. 52.38, about $16 off of that. 50-50 on the tilt. Crude selling off.
JD will have to keep us posted on that gold trade.
Absolutely. And Q can't make up its mind right now, Diamond Hands. You wait, we write, we just what's your take? First 10 minutes of this New York session, obviously range bound. What's your checklist, right? The first 10 minutes, what are you looking for? Delta, check. ES, check. What are some of the other things that just kind of go on your mental, checklist, if you will, before you do take a trade? What are you looking for in the open?
In this case, if I want to go long, I want to make sure it's above OP as well. I like to have that as well. I also like to look at news, see what we got. Maybe it's waiting for those home sales before it does anything, so it could be chopping around this whole thing. I'll look at the 15-minute orb as well. See where we at in the first 15 minutes, market open. And if everything aligns, if we're above or OP, delta's positive, then we could probably take some longs.
Okay, OP, opening price, opening print.
Opening price, yeah, New York session.
Okay.
In this case is right here.
Yes, it is. Did see some bids get hit there. I'll push to the downside just to snap right back. Yeah, a bit of a rock fight here. Yes, NQ.
VIX is back down below 25, trading 24.57 right now. It did top out overnight yesterday, like 35. A big old ball crush.
Yeah, indeed. A little more selling here. ES 67.83. About 15 points sell off. Seeing effort to push lower here in the NQ. 24,975. 975 last trade. Dow selling off. 50-50 tilt.
The great thing about selling volatility, Dre, is that you look like a genius until the end. You'll have to endure, you know what I mean? Like,
you'll be right. You'll be right for a long time.
Sell teenies, buy Lamborghinis. Yeah. It can work for a long time.
Yes, it can. I think I'm familiar with one of the trades you're talking about back in the day that worked until it didn't. And for casualties, needless to say, 67.79 last trade in the ES. We were right around 6,800. That bell did ring. Now still staying heavy, pushing lower here. NQ a little bit more reluctant to follow through the downside.
What's dragging us down here? We got
what do we got?
NVIDIA scratch, Tesla up 1%. What's Oracle doing? They have earnings today. That's pretty big. Oracle down 1.5% right now. Oracle's, I believe, like 60% off its all-time high.
Remember when it rallied 40%?
That it won't shock you, Dre.
It's anything.
That was the high. That was the high.
Was it really? Oh man, oh man. Was that Q3? I think that was back in Q3. That was absolutely incredible. All right, let's get some of the formalities here out of the way. Pinned to the top of the chat. You got those Topstep daily levels. Click on that link. Those are updated, refreshed before every New York Open. The heck, why don't you just pull them up there on your Topstep X charts by clicking that indicators tab at the top there. Type in Topstep daily levels. Have those suckers right there overlaid on your charts. Got 70% short tilt in the NQ right now. Average price of, call it 24,988. A little bit of heat. As buyers jumped in there, market is having, NQES having trouble making up its mind right now. Diamond hands. Patience, name of the game. Buying stuff it in there. There you go. You see it there at the bottom. Says like, subscribe, click the bell. You'd be so kind. Closing on 206,000 subscribers. While you're at it, hit us up at Topstep. I'm just getting all out of the way right now. Hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets. Andrea, that was not funny. Hit us up with some cool content, trader wins, see some cool swag, trader station setups. And hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep TV. Diamond Hands, got a question. How many screens are you working with for your setup, your trading station?
One.
Really? How big?
I got one 49-inch.
Okay, so that's like 4 49 inches like 3. I mean, yeah.
He's in the sphere.
Is it curved?
Yeah, I got a.
Curved or flat?
It's curved. It's curved. It's I do have three screens on it though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I got
I like
some charts, book map,
Topstep TV.
like
Topstep
Topstep X. Yeah. Yeah. Topstep TV.
Very good. Thank you.
Topstep
Thank
TV.
you.
Yeah. It's on the left. It's on the left.
Okay, wherever it's gonna needs to be somewhere. I appreciate that. Yeah, let's see some. Who's got anyone working with something bigger than a 49-inch screen? Let's see it. Who's got a 100-inch screen?
Give me 1 second, Andre.
On a project. Where's he going, folks? Jack has left the building. We were talking about this in a meeting. Create some drama. Just get up and leave the set. I think Jack has done that. Let's see if Jack comes back. Who's trading on a projection TV? Who's trading in their own home theater? What is this? He has the tape measure. You're measuring your pile of cash from selling all that volatility.
I wish, man.
I
think I have, unless they account for curvature or something, I think these are like 34-inch curved monitors. I got 2 of them.
Okay, so that's
in case you were wondering.
Thank you very much. All right, who can beat that? Who's trading on a jumbotron in a massive stadium? Trading in their private theater. Jack, 234 inches. Diamond hands, 49-inch curved. Let's see some sweet setups. Again, at Topstep TV. Hashtag power hour. Hashtag fast markets. 85-inch TV. I don't believe it, Sarah. 85-inch. Let's see.
I mean, those cost like $50 at Costco now.
I mean, yeah.
TVs. That used to be a major investment. All right. Selling off a little here in the NQ. Sorry, the ES, but probably the NQ also.
5 inches. Wow. Trading in the sphere. 17-inch laptop. I like it. All right. Very cool.
We do also have, Andrew, we can switch to JD's screen maybe. He's been so kind as to keep it shared. And the fact that he told us that leads me to believe that looks like we're out of the trade. I don't see the P&L moving.
Flat.
What's the number?
Flat,
I can't read it.
Flat, up 320, I believe. Up 300. Trailing stop did get triggered. Yep.
All right. Nice trade there.
What a push higher. All right. Top of the hour. Top of the hour in about 12 minutes. Take a look at crude. Crude, $88 even last trade there. Just looking at a, holy moly, $7 range. More. How about that? Looking at a $10 range. $10 range. As we trade $88 even. Diamond hands. Have you been tempted to dip a toe in crude or gold or silver? Don't tell me you trade silver. Have you?
No. I tried gold, but I've been tempted. Yeah, I've been tempted with with crude oil, but I don't have data. So
a good thing. Yep.
Good.
Take a look at that crude. Take a look at that crude ladder. Very, very thin. Minis. I'm sure micros. Same story there.
Somebody asked, Jack, how's Gamma looking at 67.50? Negative. In fact, there's just a lot of negative Gamma around the boards, especially in like the 0 dates here. Resistance up, maybe starting at like, 68.30 or something up there. But if we start running to the upside, there's definitely fuel for the fire.
Mm-hmm. Diamond hands.
Corollary.
Yeah,
the downside is not too much different at the moment.
Short fall. Diamond hands. What do you got for Delta? ES and NQ.
Yes, is at 5,000
plus.
Yeah, plus. I got negative 550 on NQ. I think it's waiting for that. I think 10 more minutes till home sales news. I think it might be waiting for that. Just chopping in this 15-minute range right now.
Feels like yesterday. Yeah. Yesterday in the ES, we're selling, and that positive delta continued to grow. We saw like a 100-point rally in power hour. Yes, obviously that was headline driven. Markets are resilient, very resilient. You got Dow chopping around the lows right now, and NQ not chopping around the lows of
Very
over.
wicky
Yeah,
on these 5-minute bars in the ES so far. You can see, when the day session opens, there are differing opinions on this quite a bit. Just look at them wicks.
yeah. Look at them. It's right. In the chat, real John Ross. Home
Pile of
sales is
wicks.
not a market moving data point. It may not be now, but it may be. Always got to stay ready for that. Real John Ross. Got to stay ready for it. Certainly seems like the market is perhaps waiting for it. Gotta stay alert, right? Stay alert. Don't want to get blindsided. Nothing really jumping off on the tilt right now. You said MBT
The
micro Bitcoin?
WASD number is huge for, like wheat and stuff like that. But I don't think there's too many guys trading it. Prove me wrong.
I like that. Hoop has something to say.
Hoop will
that.
Tell us all about the WASD.
Indeed. Short supply. A little push, another push lower here in the Dow. Dow new session lows. Yep, new session lows. Dow 47,541. Just printed. ES in 67.84. Down about 15 points or so off that OP, that opening print, opening price.
Oil, honestly, pretty subdued, especially after yesterday. Everyone's taking a little time out. Little headline from a few minutes ago about ExxonMobil evacuating non-essential employee from operations in Middle East.
Okay.
I really hope that I'm never cut out as a non-essential employee. I mean, I know that I am.
I would say you are.
You don't have to say it.
Oh, I mean, definitely essential. Don't leave me, Jack. I need you. Top of the hour. U.S. existing home sales. Change expected negative 0.7%. Previous 0.84%. Big miss. NQ, look at the ladder. Pretty thin. NQ trading 25,025. Jack, you said MBT above 70,000. Above 70,000.
It was. I haven't checked it in a few minutes.
Upper end of the range there.
Yes. It dipped below it briefly, but we're trading 7,300 in the spot market.
73,000.
Oh no, sorry, 70,300.
Oh,
73,000
gotcha. Okay.
would be pretty lit.
For the longs, trading MBT 70,400 last trade there. NQ pretty much right back to 25,000 even. I'll wait for this number to play. I'll get that out of the way. And nothing scheduled in terms of public speaking from the president.
I imagine that will change.
I would too.
I would take the over on like a 0.5 of Trump speaking today or not. Let's put it that way.
Oh, just total? Yeah.
Yeah.
Over 2.5. Can we stay? Another round of selling. Seeing. Just met with some buying. Natalie says, paint drying kind of morning. It's just the calm before the storm, Natalie. Get ready. There's some fireworks. Fireworks are coming. We're seeing Dow, new lows, new session lows, 47,538.
High still the 6,800 S&P spot for the day.
Feels heavy. Feels like the
Diamond Hands,
seller.
what percent of mornings do you just come out slinging? Like, would you say like half the days do the trade set up, or
Love it.
trying to get a
Like
feeling?
trade
Like,
open?
what percent of days, yeah, does a trade present itself on the open for you?
I don't know. I would say probably like two out of probably the whole week, probably 2 out of 5 days. I
Okay.
usually just wait for the 15-minute, at least for the first 15 minutes. I know a lot of times when we have news at 10, it gets really choppy, like this. Doesn't matter what sometimes. So I'll wait for those 15 minutes and then see if we can catch a trade after that. And if I miss that, then there's always other ranges we can always take on, like IB as well. But that's
No,
after
man. Damn right.
Very cool. I
7:30.
thought you were going to say 2% of days at first, and I was like,
Oh.
man, this guy has monk-like discipline. Take a
Shit.
trade 1 out of 50 days.
How often, what percentage do you come out just swinging, just slinging in your prime?
In my prime?
Yeah.
I mean, always a position on. It was already on.
Like a day like yesterday. Like a day like yesterday with what happened on the reopen, I would have got myself in a lot of trouble. Straight up waiting for the fireworks. All right, we got new session lows in the Dow. 47,495 would be that price. ES did take a peak. We're bottomed out in the ES at 67.72. Opening print in the ES right around 6,800. So down about 25 points from there. NQ, more resilient than holding bid than the ES and the NQ. Jack, he is still in his prime. You're right. My apologies, Amber. Yes.
For one more year.
Oh, boy.
Testing
Number.
around the
90 seconds.
Oh.
U.S. existing home sales incoming. What do we have? Hey, what's this, Jack? Real quick, U.S. ADP weekly employment change. Is that a new one?
Where do we see that?
It came out today, 7:15. U.S. ADP. Maybe a new one. I thought it only comes out on Wednesdays of Jobs Week. Here's a quick headline. Yeah, that's quick headline from White House spokeswoman. I'll be hosting a press briefing today at 2 p.m. Eastern. So that'll be 1 p.m. Central Time. Again, we will have a press briefing from the White House, 1 p.m. Central Time. We'll see if we have that feed and bring that to you live here on Topstep TV. 30 seconds till the number. Crude, relatively tame, $87.55 last trade. Gold, $52.14. ES, a little heavy, $67.77. NQ, teetering right around 25,000. Last trade, 24,965. Levitt will be hosting a press conference at 1 p.m. Central. Number incoming. Better than expected. 1.7, positive 1.7%. Forecast, negative 0.77. All right.
I'd imagine there isn't too much reading into the number because it's, backwards looking for a month. And obviously a lot of this is a function of mortgage rates, which at the time where this data was collected would have been lower, presumably, than they are in the now times. We are drifting a little lower.
So we are. Yes. A little heavy, a little more downside pressure here. And we get new session lows. Got some selling here in the NQ. NQ definitely fallen through lower. 24,930 trade in the NQ. New session lows, ES 67.68 in the orders.
All right. Also, can someone block? Hey, at Z3NHSN, you're on the clock. You have 2 minutes to prove you're human, or I will block you.
It's not a real person. That's not a real.
Does that seem fair? I think that's fair.
I think that's a little too, maybe too generous. Quite generous, Jack. And buyers trying to hold the line in the equities. 6-point bounce off the lows, now 7 points higher here in the ES. Tilt, nothing crazy one way or another. And they're just a big magnet at 25,000 in the NQ. And we bottomed out 24,920. About 40 points higher, now 50 points higher. Closing back in on 25,000 even. Buyers are stepping in the equities. Okay.
TikTok Z3NHSN.
It's gonna be difficult. Select the bicycles. I like that. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, diamond hands. Couldn't get beneath 24,900 for now, and can't get above 25,000. Oh wait, patience, discipline. Who are you Who are you typing to? Who are you chatting to right now, diamond hands?
No
Your
one.
fans.
I'm just looking
Your
at my
fans.
charts.
And the charts made you
But I
laugh.
ha-
What? I mean, yeah, I know. There's nothing.
Well, it feels like it's been 2 minutes to me. So sorry, you've been condemned to the dustbin of history.
Wait, hold on.
Was it worth those 3?
Hold on, his name is Brad.
Hold on.
Where?
Look, at Brad. Brad Clown.
Hold on. Whoa, who's that? Is that Z3? Whose voice is that? Z3? Wow.
Okay, one follow-up question. Why did you post 3 play icons for YouTube? What was the purpose of that? I'm just legitimately curious.
We're gonna stay right here. We're gonna stay right here. Free Brad.
You have to have a minute.
If the chat, if you want to free Brad, sound off right.
We're gonna make him a mod. Make him a mod. Let him talk.
You made a martyr.
Free Brad. I'm on Brad. I'm on Team Brad. Hashtag free Brad.
Free Brad.
Hashtag free Brad. What did Brad do to you? It was proof of life. Proof of life. That's all.
Proof of life.
Yep. Quiet on the headlines right now. Oh, 50-50. Crude's even pretty range bound right now. I mean, still almost a $2 range. Look at the 5-minute. It's still right around $88.
For the record, Brad, I would have let it go. Somebody narked on you.
Oh, snitches get stitches. Who? Identify yourself.
I don't remember.
I know.
I don't want to start more chat drama than there already is.
It's oh man. Take a look at the ES. ES about 12 points off the recent lows. Just printed. Last trade 67.79. 67. Oh, I cannot wait for this. I cannot wait for this. Oh, there he is. Okay, very good. Hey, let's bring him in. From one Delta lover to another Delta lover, Mr. Hogue, the Delta Don, lower right-hand corner. What's up, Hogue? We got Diamond Hands in the house. He's got his eyes on Delta. What's up, Hogue? Let's break down the first 35 minutes into this New York session. Let's get it, Hogue.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Diamond Hands. I'm for freeing Brad. Free Brad. I think you're all right, Brad. So, all right. S&Ps. This is the 30-minute chart. We don't really have any overnight inventory. The market is just kind of chopping as it has been really kind of early in the morning. It's been very choppy mornings. and it's continuing today. The market to me is attempting to accept the pricing at higher levels. Why? Well, we opened above the base of the late spike. Remember yesterday at the end of the day, we rallied and closed at the highs, putting in a new high. And the base of that late spike, spending time above it, tells me that the market is attempting to accept higher pricing. So I'll probably be looking for opportunities to manage risk on the long side, at least for now, unless I start to see some meaningful selling below the base of that late spike. Late spike base, S&P 6741. What are we looking at in the NASDAQ? Very similar situation as far as the short time frame is concerned. We know that we looked at the lows. We looked over the cliff yesterday in the equities, but we didn't jump over. We found buyers. Buyers are still holding somewhat strong this morning. Again, the base of the late spike in the NASDAQ that we put in at the end of the day, 24,749 quarter. It's going to take meaningful selling below that level for me to change my idea, or at least my initial hypothesis this morning. I'm looking for opportunities to buy weakness against levels that I can manage risk against. At least that's the first thing here this morning. Gold, really good opening range trade today. We took a bunch on one contract, and we were trying to hold on to this, but we did leave a failed upside auction. We ended up getting our stop hit after the failed upside auction. I'm looking for this market to rotate back near or to the initial balance low, 51.8060. If that is the case, that may offer us another opportunity for an execution down there. Overnight inventory was pretty long. That overnight inventory got paid. Market took us right to the bottom of a previous regular trading hour session gap. Was hoping we'd accept inside that gap, get to the other side for our eventual target for that trade up at 52.73. Didn't happen. Failed upside auction. You see the market is continuing to rotate lower. May have been a good idea to preempt that auction to get out of that position and maybe even get into the short side on that. That's just the way the ball bounces as far as crude oil is concerned. We've left a session gap. There's so much unfinished business and weaknesses in structure down below here visually. If we can't hold the 200 session simple moving average, I can see us heading towards that level after the big move yesterday. But of course, folks, if you're trading crude oil, you've got to keep one eye on the news, one ear on the news, whatever you're using. Pay attention, because if something happens, it can change the face of any of these markets in a heartbeat. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah.
Very happy to be with you guys here this morning. Let's find some opportunities.
Okay. Let's make lots
Love it.
of money. Diamond hands.
And the crowd goes wild.
Yes.
Yes. Can we looking like we want to make some new session lows here? And Q to 24,900. 10 points away. ES. I'm looking to do the same new session lows. There we go. New session lows. ES and the NQ. NQ beneath 24,900. Yeah. All right. 12. Got to those 24,900s, diamond hands. What do we want to see here? What are you looking for?
I want to see break probably of these 900s. We saw that we broke. The orb came back, retest opening print. Now we're coming lower. We'll see if we can break these 900 levels.
Still got that pop.
Still have those 116 at 800, 24,800.
Okay, downside.
We break the lows here. We're into sort of the single prints, I guess you call them, from that furious rally yesterday in the ES.
We're getting there, yeah. Diamond hands, your delta numbers, you're including the overnight session in those, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you, Hogue? Or you just do regular?
No, the ones that I put out are regular trading hour session only, which right now positive 570 in the S&Ps, negative 800 in the NASDAQ.
Okay.
The overnight delta was positive 40, about 4,400 in the S&Ps.
Okay.
As we get closer to switch day, those will mean less and less.
Up on the lows.
Yeah.
Caveman this.
Caveman to the downside. We get another make another.
We got an overnight low.
It goes, man, 50-50 tilt.
67.62 half.
Okay. Buyers.
Overnight low.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, I see. Jack, what are you eyeing here? ES. Trying to hold.
Maybe if we break the lows, heading
to hold
down to, if we sold 60s, maybe you got 20 points below there to start. There's some real negative gamma lurking like way down there, 6,700 in the SPX. It's a long way off, though. We didn't get to the lows there, did we?
No.
If you do, yeah, if
Close.
we do.
Well, it's like your note
Close
card.
cigar.
So it looks, overnight and this morning, there's obviously buyers down in this, 67.65 to 67.70 range.
My ideal situation down anywhere above that late spike base would be a failed downside auction. That's what I'm hawking for. That's hypothesis number one.
What's the price, Hogue? You're talking ES, right?
Yeah, right now the IB low, which isn't quite in yet, is 67.65. Our overnight low was 67.62 and a half.
Okay. So 62, 65s. What would the entry?
15 minutes before we can confirm that. IB low.
I'm going to press you on this one. Hogue. Why 15 minutes? What's?
Well, your initial bounce is the first hour of the regular trading hours, right?
Yes.
So,
however, failed downside auction can happen whenever it wants to happen. Another round.
Yeah. I mean, we could never take out the initial balance low. That is absolutely a possibility.
I'm not being a jerk. For those in the chat, I'm just this whole man. I always bounce the shit off. Because I've lost a lot of money. So I'm lean on Hogue, man. His experience. Sometimes a little trigger happy. Maybe want to, why not? Why not take it now?
You could, based on overnight low. If we never take out the overnight low, the low is going to be in.
So I would, for practical reasons and I guess maybe even spiritual reasons, Sin, I would not copy trade any host on here. The practical reason is that you are seeing this on about a 10-second delay.
Oh, yeah, there's that. There's definitely that. We have a dump button. It's like when Diamond Hands just starts letting swears just fly around. We got to hit that dump button. So,
well, no, it's more that if we want to show it in this resolution on YouTube with like no buffering, it's got to be like 6 seconds, I think, at least. And something else makes it a little slower, but it's usually about 10 seconds.
Hey, there's Mohammed. What's up, Mohammed? Making fun saying, I love these 5-year-old questions. You call me a 5-year-old, Mo? Call me a 5-year-old. All right. Another round of selling here. 15 minutes to the bottom of the hour gives us initial balance. High initial balance, low prices. Simply the highest and lowest price traded in the first hour of the New York session. 4,900 in the NQ seems to be a line in the sand. Oh, heads up, gold. Gold
Definitely
just popped.
see some
Gold just popped a
some
little bit there. Heads
liquidity.
up.
Definitely
Heads
see
up.
some liquidity near these lows in the S&Ps.
Gold on a heater right now. See if this gold on it. Yeah, gold popping. Crude not doing much. Gold continuing to push. We're looking at a $30 pop here in gold. Gold trading 52.16. We'll sell off here in crude. Oh shit, where was that? Okay. Oh, other channel, James, but I got you. Another pop here. Another pop in gold. Gold down 52.20 last year. We're looking about a $35 pop here in the last couple minutes in gold. Crude selling off. Oh, you on this? I got you. My bad.
Hanging around this area with the buyers. The ES. No, we got taken out of that gold trade, North Clips. House accounts flat, up 319 at the moment.
Yeah. Nothing on. All right. Got one live funded trader in the house with diamond. He seems to diamond hands. I love it. We got. Let's take a look at some of how the other live funded traders are doing here at Topstep. I saw some huge numbers yesterday. Pretty good, damn good numbers also. Zach up 14. Karab, seeing the name again. Braden. Oh, Braden up. Oh, almost 14 as well. Justin up 13 large. And Cameron up 12,000 bucks. Job well done. Shout out to Braden. We'll check back in on those traders and the leaderboard, see if the numbers, the names have shifted around. Nice job indeed.
Trading about 10 points off the overnight low in the ES. This has been a pretty stubborn area here.
As still see a bunch of liquidity near the overnight lows. Still looking and staying patient to see if we can see a failure of an auction down there.
Well, we got about 11 minutes until the initial balance is set.
Heads up, crude just puked about $1 to the downside. We were just trading $88. Now we're trading $87. Now $86.90. Crude selling off. Equities popped. For headline, nothing seen. Dow, NQ, yes, more buying.
We did just a few minutes ago on the wire. Apparently, Trump threatens harsher strikes on Iran if global oil supply is disrupted.
I missed that one. At the pop in gold. Gold popped 252.20. $20 pop in the ES. That could be 67.82. NQ. Oh man, diamond hands, a tricky one.
It is.
I'll pushing higher here.
Well, it's a very unique situation where, you know, Iran at the moment, it seems, is almost fighting against the markets, right? Like the stock
Mhm.
market and oil is like their leverage because they know that if they can get oil high,
Mhm.
that's going to put a lot of pressure to de-escalate.
Mhm.
And that's a very 2026 sentence to be saying, but I
It's
think it
wild.
kind of holds up.
I agree. Well, we did see crude top out at $119 Sunday night. Nine minutes
Andre,
on the hour.
your question turned out to be very well timed. I mean, you were asking that question about the IB low, and looks like it might be in.
Well, I mean, yeah. All right, what do we got for IB high? 68.10, 68-ish. No, not even. Not even. We got
06, 68.06.
Well, that's where we're gonna get short then. That's where we're gonna get short. More buying here. More buying NQ. More buying ES. NQ seems to have a magnet at 25,000 even. 14 points from there. 100 points off the lows. Diamond Hands, when you get off air, will you continue
Yeah.
to trade? Or are you just
I usually go for like maybe to like 8 o'clock or 11, I guess, East Coast.
Gotcha. And crude did see about $1.10 sell off. When crude sold off $1 there, I did see equities pop right off the lows. Any more buying here in the equities? Overnight VWAP, Pete. Yes, and the NQ. Oh. Your peeps in the chat there, Jack. Z3. I'm glad they're still here. Let's just put it that way. Glad they're still here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I ask?
Love you too.
Square
These relationships are about
247.
testing boundaries. Yeah, go ahead. Hug.
Just gonna ask Square 247. What's the idea of the blue jacket? He mentioned a little while ago that I should get a blue jacket. What's that for?
Green jacket, blue jacket. Who get
blue jacket?
Blue
Does
jacket.
he know
Blue.
something that he shouldn't?
Blue.
Put on
50-50 too.
a nice blue jacket. You could look like an options guy on CNBC.
You hit me with Gasparino yesterday. That got
Yeah,
me.
get you some veneers, Hogue.
That got me.
I just happen to have a blue jacket. I don't know where that's coming from, but
they're in your closet. All right, all right, quick. Diamond Heads, what do you got for Delta, ES, and NQ? This is the
Got
overnight.
negative on NQ 800. Still positive on ES.
Okay.
We have 164 at 900 now, and 100 on 24 800. See if we can hold this 990 level.
Oh, okay. And Hogue, what are you seeing for your Delta? You got regular.
yeah, regular trading hour Delta. And the S&P is positive 2,900 and the NASDAQ negative 900.
Okay. We're doing the same thing.
Right at VWAP for the overnight session in the ES.
Wow.
We're in the middle of multiple places now. I started the show with that huge range we've been in forever. We're in the middle of that. We're at VWAP.
Damn.
Let's see where we take it.
All right. ES about 30 points higher in the last 10 minutes, trading 67.95. NQ about 110 points, 115 points higher in the last 15 minutes or so. Trade 25,000 005. Look behind the headlines. Keep an eye on Crude. Crude might be looking a little heavy. More buying here. Closing on 6,800 in the ES. Couple points to go there. More buying in the NQ. Dow, same story there. Oh. 3.5 minutes, but on the hour. You still like 080s, Diamond Hands? You still got your eyes on that? Okay.
For longs, yeah.
For longs, all right.
Which is pretty much the same as the 15-minute orb high, and it's probably going to be the same thing as IB high.
Mm-hmm. Those are probably
68.15 to the upside would be interesting to me.
6.8, okay.
Seeing a little bit of resistance there in the gamma, and also I pointed to this like 4-hour trend first, which could give us a decent place to have a stop.
Looking like we got some more selling coming in Crude right now. $86.85 last trade. Looking to put 2 session lows there in Crude. What's the tilt there? Pretty much 50-50.
We're going to leave single prints below the IB low in crude oil. That's a short.
Short and Crude?
Just need good trade location. Pardon?
It's that would look like a short in Crude?
Yeah. As long as we hold below the initial balance low.
Okay. What's that price?
We need a location. We need a pullback up towards the initial balance low to enter.
What price would that be?
Let's just call it 82.10. I'm sorry, 87.10.
87.10. All right. I'm going to take that short, Hogue. We get it. 86. All right. New session lows. Looks like it's coming in Crude. More buying here in the equities. Maybe I spoke too soon. We got the Dow. Continue to rally here. Dow up about 300 points in the last 18 minutes.
Yeah, VIX has dropped below 24. Bitcoin sitting a little bit below 70,000 at the moment. Everything's green in the Mag 7 besides Microsoft is down 1.2%. Nothing super exciting to the upside there.
Good discipline. Good discipline. Diamond Hands.
SanDisk is above 600. Thumbs up.
More selling here. More selling in Crude. E6. 49. Last trade now 47s.
Well, I'm going to place the orders, and we'll see if we get a pullback up there.
In CL?
Yeah.
E710? Okay.
Then we're going to go 31.
Gold pulling back a little bit. All right, bottom of the hour.
We
Here we
got
go.
our
The
orders.
IB high, IB low, and we'll get those prices. Well, Diamond Hands. First hour came and went. Good discipline. I'll let you get out of here because it looks like we're going to go test those 25,080. It's about 50 points away from there in the NQ right now. Diamond Hands, a couple words. Thanks for jumping on, and we will see you in the chat. But markets are moving, so I don't want to hold you up too long.
No problem. Thank you for having me. See you guys.
See you, Diamond Hands.
Later, Diamond Hands. All right.
See you later, man.
All right. We got Jack. We got Hogue in the house. IB high, Hogue. IB high ES 6806, I believe.
Yes.
Give or take. And NQ right around 081, call it. Yeah.
Yeah. 081 the orders.
Okay.
It's the highs. Lows 67, 65 in the S&Ps. 64, 890, 2.25 in the NASDAQ.
You need to, yep.
Crude picking up steam.
What's it at? 6,000, 7,000 positive.
S&P's positive 4,500.
Okay.
The Delta negative 560 in the NASDAQ.
Interesting. Okay.
I just checked the future months. I mean, these are still pretty accurate. There's no real,
fill?
good volume or delta in the June contracts. So we're still leaning on this delta pretty good. But as we said, as we get closer to switch day, they'll mean less and less.
8610 print. Was it 8610 or 8710? In crude. 8610's
8710. Yeah,
8710.
Yeah, I mean, we're already below the 200 session simple moving average, which would have been an ad if we were a little quicker to get into that. Just watching this.
Good.
AT Drummer asks, Jack Hogue, Andre questions, why did you guys leave the trading pit / firm? Well, for the pit's closed. That was kind of that. For me, the trade that I was doing professionally, basically fizzled out. It got kind of cannibalized. It became too expensive. And I did not, I hated trading at that point towards the end of that. And I did not want to try and start again new doing it. I've said it again on the show, like professional trading is a tough racket, man. Tough gig.
And I didn't leave
You'll
the
trade on
pit.
my
The
own,
pit
though.
left me.
The money was on the screen. The money was on the screen. Unless you're in the good old boys club like Hogue was in the pits, then they took all
Yeah,
your
I
money.
was.
Oh, you should have seen
I was in the
rollover.
pit till probably 2011, 2012.
So much money.
But
just filling orders.
opportunities were pretty much dried up at that point. So I didn't leave the pit. The pit left me.
Rollover, 250, what, $5 a round turn?
Rollovers were still pretty good.
Oh my
Rollovers
gosh. Absolutely cleaned up. All right, we go test IB high here in the ES. Couple points to go. More selling in crude. ES run out of steam up here. More selling crude.
Crude's in trouble, man.
$85, incredible.
There's
$85.20.
space down below.
$85. Look out below. Pop. Look out below in crude. Pop. 85. Jeez. Pop there in the ES. Pop there in the who's at the door. Ring a ding ding. At the Star Slow Markets. There's my guy. Lower left hand corner. What's up, Dakota? Markets are rocking right now. Let's get right into it. ES closing in on initial balance high 25,053. Let's get right into it. What's up, Dakota?
I see it, Andre. I mean, so far this morning, I'm seeing a perfect case scenario. Last night, I was working with Coach Shea, slow markets. I said, my ideal scenario this week is we open up the New York session, we have a little bit of a sell-off, and then we rally the rest of the week. And so far, we opened up the New York session, we sold off, and let us rally. Let us rally. Let us break through these session highs and get through these 25,140s. And let's have a nice positive week here in the equities, shall we?
Okay. Get it.
Definitely with you today, Dakota.
Yeah, we tested those lows. Didn't break through those lows. We held.
Overnight
and
lows,
here we are.
Yeah.
Testing the highs. Overnight highs going to be these 140s. See if we come up there and test them. Yesterday was absolutely insane with that 1,000-point rally in the NASDAQ. And so I'm looking for momentum and continuation throughout the rest of this week. So let's buy the dip is the mode that I'm in.
I may have to tap the window on my dog at some point. He's
Is that
going
code?
ham.
Is that code to something?
No, there's literally a window, like there's glass doors on this office,
Oh, okay.
and my dog is sitting on the other side 4 feet away, like propped up on the couch, and like the mailman came or something. He might be done now.
Fair enough.
Might be another
Look
round
at this
selling here
market.
in crude. Wow, resilient.
Just so
All right, we're
resilient.
caught 415, or sorry, 68.15 could be some resistance here. We're getting pretty close to that.
Looks like we're gonna get some more selling here in crude. Closing on $85 even.
You guys see what happened yesterday in crude, right? Were you guys watching it?
What
Was-
halt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was long. That was
Yeah.
wild.
Okay, let's talk about that. You were long. And when it got halted, obviously you're taking heat. What when it reopened, I mean, all your working orders were canceled, correct?
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you could do, right? There's nothing you could do when it's halted. You can't call a broker. You can't. You're just sitting there like, what is going on? Thank goodness my risk was limited, but it's scary. It's scary, and some of it just comes out of nowhere, right? Everything's cruising. You know, I was looking at this as crude went up to like 119, and then we had a nice pullback down to 100. You know, middle upper 90s, and then I was looking for some type of a bounce, and then it just fell. It just dropped. We seen what happened. Limit down in crude
trumped
during power hour. It's
Yeah.
insane.
Be quiet from the White House. Again, there will be a press briefing at 1 p.m. Central Time. We will see if we can bring that to you live. All right, Hogue, hanging out a couple ticks above IB high in the ES. NQ NQ not there just yet.
My nuances are saying long, so that's why I was really hoping for a failed downside auction to load up down there. And that's when you were saying, I mean, it could just be the low, and I was trying to be patient, trying to do what I was hoping what was going to happen, but it just didn't happen. So we missed the longs there, but I can't short it up here right now, maybe even with a failed upside auction, because I think that the market is heading higher. We tested the low of the longer time frame range yesterday in both the NASDAQ and in the S&Ps. Here it is.
Let's go. Let's get through these session highs. New York session highs.
There it is.
Did we get there? ES and Q?
Check.
We're
Yeah,
right up
I
against the
declared
IB
force
high
majeure on my-
in the NASDAQ, so can't sell it up here, Andre. Can't sell it. If there's one
Can't?
thing we can do, it's we can buy it and
All right.
use and put our risk against the IB high.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I'll buy it. All right.
Point and
I'm long.
counterpoint. I guess it depends. Oh, you're
Yes.
long?
Now Jack's got something else going on here.
I would just
long.
watch how it reacts to 68.15. The
Session
futures.
highs.
That's the biggest positive gamma I'm seeing on the board.
And there goes the NQ. There goes the NQ.
New session highs in
highs
New
there.
York. Love it. Absolutely love it.
So,
We're gonna
let
try
me
and
know
see if
when
we can catch a pullback here in the MES.
Here's your pullback.
And our stop's going to be below the initial bounce high, so 68.04.
That's up.
Love it.
68.04. Okay.
Yep.
See
What's
if we
the?
We're just trying
what
to
we
get a
put-
little bit of a pullback to get in here.
I like that, Hogue.
Okay.
I'd like to see a zombie rally to go test the overnight highs as well.
Okay. Let's see what Crude wants to go. Dow's continuing to find some buying. Okay, heads up. Look out below. Crude new session lows. See if the equities want to pop off of that. Well, shit. I just bought one.
2318 and falling in the VIX. We're about to cross over the lows there.
New lows. Crude $84.57.
Oh wow.
So somewhat similar to what happened yesterday at the IB high.
It's stalling out.
We got filled on one. We had two in
$84.
Dubai. We got filled on one. That's the cue,
Nice.
ladies and gentlemen.
What price? So
That's
what
the
price
cue.
we long from? What price we long from?
68.10.75.
It's better filled than me. 1075, 10.75.
Yes, sir.
Pretty good.
That
Long
live
from
account. Partial. You were the last order at that price before we bounced.
Yep.
Okay, here's the level we got to eat through.
Okay.
68.15.
I think all eyes are on crude right now. Crude continuing to get smoked. Now in the $83 handle, 83.60 just printed. New lows now 83.58. 45 selling, a lot of selling, heavy selling here in crude.
Oh, down to almost 12%.
Mohammed would say we were being too cheap trying to get into that short, and he's right.
Short or long?
We were trying to get short crude.
Oh, crude. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Jack, we gotta get through this level right here.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Could see some resist. It could just stick around it, like check it and go.
NASDAQ's pushing higher.
Like right now.
Yeah, crude's continue to sell off. New session highs and Q.
So are you long what, one MAS or how many MAS are you long?
Just one. We didn't get filled on the other one.
It's up.
68.10.75.
Yes, sir.
Crude looking to put in new lows. Crude $83.01. Now 80.
NASDAQ pumping still through the
Up
110s,
to,
115s.
It's up. Crude. All right. Oh shit. Sorry. 83. Might see some little resistance here.
So the
I got
VIX
long
is
with
down
there,
a cool
Hook.
35% off its highs. And mind you, the highs in the VIX, at least in the data I have, it wasn't open when the real fun was happening around 11 p.m. on Sunday night.
About a dollar pop, but dollar bounce there in crude. I was trading $84.11. Bottom out at 83.01. See the equities. See a little profiting, or will we stay strong on the bid here?
Yeah, some profit taking, some sideways action here in the NASDAQ around 25,100.
Just did, Kevin. Just did. 25,100 last trade in the NQ. More selling stepping in here in crude.
Buyers coming in strong.
Making another round of selling here in crude. Dakota, you in? Is it no? Okay. Dakota, you're flat.
I'm flat. Yeah, I'm flat. I was looking for a pullback and we did not get one since I came on air. It's just been green candles all the way up.
68.10. Yep. From 68.10. Okay.
Here goes NASDAQ making another run. Maybe through testy session highs, overnight highs.
You got through it, Jack? Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rejected.
I mean, it's still there. I'll give an update when I get it. We're kind of right at it again right now.
About a 30 35-point pullback in NQ, 25,097. All right. 71% long tilt in the ES. 71% long tilt ES. Short. 65% long
really
tilt.
close to my target on that one. 68.25.
68.25. Okay.
NASDAQ trying again.
Cancel the other bid. If it gets down there, I don't want it.
Heads up. Crude about $1.50 pop. $1.50 pop. You have some icebergs. We seen iceberg on the bid in the ES. Run 16s? No. Keep selling in these 16s. They keep taking them bid.
No.
No.
Delta's about even there.
Yeah. All right. Let's manage this trade. We need to get the tip of the week in here because it's a good one. It really coincides with what we're seeing here. Pro ball trading. Tip of the week here. Oh, yes. Prioritize quality over quantity. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Don't go chasing bad trades. Pretty much what that means. Yes. Avoid chasing. Focus on clean, high probability setups. Reduce trade frequency during chop. Chop will get you. And quality trades lead to consistent profits. Dakota process over profits.
All the time.
DBA concept. Quality over quantity. How do you learn quality over quantity? I think a lot of lessons learned here. We learned the hard way, but how did you learn quality over quantity? Let's just stick to the process.
Yeah, I learned the hard way, unfortunately. We talked about this yesterday too, Andre. It was a great example where we're just sitting there, and from the outside looking in, or you're the audience, you're tuning in here on Topstep TV on the YouTube. You got that urge, just like, just take a trade. I want to see someone trade. You want to see something trade. Not realizing majority of trading is waiting. Shout out Bruno, moderator of Slow Markets. Another beautiful example was you sat there for 2 hours and then only one trade for 18 minutes, like $1,400. And so it's like out of that 2 hour span, you only spent 18 minutes trading. You made all your profits. The rest of the time should be spent watching the markets or preparing or setting it up.
Fantastic stuff. 12 minutes, top of the hour. Jack, we're up here at that level. Tilt did level off. It's now back to 50-50 in the ES. Drop around these 68.19s.
Should be able to give an update.
Okay.
In a couple minutes, but what I would like to see is some of that positive gamma peeling off.
Okay.
With this long trade here. Let me see. Yeah, this is a pretty big, like, 0 date level.
Hope
68.10 in the SPX, so 68.15.
Here goes NASDAQ.
Yeah, here's some more buying. Oh, how we managing this? Long one from about 10 points in the money.
Just long one. We're five points from the target.
Okay,
made 10% it if we get close.
How do you manage the stop? Still,
stop hasn't moved. Stop hasn't moved.
06 is 06.
DBA concepts. Follow the process.
I like it.
Like it, Hogue.
You're close. Not at the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, point out in the chat. We're coming up on those highs from around 6 in the morning. Got those at 68.24.
NASDAQ session highs, making a run at those overnight highs here.
All right, we're out.
Hey.
Nice.
10%.
Hoagland.
All right. 68.22. Last trade ES session highs there. Heads up, Crude. Crude trying to hold $84 right now. Trying to hold a bid. Now we're in the $83 handle. Seeing some more buying NQ, more buying ES. All right, Hogue. What's the next setup? On to the next one. What's the next setup? Good read. So
see if we get a pullback. See if we get a pullback back to our original entry.
Tens?
In that area, yeah.
All
Anywhere
right.
near the IB high, which is 06.
Okay. Jack's watching these games. So we got two if thens. We got if then for long, if then for a short, possibly.
I have such a difficult time taking a short up here. That might be, maybe that's part of it, right? One of some of the scariest trades. But NASDAQ's just holding bid. Holding bid here.
Yes, it is.
Still can't believe we
Yes.
only got one on that fill.
That's wild.
Happens.
Yeah, it does.
One out of how many?
1 out of 2.
Well,
Oh, man.
Home bid, ES, hold bid, NQ, Dow, same story. Dow, looking at who sellers just stepped in there in the NQ. We got a 500-point rally in the Dow in the last 40 minutes. 40 minutes. In the last 40 minutes, we're looking at a 240-point rally in the NQ. In the ES, looking at a 60-point rally.
All right.
We're up 2.5%. That's 10% of the Dow. Goldman, the heaviest weighted, up 0.8%.
I'm selling here. Not really. It's just sideways price action in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, just holding.
Yeah, holding. Looks like we might break to the long side. I want to see us run these overnight highs.
I want to see crude pop. I want to see crude pop and take a short. In,
I know you do.
I want to see crude pop and take a short on the equities. Right now, crude's hanging around the lows and equities are up around the highs. So.
I can't sell the equities today. Can't.
You can't. What if a headline hits, Hogue? If a headline hits, you can most certainly sell.
Oh, yeah, if something happens like that, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But in the current situation and context, I can't.
And continue to grind higher here. New session highs in the ES 68.24.
It's below
NQ, same
23.
story. Wow. Okay. Dow high. Everything pushing higher here.
New session highs.
New session highs indeed. About a 250-point rally last 40 minutes. New session highs on Q. 25,130. Yeah, 68.25.
Get these overnight highs for me.
Dow closing in on 48,000 even. Crude.
Let's go.
Looking heavy. Crude looking heavy. $83.90. About 90 cents off session lows just printed.
Oh, City. Bitcoin, 71,000. That's rocking right now. 71,119 in the spot market.
Oh,
I see that.
Lifting offers. Gold 52.20. There we go. Dow, new session highs now above 48,000 even. 48,007. Still like the pullback to the 10s, Hogue. About a 15-point pullback in the ES.
Yeah, we'll see.
Might not even get it. Crude's getting heavy.
Just got to the naked point of control that was my target.
Buy this thing.
Let's see if it respects that.
What's 10-year doing?
10 years straight for 4.117.
4.117. Yeah, all right. That range bound on price.
NASDAQ continuing pushing these session highs. We're about 10 points away from overnight highs.
Yeah, it's just on its zombie grind now, isn't it?
Yeah, positive delta. One
Right.
fought the good fight.
Next possible resistance coming up right here, like 68.35.
I'm ready.
Pretty good one.
Mr. Generous, a question for what is naked point of control? Save that question. Markets are moving right now. We will have group coaching. You can definitely get that question in there. But save that question if the markets do calm down. We can get to that quickly. Naked point of control. What is it? Oh, quickly. It is the price that's
It is
low print.
It is the most popular price traded in a previous session that has not been revisited in regular trading hours. So here you can see it. This is the regular trading hour session from the 5th of March. This green line there is the single price with the highest volume. If you extend that out to the right, you'll see quite often, especially when the market is in short time frame control, that these comfort levels, that's what I call them, or points of chill, popular prices from the past attract price in the future. And that is exactly where we just traded to in the S&Ps. That was my original target for that long, was this naked point of control. Why is it naked? Because it hasn't been revisited in regular trading hours. It can get run through in extended trading hours, and it pretty much put in our high last night. But it isn't until it gets rechecked in regular trading hours before I'll kind of take it off. And I just kind of shorten it so that I know that that was a point of control that was already revisited. It's no longer naked. And that's it. Simple.
New session highs. New session highs. Yes, new session highs. NQ and
Overnight
YM.
highs. Overnight highs. We're testing. We just tapped them.
What was the Greenspan term? Irrational exuberant. What was it?
Irrational
Yeah, it was-
exuberance. Yes.
But for the record,
That's
if you had
what's
sold there, you missed out on like I think stocks doubled over the next, or like the NASDAQ. You missed out on a huge part of the rally. Actually, no, I read somewhere. I don't want to misquote this, but it was
it.
It was in the
Just do
S&P 500 or the Dow or so. I'll do it. It was something like if you had bought, you might have said it in like 96 or something, and if you had bought at the irrational exuberance thing everyone talks about, your position never would have gone red.
That was before. Don't fight the Fed.
Below.
That was before. Yeah.
There was another event that I was on vacation for. I was always on vacation for these events. There was a surprise rate cut, irrational exuberance, 9/11, flash crash. I was on vacation for all of those.
Damn.
I have impeccable timing.
So whenever Hope goes
next
on
time you're off.
vacation,
Yeah, next time you're off.
Look out.
Size up. We're going
Let me
max.
know.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I need to liquidate some options before you go.
No, look out.
What we got here? All right. Still quiet. Still quiet on the wire right now.
Look at this 5-minute chart on the NASDAQ. Since I came on, there you go. New session highs, overnight highs, new highs, NASDAQ. It's just been 9 5-minute candles in a row pushing. Wow, that was a 20-point pop right there. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 5-minute candles in a row, just all green.
Yep.
Boom.
I've been looking for a way in this. We're not getting that pullback.
Well,
Guys,
Do you
the quote.
Go ahead, Jack.
Go ahead, Hogue. Okay. The quote is in fact correct. If we go to my screens real quick, I just have enough NASDAQ data. These are 3-month bars, which I haven't really used before. But Greenspan said that in 1996. So if you'd even bought the NASDAQ, you'll notice right here, maybe hard to see that line, but even through the dot-com crash, you would have never gone negative on this position. So I guess it
Even
got a
when they
lot
said it?
more or less rational.
Even when they said
Yeah.
it, I mean, incredible.
Look how
Also,
puny the
More
dot.
buying.
Look how
New
puny
highs,
the
new highs,
the
new highs.
dot-com crash looks like.
25,179. New highs 179 in the NQ. New highs ES 6834. We got
Wild.
prices are absolutely cooking right now. What are we looking here? How do we get in? Looking like another push lower coming. Popping crude gold now. Like we might roll over in crude. He's holding bid right now. 6834. 6834.
So
Session highs.
what do you guys suppose the odds are? Yesterday we tested 10% off the all-time high in the NASDAQ. 5% off the all-time high is 25,336. Think we can do it today?
I think this rally is flimsy as hell, Hogue. Don't be honest with you, this rally is flimsy as hell. 25,000.
There's the 10% off the all-time high. That was Sunday night. There's 5% off the all-time high. Could we do it on Tuesday?
On Taco Tuesday. You know what I'm
Taco
saying?
Tuesday.
You know. 25,182 new session highs. And Q. Crude.
What a freaking rally here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Crude in a
that's
holding pattern. Crude in a holding pattern
almost
here.
300 points. Almost 300 points here on the NASDAQ. No red candle in sight on the 5-minute.
Caveman trade.
I agree with you, Andre. You blink, we might be back down to 25,000.
Some headline, man. We're one headline away, man. Trust me. Little pop here in gold. Little pop here in gold. We'll get pop in crude.
Dakota, we also have a very special happy birthday wish to one of your favorite things. Happy birthday
that?
to the QQQ.
Oh,
Nice. Wow, really? I got some options this morning, so I'm celebrating its birthday as well.
There you go.
Wow.
Bought it a present.
Yeah. Yeah, just so you know, Jack, I purchased the 607 609 vertical call spread. So very happy right now.
They keep hitting in this bid.
Very happy.
Watching this time in sales, Hogue. Seen a lot of red in time in sales. Just a lot of 2s, 3s, and 4 lots in the ES. Not really able to take it lower. Keep hitting in
We've
this
actually
2s.
forget what the delta was, but I think we've actually lost delta up here. It's 3,500 now. Forget what it was before.
$84.20. Let's trade in crude. Yeah, we saw a big sell-off in crude about 30 minutes ago. About $4 or $5 sell-off there.
So really quick, in honor of the QQQs, here is it since inception, 1999, triple Qs came out. And you were rewarded for patience because the price from 1999, you were still flat in 2011. But
Oh,
you've
yeah.
made a lot of money since then. Patience.
It sounds like they got the memo on Topstep TV tip of the week. Quality over quantity. I'm gonna try to
We
pre-up
got
this
some
shit.
selling coming in now.
Yeah, they're trying to pre-up this thing. All right, so if the sellers fail here, this could be your pullback. 68.29, the last trade. on this day.
On this day in 1999. The triple Qs. They stopped calling me. I still don't know what that was all about.
You're on the list.
I was on the list.
What's fun? Did you pick up their call on air once?
I did.
Yeah, that's right.
They hung up on me. Getting prank called by a Vesco.
I remember. I always see their signage and advertising. Is this a 3-bar reversal? It was looking like it here on the NASDAQ.
Or is this a pullback? Well, Dakota, you hold on, Dakota. No, hold on. You're just saying you're looking for dips. You're just saying you're looking for pullbacks.
Correct.
Okay, but now what changed? Now 3-bar reversal, right? It's from looking for a long, perhaps a short.
Yeah, I'm still looking for a pullback to buy it, but like
okay,
a 3-bar reversal,
just
you know, it happens on these pullbacks, right? If I'm looking for a pullback down to like 25.080, there's a 3-bar reversal. That's a beautiful example of a 3-bar reversal. If we could close, and if we can get a push down, so it's that question: is do we short this, looking for a pullback, and then I'm able to get into a long, that continuation? Both are
These
valid.
are almost too pretty.
I know,
Pretty-
Hogue. I think that's too.
What, guys?
It looks too good. Too obvious.
71% short tilt in the ES. Look at long one. Crude trading $84.18. 18 cents. Looking at a 30, 40 point pullback in NQ. Yes, about a 10 point pullback. Bottom of the hour. Not London closed not at the bottom of the hour. It's going to be an hour later. So that'd be 11:30 a.m. Central Time.
That'll be our schedule
Just
for
said
a
I
little
can't
bit.
sell them, and here I'm thinking sell them. Oh, what a tangled web we weave.
Gold looking like it might have some more traction to the upside. Oh shit! They hit the bid nice there. Oh shoot! Would Delta Delta peel off there, Hogue?
Now at 2,100 right now.
Oh shit! All right.
340 on the NASDAQ.
Okay. Crude did take a peek beneath $84. Back to $84. Still 71% short tilt. The ES. Looking for a window, James. Looking for a window here. Looks like we might see some selling here in the in crude. Crude 60% long tilt. Get some push lower here. You know, about 60 points sell off. 60 point sell off in the NQ.
First red candle for a while.
Crude breaks. Push for another low. This could be a nice entry for a long in equities. $83.86. I took it.
It's almost, I mean, these are almost perfect 3-bar reversals here.
I know, Hogue.
Looks like a long.
I have mine marked up. I marked it out to just watch this play out.
Ooh. Yes. Suave in the chat. Hogan Dakota showing adaptation to market conditions and may change minds. Good teaching. Yep. Absolutely. Another
on both sides of this.
Yeah, gold. Continue to push higher here.
We should have sold that 68.35 I discussed.
I'm not buying it. 74% short tilt in the ES right now.
Confirmed 3-bar reversals.
Yep.
68.20.
Why did I take it? We have so much momentum to the long side right now. and we had a
Yeah.
breakout of those overnight low highs. So I know I was like,
It's much easier in
took it.
hindsight. There definitely was for those of you watching Gamma out there, like the 6830 was definitely a level to be looking at, which is like 6835 in the futures. But it's also like we just see the chart now. Imagine how it looked. This green bar would have been full blast at that point right there. You would have looked like an absolute maniac for selling it, unless you're just very disciplined off of options levels.
Oh,
100%. Crude. Taking a peek higher, 74% short till. In the US, we got gold. Gold continuing to grind higher here.
Same with silver. Silver caught a bid.
Silver's yesterday's news, man. Silver. Never silver. Silver. Man,
I mean, lest we forget, silver's still trading, what, up like 275% or something?
Yeah, yes. We're up 6% just today.
All right. Okay. All right. Let's throw it to Dr. Volatility. James, come on in here. We got some. We're coming at you today on Topstep TV. We are rocking and rolling. What is up, James? What's happening?
Good morning, everybody. Happy Mario Day. You guys see that they cast Donald Glover as Yoshi? That's weird. Anyway, you don't care about that. What you care about is staying in the know with all things Topstep TV, and that includes following Topstep TV on X, formerly known as Twitter, affectionately called Twix, whatever you call it. You can find Topstep TV on the X. If you're not following us on the X, go ahead and click on the link that I'm sure will drop in chat any moment now and click the follow button. By doing so, you get quick market insights, live commentary, giveaway information, and more, all from the Topstep TV X account. We're doing so much more with the X account every single day, including retweeting your tweets, engaging with you, adding new polls, and finding new ways to engage with you, our viewers. So go ahead, follow Topstep TV on the X, and while you're there, follow the other Topstep accounts. You can follow the core Topstep account at Topstep. You can follow... Sorry, Hogue just put up a sign in the background that says, "Hi, Andrea," to our main producer behind the box. Sorry, Hogue, that threw me. You can follow Topstep at Topstep. You can follow our support channel at Ask Topstep, and be sure to follow Michael Patak. It's Taco Tuesday. If you're in the know, then you know that it pays to follow Topstep, Topstep TV, and everything Topstep related on the X. After you're done doing that, be sure to come back here to the stream because it's group coaching time. Well, not right now anyways. Now is the chance for us to collect your questions. If you have a question for anything you've seen today during fast markets, or maybe you caught metal markets this morning, or you watched market kickoff on Sunday, and you have some questions about anything you may have seen or heard, this is your chance to get them answered live on air. Today, group coaching includes Gabe, Anne-Marie, and Hoop. I'm sorry, not Gabe, Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Hoop. Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Hoop, three amazing Topstep TV personalities taking time out of their day to answer your questions live. Anne-Marie is on Market Kickoff, and she was on group coaching yesterday. So if you have any follow-up questions for Anne-Marie, be sure to submit them today. And of course, if you have any questions for Hogue or Hoop, they are here to help. So click on the link that is pinned to the top of the chat, submit your questions, and then be back here at 12 p.m. Central Time for group coaching. That's all I got. I'll go ahead and get out of the way and throw it back to the guys on fast markets. Andre, how are we looking?
Man, well, I'll tell you what, gold is on a tear to the upside right now. It's closing in on session highs, pretty much 52.32. 52.32 last trade there. Crude trying to figure out what to do with $84. Takes a peek beneath, takes a peek above. Right now, $84.18. Last trade there. We got 12-point pullback off the ES, off the highs there. What's the got additional balance high? We're above that.
Is this our pullback, Dakota?
No, maybe Hogue. I'd like to see these. I'd like to see a look at 25.090s first, but we might not get it.
I don't know. Andre's been hot all day. He called the bottom in the S&P. He's like, hey, what if
didn't
we
call
don't get a
shit.
failed downside auction? What if this is it? Then he just called this pullback like, this looks like a good spot to maybe.
I got long. Well, I got long. I'm just calling off of your calls, man. I'm just getting long off of your calls. We might be running out of time. Well, we got bottom of the hour in 14 minutes. 14 minutes. Still 72% short tilt in the ES. And gold. You might see some more buying here.
Gold's got me peaked here.
Got me confused. Yeah.
You got a session gap above, right above. It starts right at the session high.
Okay.
Buyers starting
Which
to come in
would
here.
be, there's a good target, for an early trade. But if we start moving through this session gap, I could see us continuing up to 52.72.
52.72. All right. And here comes the buying.
Question is, how do you handle the risk?
Where do you get in? Where do you get in?
I guess I was on mute there for a second. Hogue was throwing strays back for all the Hogue voices that have been done along the way.
I like that. Yes. Well, Hogue, I'll be
Hogue,
happy
that
to hear
was
a
to
lot
buy
of
the
them.
dip.
Oh, yeah.
That was
Asking for a
buy the
friend,
dip.
Hogue. If friend happened to buy 68.26 quarters one time, how would you suggest they manage?
26 quarters right here.
Yeah, I bought one from 26 quarter. There's trades I had to. Last
Well,
trade.
your stops below that swing low. Let's call it 68.19.
Okay.
Still seeing some stickiness.
Need to put in a new
here
high
in the
now,
ES,
though.
Andre.
Okay, I think.
Yes.
All right. Well, if
still positive gamma as 68.35 and like the 10 points beyond that.
Crude about to puke into some new lows. Yeah, crude closing in on session lows here. $83.09. You get an $82 handle. You're seeing equities pop a little bit there.
Let's get in new highs now. You actually bought one, Andre?
Yeah.
Six
yeah.
quarter?
Asking for yes.
Asking for a friend. Okay, all right.
50-50 tilt, bottom of the hour in 12 minutes. Again, crude didn't necessarily get to print those session lows just yet. 20 cents to go. Yeah,
That was a dip, Hogue. That was the dip to buy. Didn't get to the price level I wanted, though.
It's been the story of the day today. The market is either we're too cheap or it's not going where we think.
Crude new lows. See if we make new highs in the equities. Crude just about $82.94.
I'm
Printing
too
new
cheap.
highs. New lows. Crude. $82.81.
Where do we try and get that?
Crude is wagging us around here.
Yeah, get those group coaching questions form link pinned to the top of the chat. Oh, Anne Marie, wow, my experience. Get those questions in. A little bit more about make a point of control. Delta, seen a lot of questions about Delta lately. How to use that.
Currently,
speaking of which,
we're up about 0.5% on the session in the ES, 0.72 in the NQ. We're up 1% in the Russell. Bitcoin 71,300.
Okay.
Nvidia's up 2%, which is nice.
New session highs. Gold on the move.
NASDAQ's retesting these session highs.
All right.
Bond yields drifting a little bit lower.
Crude hanging on for Trying to hold $83 even on the bid. We did make front lows of $82.81. All right, here comes some buying in a little light buying in crude. We'll build downside pressure on the equities. And if so, how much? How much? Bottom of the hour, 9 minutes. 50-50 tilt. Give a 3-bar reversal. You know.
Bit of pullback here.
Setting up a $5 range here in the S&P and the NASDAQ. Looks like.
Yeah, 5. What's the low to high, high to low? In that, in that range?
I would call it session high 68.34 to 68.21.
34
S&Ps.
Okay.
NASDAQ going 25.180 down to 25.120.
Okay. Okay.
This would be a Dolby dream.
Time. All right, Dakota Wood. We are, some would say, a bull flag if you're looking at the 5-minute. Perhaps some would see a 3-bar. We have the if thens, hindsight capital. Obviously, what are you seeing right now, perhaps for a long or for a short, or obviously no trade right now, but the setup or the if thens that are going in your head right now, Dakota?
Correct. Right now, we've tested we made a session high right up here at these 170s, 180s, and now we're starting to form structure. So yeah, I want to see what this market gives us. Whether we're kind of making a flagging pattern, maybe we make higher lows, a Dorito like Dorito like Dobies, just some type of technical pattern is what I'm going to look for this market to form, and then take a trade off of it. We got an expansion, right? Like that's a nice big rally, and now I'm looking for consolidation. Like I'm not expecting this market to completely reverse. It could, but I'm looking for more of some consolidation, some market structure to trade off of. Whether we come back down, maybe we test these 120s, build a nice level of support that maybe we could break down, or we could find trades off of, and vice versa up here towards these highs. So patience is basically going to summarize it. Just wait and see what this market wants to do.
Patience.
68.30. Let's trade ES. Gold continuing to grind higher.
Boy, it's trying. It is trying.
52.37. What was that? A little wiggle there.
Negative delta in gold all day long. Negative 1,000 right now.
Oh, they're getting squeezed like hell.
Getting squeezed. Is there enough?
I will get us trade. Okay, I got out. Gold, or I'm sorry, crude little pop here. $83.57. Now 60s, A360 trades. Get those coaching questions in. Or I'm pinning the top of the chat. Jack, how's the delta? How's the gamma looking at the moment? Anything changed?
Nothing's much changed in the story. Like you see the range sort of forming where like maybe the downside, some support 68.15 in the futures, and then there's still resistance. They took a little bit of it off, but really around the highs of the day, so like 68.35 to 68.40. So the 10 points above it could be tricky. Basically, it's just telling us that we've kind of, as Dakota said, made some structure. There's a possible range here.
Pull back here, pull back in gold as well. Tilt level off 50-50. Crude oil, $83.44. Let's trade.
VIX is
That's all I
continuing to
got.
decrease, right? What's the VIX doing?
We're down to. I can always find that one pretty good. 2287.
Okay. Down quite a bit. Wonder if we're going to get below 20. I know, Jack, you were saying, once usually the market doesn't bottom until the VIX is over 30 sometimes. And we were at 30 all, for a good period of time yesterday. So
We were well above it. Like the first prints I'm seeing were like at 35. And I think there's a very good possibility, given everything else, that had the options been open, that we would have printed above 40 at the lows. Explain VIX. VIX is a measure of implied volatility. What's up? Oh, BRB, he said. It's a measure of implied volatility based on options about a month out on the S&P 500. I think it's like 25 to 30 days out. Unlike something like an ATR, the VIX is theoretically, it's implied. It's what the market is pricing in based on options. So it's kind of like the cost of protection is a good way to look at it. And so it rises when there's uncertainty. And as we mentioned yesterday, quick rule of thumb, if you divide the VIX by 16, that gives you a rough estimate of what the options market is pricing in for the implied move in percent for the day. So to make the numbers easy, if we were at 32 like we were yesterday morning, the options are implying a 2% move. And we got that and more. I know the S&P rallied 3.5% off the lows.
The VIX is insurance.
Yeah.
Correct.
Against uncertainty.
And we will never have, I'm pretty confident saying this, have VIX futures available on Topstep X. We're not playing those games, guys.
That would be wild. That's too wild.
It's too much. Too much.
Yes. Yes. I mean, we're getting plenty with the metals and now crude.
There's enough.
Be interesting to see if single stock futures come into play. NASDAQ's holding here, 140s, 150s.
So much.
Oh, we found UVXY options. Yeah, those are a thing.
Oh God, yeah, they are.
For those wondering, that would be that's like a double VIX ETF or something. So you'd be doing options on a double levered options on a double levered ETF based on a derivative.
Options volatility.
Man,
that thing flies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that will age you. That'll age you a few years.
I'm already aged.
Even without the options, I mean, that's the problem with it. Like selling volatility is almost always the right thing in these moves, but that almost is a real cockroach in the sandwich. For instance, UVXY is designed, it does go down. It probably loses like 50, 60, 80% a year of value from just the drag on it. But during COVID, its price increased 20-fold. So you got to be able to withstand something like that.
Did you say cockroach in the sandwich?
Yeah. I got that I got that from my old piano teacher. It was about hitting the sticking the landing in a piece, right? It was so the phrase was a cockroach in the last bite. Is you don't care how good the sandwich was if you get a cockroach in the last
It's
bite.
I like it. I like it. I learn more and more about you all the time, Jack.
It's good to know, Hug.
My guitar teacher always used to say, "Shut up. Don't complain. Don't explain. Just play."
Just play.
That is a very guitar teacher mantra there.
Yes.
No London close. London close in an hour.
Ooh, yeah.
Yep. We have weird
Daylight
time
savings.
laws in the United States.
Oh, right. All right. Seems to have settled in. Look in the 5 minutes here. ES and Q. Lower end of the range. Oh, yes. Of course. We got morning highlights coming up after this. Hogue, we got to see you in group coach. We saw you in opening call. Saw you in fast markets. Hogue, couple words to prep before you get out of here for morning highlights. Hogue.
Yeah. Happy Tuesday. Blessings. We're all traders. Dakota, Jack, Andre. See y'all in a few minutes for the morning highlights. Trade well. A little ranging going on here, and gold putting in new session highs. But boy, it's sure working on it. It is working hard to do so. Look for the next good trade, folks. I'll see you in a few.
Thanks, Hogue.
See you.
I like your impression. I like
Later,
your
Hogue.
impression of me too. He was mocking me. Very, very good. Oh, get out of here. You got prepping to do. Get out of here. Man, you just won't stop. Gosh. And you go, I love it.
All right,
Again,
we're getting a little bit
new
more of a
high.
pullback here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we got some highs. Session highs, 52.40 in gold.
It's bouncing.
No,
Yeah.
AG Finance, because of the time change here, London will actually be closing at 11:30 Central Time, so an hour from now.
Gold, new highs, gold. New highs, gold. 52.42 now. Gold up about $30 in the last 25 minutes. $243 now.
What are our friends doing? The pain trade and software is reverting a little bit. So in the Mag 7, everything's up. NVIDIA's up 1.7%. Microsoft being, as you might expect, involved with software is down close to 1%. Oracle's reporting earnings after the bell.
Oh, yeah.
That's always a very interesting one.
Well, they're NQ testing the lower end of that 5 in the range right now. More buying in gold now. 52.44. Crude can't get above $84 just yet. About 17 cents lower. What do you make of that? What do you make of what just happened there in NQ, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm
Sold off.
watching it. I'd like to see
Yeah.
us test at 25,090s, maybe
Gold is covered.
80s. And then I'm going to be looking to get into a long, just kind of the New York session breakout that we
Something's
had.
going. Gold's. All right,
We are
they're
getting
crude
there.
popped a little bit. Yeah, gold continuing to put new highs in 52.46. Crude trade above $84 now. This is what's going to happen here.
FYI, for some lingo explanation, a pain trade is when a trade's overcrowded and it starts going the other way. So in this case, talking about software's just been nuked from orbit for months and months now, and it's a very overcrowded trade in some ways. You know, everyone's like, Claude's the future. We're going to short, I don't know, Adobe or Microsoft or whatever else. And in the last week or so, while everything else was getting hammered with this Iran news, software was creeping up. So that's a pain trade.
And gold continue to grind, make new highs. $52.46. Seeing a few headlines here and there. The Middle East. Nothing. Oh, I want to minimize it. The filters that come off on this news feed. Nothing jumping off with that red sticky, that red background. That means it shows significance. And we have some WASD ag report number. Wheat, soybeans, cotton, corn. Get those numbers here at the top of the hour. And don't forget, we've got a 3-year auction, noon Central. Then we got that White House press briefing, 1 p.m. Central. 1 p.m. Central. See if we have that. Bring that to you here on Topstep TV. Markets are waiting. This is the calm before the storm. Next move.
Three-year auction unlikely to move things. Just for some general knowledge, really 10 and beyond is where you might see something move a little bit in the equities, like the 10-year auction or 20 or 30 especially.
NASDAQ's having a hard time getting down back below 25,100. I'm really wanting to see these 80s, 90s come into play. But taking its time. These buyers are resilient here.
Mm-hmm. You want to go to the upper end of this range here in the ES. Halfway in the 5 minute. In the chat, NQ's following ES. ES isn't breaking lower, says B. Cole. Perhaps. Like it. Staying locked in. Like it. Oh, there goes Crude. Crude couldn't stay above $84. Now trading 83.44. Tilt. Off Crude. Crude makes new lows here. See where they want to take the equities. Thin on the ladder. Cody, you're looking for a pullback around the 090s or so?
Yeah, I want a break below 25,100 and a reversal out of that level for me to get in long. But we're holding up really well. So far, we've had about, 60, maybe 70 points worth of a pullback. If we can hold this level, like where we're at now, and consolidate a little bit more, then I might look for a long and a breakout towards 25,200. But still, just waiting, patient. Buyers are resilient. I don't want to just buy here without any reason.
Someone notices a small Dorito forming.
What's a Dorito?
It's not lost on me.
It's a small Dorito. Oh. What is that? What's happening when you see a small Dorito on the chart?
This is a question for Dolby.
Narrowing ranges. The prices are getting narrower and narrower. What? What's up? In Crude. Crude looking to test 83 evens. About 30 cents to go. 30 cents to go there. Cool Ranch, always. Super Drac, always Cool Ranch. You know, you know. 25,133.
Yeah, Cool Ranch is lit.
Shout out, Mom. Session highs, NQ, 25,182. About 50 points off of that. Crude sells off here. Hold on. And the Dow closing in on new session highs. 4 points to go. 48,044.
Will we get a setup in the last 10 minutes? It seems to be the way of things.
Good question. What was that? Well, they're starting to sell into this a little. Crude looking heavy. Crude looking a little heavy.
Simultaneously, ES selling off a little bit too.
Yes, it is. What's about to come? What is about to come our way? I'm getting out of this.
Sellers keep trying.
Yeah, what's coming our way here?
Back and forth here.
Yeah, buyers. Yep, Jack, nice catch there. Something coming our way. Quite on the wire right now. What did they?
I mean, the longer we stick around below, because I've mentioned this resistance in the options between like 68.35 and the next 10 points up to like 45. It's been respecting that pretty well.
Okay. Oh, a little head fake. Oh, market's in head fake mode right now. Okay. Oh, the crude. Oh, crude.
Crude.
Yeah, I got head faked out of those longs.
NASDAQ's going.
Oh, you bastard. 83.18 last trade in the crude. 83.15. Equities. What's lagging here? Okay. Wow. New session highs Dow. New session highs incoming E. Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it. 2 ticks to go. 2 ticks to go. Yeah.
Ooh, whoa. NASDAQ.
Go.
New highs.
Damn it. All right. So ES just made new highs. Dow just made new highs. NQ has not made new highs. Is NQ lagging?
We're going
NQ
though.
Make new highs right now.
Yeah, we're on our way.
This could be the trade, right? So NQ or ES Dow just made new highs, session highs. NQ's got some room to go. Now 20 points to go. Will it follow? Will it follow and do the same? 50-50 tilt.
All right, I'm long one from 167.
167. Looking for the breakout.
Yep. See if we get a nice break out of this consolidation.
Get another pop here in the ES. Finally took a peek to the upside and did print new session highs. Dow did as well. I'll get in with you here.
No crazy news off the wire. VIX is down to 2269.
Man. It was all good. It was all good just a day ago.
71,230 in Bitcoin.
Wow. Crude upper end of this 5-minute range is right back up to 80, closing $84. So look, we did take a peek beneath 83s. We see the same thing. Oh, gotta take a look at this. My man JD. So I'm an opening call with that that trade. JD, come on in. Let's take a look at some P&Ls and payouts from yesterday. What's up, JD?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are we doing today? Yeah, let's take a look at some of those payouts and P&Ls. You know, that opening range breakout, that 1 minute opening range did hold as the low of the day. We just got shaken off the stick there. We kept trailing the stop and eventually took us out, but good trade nonetheless. All right, yesterday's top 5 live funded payouts and P&Ls. Here are your P&Ls. We talked about Yuri yesterday, 150K live funded account, picked up $49,468 trading the NASDAQ. Also went ahead and requested himself a $35,000 payout yesterday. We will see him on that payout board later this week. Stefano, $42,075, also an 150K live funded account trading the NASDAQ. 62,000 in total payouts so far this year for Stefan. Lai, 24,937 trading the NQ. This lies in a 50K live funded account though. First winning day in the live funded account for Lai. Many more to come, hopefully. Poe, 24,624 in a 150K. Trading the NASDAQ. Second winning day. Poe's other winning day was $40,000. So Poe's 2 winning days in the live funded account totaling nearly $65,000. So nice job, Poe. And Bowie, who's been a popular name so far this year on Topstep TV on these payouts and P&L boards, trading in that 100K live funded account, trading silver, micro silver, and the NASDAQ. 19 days, 19 winning days in this live funded account now, getting a whole lot closer to daily payouts. 22,922 in profits for Bowie yesterday. All right, those are your P&Ls. Let's take a look at payout numbers. Top 5 live funded payouts from yesterday. Some pretty decent numbers here. Jaden, $36,806. Michael B, $18,212. Thanita, $15,372. Ishtaik, $9,000, and Sandro, $8,970. These are live funded traders pulling real money out of the live markets and lining their pockets with it. Big shout out to all of our live funded traders here at Topstep, showing everybody what's possible in that live funded account. Thank you, guys. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm
I've got a
flat.
little bit of headline.
I'm flat.
Yeah.
Plus 53.
Oh, you got a winner? Nice job. Wow, nice cut.
No. That was a loser, but I'm plus 53 for the day.
Nice job. All right, well done. Little headline here from Wyckoff, one of the lead negotiators, if you want to call that. The question is whether talking with Iran would be productive. This is through CNBC. On CNBC right now, seeing a pop in crude. Pop in crude, and it's on CNBC right now. I'll be damned. I saw a bit of a dip. A bit of a dip lower in the ESNQ.
What's oil doing on that? We got a little bit of a.
So I'm closing $85 now. We can't. I got short. Why aren't we going lower? 84, 80. Yeah, sure are resilient. In the rear. And Wyckoff.
Witkoff.
Yeah. Wikipedia. Well, yeah. $84.50. $84.50. Let's trade in crude. $84.56. About $1.70 off the lows.
Buyer just stepped right on in.
No, they sure did. Killing me.
Yeah, I mean, they're really hanging on every word in oil. Just a little remark from Witkoff.
Yes, I know.
It's a headline-driven market right now.
Sure is. Yeah, that's going to get me. Again, get those questions in. For group coaching. Warm into the top of the chat. $6 pullback in gold. 52.42. About $1.70 pop in crude up to 84.45.
Buyers just bought that right up.
Oh, they sure as hell did. They sure as hell did. 68.31. I haven't seen any large orders on the books. Using that level 2 data in the ES. We're looking at 10 on the bid, 10 on the ask. NQ, what's the story over there? 5 in the bid, 5 in the ask there.
We might go right back up and push session highs.
So dirty. So dirty. Yep. 4 points off the session highs. In the ES. 68.33. That's how they're going to do it. Well, job well done. Oh, wow. What a pump. Nice job to the buyers there. Oh, yeah. Now NQ Closing in on session highs. Got within 20 points. What price did you buy, Dakota?
These 60s. But then I got out for a small loss. Yeah. Plus 53. I'm fine with where we're at.
Oh, low markets, 7 p.m. Central. Topstep TV,
Yeah.
Sunday through Thursday. Who will be joining you? I saw Jay on there yesterday. Who will be joining you today?
It was a good one. Braden, I'm going to reach out to you, man.
Jeez.
See if we could get you on the slow markets. I know he joins. Seen him in the chat talking about it. And maybe I'll bring him on here soon. Tonight it's slow markets, always a good time. Anything but slow, honestly.
It really
It's
has
been very volatile.
It's a misnomer, yeah.
Yeah.
There he is. All right, bet. I'll reach out.
Where? Bet. All right. More from Witkoff here. Evidence suggests Iran doesn't want a diplomatic solution. We got Witkoff on CNBC. The Witkoff president has indicated there are all kinds of issues about the new leader, Iran. This is all come from Witkoff. 50-50
Really?
tilt.
The son of the last guy?
It's CNBC. Yeah, it's hitting right now. Not much reaction. Did you know Andre has a "that's so freaking cool, dude" type of voice? That's my TV voice. That's my TV voice. I don't really talk like that. I got the girlfriend voice. Hi. I got the TV voice.
I was wondering about that. Hi.
Hi,
this is my girlfriend.
Every guy does. Every guy has that. Don't when your wife call, "Oh, hi." Everyone's got the "oh, hi, honey" voice. Yes.
Yeah.
Boys will let you hear it. Oh, yeah. $84.44 last trade in crude. Again, we got that White House press briefing at 1 p.m. Central. More from Witkoff. I will probably make a trip to Israel next week. Okay. All right. Good stuff. Dakota, a couple minutes here. And fast market, 68.26. Jack, a couple levels. We've seen you in the afternoon, a couple levels. You got your eye on with Gamma. Anything change over there that would perhaps change the
No, it's remained really steady here, as you can probably see from like the range, but like it's still respecting like 68.35 to 68.45. They're not really eating into it too much. This is subject to change. The downside, 68.15, maybe if you're trying to buy aggressively the bounce.
6815. Okay.
Yeah.
6815.
Oh, we're nowhere near it, but overall on the board, it's blood red, negative gamma at 6,700. But things would have to deteriorate quite a bit before we're doing that.
What headline, man? Where's that move? I should. Oh, Enrico will be joining us after morning highlights. Yes, our friend from Estonia.
Hell yeah.
Yes, big hit. Absolutely. I'll be definitely looking forward to that. Don't go anywhere. Morning highlights coming up with Hogue next. And Enrico joining us is back from Estonia. You might know him as a never stopped out. Oh, I got to see this. Dakota, we'll see you again. Slow markets. A lot going on. We got Witkoff talking. We got a press briefing right now. Markets are very, very sensitive to headlines. Where will the market go next? Topstep TV. Let's go. Stay locked in.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
it seems like it has been a minute since I've been able to join you for morning highlights. Good to see everybody. We certainly hope you're having a green day in your trading. And a pretty decent day for the house account so far. Pretty decent trade in gold. As always, we're going to start with the house account. So this morning we did end up taking longs in the micro gold, which I liked because we've been just kind of bouncing along the bottom of the area of balance. And while we did have some overnight inventory to the long side, I kind of felt like, well, we've checked the bottom. Let's check the top. Let's take a look at this on the 5-minute chart and see how this played out for us. Hey, these things move on me sometimes. I'm going to just do this and do this. These will be approximate pointers here now. So we got long 2 micro gold. The opening range wasn't very big, so there wasn't a lot of risk on this trade. Long 2, 51.85 even. We got out of one of them at about 1.5 to 1, about $100 win. Where did we get out of that? We got out of that one at 51.95, so $100 there. And we held it all the way up to the high here, and we ended up getting stopped out on a pullback. And there were a couple of warning signs where we could have gotten out a little bit earlier. If you look at this on a 30-minute chart, this actually is a failed upside auction. If you look at the 720 open, so as we started looking at, maybe trimming the risk or getting out of it at this point, so we ended up trimming the risk. We ended up getting stopped out on it. It did go considerably lower than the stop, so I don't feel terrible about it. But I'm feeling a little bit lennied about this trade because technically the opening range is still the dead low of the day, and technically it's still long. It's still a long opportunity. We did take out the high of the initial balance. We did take out the high of the initial high of the day, and now the market seems to have kind of hanging out inside here. There is a session gap, and that session gap goes from the second to the third. That is the session gap. If we do find acceptance in there, I can see maybe bringing this market up to 52.72.90. Let's take a look at crude oil. Now, we opted out of the crude oil opening range trade because the crude oil opening range was about 75 ticks, so it was pretty large. And with the volatility and how news-driven the market is, we decided, we're just going to try and hold off on it. We were a little late to the party getting to it, but when we were looking at these markets, like the equities and the crude oil market, we put in late spikes, in this case to the downside yesterday. So I did like the idea of being short as long as we held below the base of the late spike that occurred yesterday. If you remember, after the regular trading hour close, some news came out and pushed the market considerably lower, basically filling this session gap. Not only that fact is, there's a whole lot of weaknesses in structure and visual targets down below in this market. So if things start to settle down geopolitically, I can see the market coming down and cleaning up a lot of this unfinished business that's down below price. So we did not take it. It still would have been a good trade. The opening range, the dead high of the regular trading hour session. Now let's take a look at the S&Ps, which we had a late spike to the upside yesterday. Here's the base of that late spike. And we talked in the opening call this morning about really looking for opportunities to find some sort of base, some sort of opportunity to limit risk for longs this morning. And I was hoping for a failed downside auction below the initial balance low, which never came to fruition. The base of the late spike, 67.41. We never did see price get to that level. And as we put in the initial balance low, even Andre was like, well, what if we don't have a failed downside auction? You're looking for a place to buy it. Maybe that's the low. And it actually turned out to be the low of the session. So good call by Andre there. We didn't end up getting long until we broke out above the initial balance high, and then we kind of closed, kind of preempted a successful upside auction. We ended up taking about 11 points on this. In essence, the target was to this naked point of control up here, which we talked a little bit about naked points of control during fast markets, and we can certainly talk more about them in group coaching today, which of course I'll be there with Anne Marie and Coach Hoop. So the market targeted this naked point of control. It's still in short time frame control. The market is centering now around that naked point of control. So it has been targeted. It is being respected and is being thoroughly investigated by traders right now. We've got 1, 2, 3 30-minute bars that have kind of overlapped it. So it's become a little bit magnetic. So again, the house long, we looked above the initial balance high, looking like the market was going to see some continuation above there. We did put in a bid to get 2 done. We only got filled on one of them before the market started heading our way. We got close to our profit target. There it was, about a 10, or maybe 11, maybe a 12-point profit on that one. And that was it for the activity. We did have Diamond Hands On, who was very patient this morning, didn't see anything, didn't take any trades. I think Dakota took a trade right near the end of fast markets, but I had stepped away for a minute, so I didn't see that. But as far as context is concerned, we've got that same situation. We've got the late spike to the upside, the base of the late spike, 24,749. Obviously, the more time we spend up here, the more obvious it is that we are going to have value outright higher from yesterday's session. Value high from yesterday is basically the base of the late spike. It's 24,749. So we're going to be putting value higher, which is really the market attempting to accept pricing at higher levels. So again, no trades in the NASDAQ this morning. Why don't we take a quick look at our quotable quote, and we'll get on with the next segment. All right. Epictetus, and just about everybody I've been coached by, and pretty much everybody I've coached, has heard this to some degree or another, but progress is not achieved by luck or accident, but by working on yourself daily. And that is the homework that we suggest everybody does. If you're doing your homework, you're doing your checklist in the morning, you're doing your preparation for the trading day, getting your hypotheses in order, looking for opportunities based off those hypotheses, writing down the trades you're taking, even noting emotional changes during those trades, doing your journaling, reviewing every day. At the end of the day, that is how you're going to improve, and how you're going to find the barriers that we all have in trading, and to be also to find our truth, our strengths that we all have in trading. So work on yourself every day. There is our quotable quote for the day. I'm excited. Joining us from Estonia, we've got Henrico. He's back, and I guess you may know him as Never Stopped Out. Man, I wish that was me. I wish I was Never Stopped Out. And with a trade report like his, the name checks out. Going strong in 3 express funded accounts. Enrico is here with Jay and Dolby for Power Players. This is Topstep TV. Stick around, folks. Still lots more to do today. Let's go.
Welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. We got a power player here with us. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Dolby Time, but in the middle, Enrico, also known as Mr. Never Stopped Out. Welcome to Topstep TV. Welcome to Power Players. Enrico, how are you doing today?
Super good. Excited to be back. I was waiting to come back in there and maybe this time find some trades as well.
Ooh, love it.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. We will find some trades. Talking about some potential shorts there in the green room, seeing the equities bounce a little bit there. But we'll talk about that in a little bit. But Dolby Time, how you doing today?
Doing good. It's Tuesday. Tuesdays are fun. And we've had some nice ranges so far. Power Hour yesterday was wild. I mean, that was a blast. Chat to live call crude oil going limit down, getting circuit breakered. Just calling those prices just melting to the downside, but it looks like it found a little bit of life today, and we're hanging in there. I'm kind of curious to see what ends up happening with NASDAQ. We're kind of stuck at what I would consider pretty close to the 4-hour range high or the daily range high. We put that at around, let's say, 25,200s, give or take a couple. So kind of curious to see if we can get out of this daily range that we've kind of been in since February, like the beginning of February. So let's see what happens here.
We will see 25,125 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 68.25 last trade in the S&P, and 85.30 last trade here in crude oil. Enrico, talk to us. What are you seeing on the charts right now? We were talking about a potential short there. The NASDAQ sold off about 80 points from its high. What are you seeing here?
Mm-hmm. I like the shorts, kinda, maybe at the range high, because then you have a really low risk. You can just leave a little bit room for the stop loss. But other than that, I love EMAs, moving averages, especially on a higher time frame. And we are currently sitting right at the daily 100 EMA, which is usually like, if you want to continue bullish this market, you really want to close the daily candle above it.
Gotcha. Daily 100 EMA. What price do you have that at?
Let me check. It's 25,166. So pretty much exactly where the range. Yeah. But I like the shorts also because I usually play the orb, the 15-minute orb, so the first 15 minutes of the New York opening. The two red lines that I have kind of mark the area. And my experience with the market has been that, like, if the market is really bullish and we break out from that orb, you want to stay far away from it to kind of continue the trend. And right now what I'm seeing is we are kind of a little bit getting stuck quite close to the orb.
Kind of hanging out here. Yeah.
Yeah. If I would see perhaps 5-minute candle closing into this orb again, whether it's on ES or NQ, I will probably even chase this short. I have a little bit profits to play from pre-market.
Okay. Good stuff here. So Enrico potentially looking for a short. If that orb high holds, would you be looking to get long, or are you just only seeing the short side of the market today?
At this point, I feel we are a little bit too extended, because usually, like, my stop loss idea is where the trade idea is actually invalidated. And for me, it will probably be around low of the orb or even lower. So it kind of makes the possible stop loss a little bit too wide for me.
Makes sense to me here. 25,115 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Watching oil here as well, 85.33s. We are on headline watch. A headline could come out at any minute, getting these markets moving around. Dolby, you got your range analysis in. You said we're up near the upper extreme of the range on the daily.
We are.
Anything for potential opportunities here?
Yeah. I kind of like the idea of a short if we can get back up there a little bit. We kind of came up short like by, by like 40, 50 points. I really wanted to see if we get to 25,200, which is where we had a nice set of wicks, sort of. And I think we almost got there. We were like 20 points away. So maybe there were some other traders kind of hopping in there and preempting that trade. But chat, if you don't know what a range looks like, you can just pop open the NQ daily chart, and it is pretty clean. Just across a lot of bodies right in the middle. You can hit about, I don't know, 15 daily candlesticks by drawing a line across the middle. So we have not done a lot of work. So what that does mean, though, is that we can identify some cheap trades. If we can, if we're confident in this range, let's see if we can get back up to maybe 25,000 150s or 170s and see if we can take a short. Otherwise, I'd probably just be looking for momentum longs to the upside. Until then, we had a nice set of higher lows off the 30-minute. But if we can get to like an extreme area, I would love to see a short. Otherwise, I think we just try to find some discounted longs, maybe around 80s.
There is kind of bullish divergence for me, what I usually look for. I don't think it convinces me right now to go in a trade, but what is happening, what I see on my second monitor is NQ tested the orb high quite perfectly, like we touched it and we bounced immediately, and ES was far away. So usually how I see this divergence is sometimes one of the indexes kind of retest the orb, other index doesn't even follow it, and then they continue the trend, which would be up in this case.
Could you explain the 15-minute opening range balance for anyone who's never heard of it, and maybe a way to utilize it for trading?
Mm-hmm. So the orb itself means opening range breakout, right? So you can kind of use it on any time frame. I have heard traders who use it even on 1 minute. So it's just what it means is you mark whatever time frame you choose. For me, it's 15 minutes, and you wait out 15 minutes. You mark out the high and the low of the first 15-minute candle. If I go on a 15-minute chart here, you will see it quite clearly. It's this bullish candle here. So that gives me a range. And for me, price usually doesn't stay in this range. There are some occasions, for example, if this 15-minute range gets really wide, like let's say 400, 500 points, then what I usually do is I actually trade the range of the first 15 minutes. So I short the highs and I long the lows. Other than that, what I look for in the market, once this 15 minutes is finalized, once the range is finalized, I look kind of what happened here, where we close 5-minute candle above the orb high. We have a retest into the orb high, and then we bounce to the upside. So it's just playing the breakout and using this range of the 15-minute kind of your entry point, or understanding which side the market want to go. And I use additional confluences like New York VWAP, which is the green one, and then also the overnight VWAP. And usually if those VWAPs, they come really close to this high of the orb, which we are kind of seeing forming, like the New York VWAP is kind of chasing. Yeah, it's getting close. In those cases, I will be even more comfortable taking long, because I'm kind of assuming that the orb high holds, and then also the VWAP kind of supports the idea.
Nice. So basically, you're just looking for the lowest point between 8:30 and 8:45. That's the open for Central Time, and then the highest point, and then just drawing lines
Exactly.
off of those. Yeah, pretty
Exactly.
straightforward. That is the opening range breakout. Different than the initial balance. That's the first hour.
Exactly. And I do check IB as well, just for additional layer of information what it does. And the last thing, what I sometimes do with the 15-minute orb is I kind of preempt the breakout. So it's hard to give example right now, because as Dolby said, like we have probably the longest range in NQ history, at least recently.
One of them.
On a weekly time frame. But if we have a really strong trend like we had, I think if I zoom out on a weekly chart, you will see it as well. But we had super strong trend after April. So the trend until, I would say, even October, what I will do in market conditions like this is I kind of wait the price to form the 15-minute high and low. And then as soon as price comes to the lower side of the orb, I will kind of long it, expecting that the breakout will happen to the upside, because that will kind of limit my risk. And I'm just playing. So just to give you an example, like this will look, this is how my long would look like. I call it preemptive orb, but it's based on the higher time frame trend that it continues. And then once the breakout and retest happen, that just gives me confirmation whether I should stay in the trade or not.
Jay has some moving averages on there. I even see, or
I
an
see.
anchored VWAP. So Jay's happy.
I see moving
Jay's a happy boy
averages,
right
anchored
now.
VWAPs, talking about opening range breakouts. I'm loving everything that I'm hearing right now, to be honest. Good stuff, Henrico. With the name Never Stopped Out, I'm curious, when you do get into a trade, what are your stop placement normally looking like? I mean, we may see one here. We did get a little bit of a bounce towards the upper extreme of that range, 25 146s. What are your stop placements normally looking like? Is it volume based? Is it momentum based?
It's more based off the NQ characteristics. Like what I have noticed on NQ is it's a little bit wild to have a super tight stop losses. I think NQ can move exactly the direction you want it to go, but it will wick you out if you have super tight stop loss.
For sure.
Usually it's I would say it's above highs or lows, or what's the most recent place where my trade idea will start to get invalidated. And then I usually give myself maybe 20-30 points a room there as well. I consider ATR, or just check what VIX is doing, kind of understand what are the candle sizes in terms of the point movement. And yeah, I can have probably 100 point stop losses sometimes. Like my golden rule usually is that if my entry is 60 points off, I should find a new entry and just like forget the trade. But sometimes, especially recently, like market conditions sometimes really ask you to have 100 point stop loss, because otherwise your trade idea can work out, but you will be stopped out.
You're going to get stopped out before you have a chance.
Yeah. Exactly.
Absolutely. Good stuff here. Seeing the markets kind of range right now, but again, we are on forever headline watch. Anything can jump in and get these markets moving, so make sure you are keeping an ear out to Topstep TV. 25 120 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 68 23 quarter last trade in the S&P. 85.10. Crude oil is pretty quiet right now. Last trade there. And gold 52.39.40. Yobi, I saw in the chat someone was asking for a breakdown of the Russell. It's just grinding higher right now. It's kind of doing what the other equity markets are doing. A little bit of a pullback here, but the Russell's up over 1% on the day.
It looks good.
Yeah, everything is looking good here.
Broke out of its, let's say, 4-hour range. A little bit of a retest at those like 2570s, give or take. So yeah, it looks pretty clean. Looks pretty clean. Kind of forming a nice little range.
We have London closing as well, right?
Yes, we do. Yes, we
7
do.
minutes, 6 minutes now.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if we can maybe get a sell-off into London close. We have not done a very good job of making higher highs recently. So the 15-minute is a very consistent series of lower highs. So I don't know. I really wanted to see if we could test those like 25,200s into London close and then maybe sell off. But now I'm kind of thinking the opposite. Maybe we can test, these 25,080s and then maybe try to find a long here.
How are you guys adjusting to the market with the recent news in Middle East? Because why I'm asking this is, for me, it's been psychologically probably the hardest time to long, because I feel there's so much negative sentiment in the market that I'm looking mostly only for shorts, even though the market is sometimes showing like you shouldn't short this.
It's a good point. I think it's taking each day to day, and I think what helps is looking at the equities on a higher time frame, right? Looking at it on a daily, and I haven't traded well over the past couple of days either. Just kind of getting chopped up, right? Moves that I thought were playing out really didn't. But it's keeping the higher time frame structure in mind, and I think what we've been seeing is even when the war headlines started, right? The equities weren't really affected too much. I think where we saw more of an effect was in crude oil. And then we really saw it in the equities yesterday when crude got so, out of hand. So I think it's really taking whatever trade setup plays out. If I'm going to trade the equities, a little bit different, obviously, if I'm trading crude oil. But I think it's also making sure I have a stop in somewhere, right? Because you never know. You never know when a headline's going to come out.
The news are wild, yeah.
Yeah. Joe Black in the chat says he's going to pay $100 to anyone that can post a comment to make me smile, and Gorillionaire did. Gorillionaire says, Jay, smile. I split the 100 with you. So Joe Black, I'll be sending you my Venmo. Gorillionaire, you can put yours in the chat as well. We just both made $50. Easiest trade I made today. Easiest trade I've made today. Let's see, 25-1. Okay, here we go. And there's a pop.
Something happened.
There is a pop right there. About 400 contracts just traded in a second in the NASDAQ to the upside. And we were just saying that, right? Markets can pick up at any moment.
I think it is. It is hard, Enrico, especially if you're a newer trader and you're not used to like headline-driven markets. It can be kind of a nightmare. I think the best thing like a newer trader could do is definitely size down, trade with wider stops, and pull out the journal and start journaling how this feels to trade this market. If you do get into trades and you get destroyed by news, write that down, because you're not a bad trader. It's just a very unique environment. So I think sometimes traders can kind of beat themselves up when market conditions aren't perfect, but just be kind to yourself. Journal, review the journal. Oftentimes we're just one little decision away from having a winning trade. Sometimes that decision is just we're in a whippier market. The ATR is higher, so I just need to be a little bit more cognizant of maybe where my entries are going, how wide my stops have to be.
100%. For me, the biggest, I would say, success factor of actually getting payouts and like being consistent is I am making my trading as boring as possible. And I would say that that's probably something that I catch from Topstep TV when I was watching you almost 24/7 last year. So like make your trading as boring as possible. And I stream, I would say 90% of my trades on YouTube as well. And a lot of times it's quite difficult to be like streaming trading because I have nothing to do most of the time. Like 90% of the time I'm watching market, I don't have anything to do. I only want to enter when the market is kind of screaming like now it's time. So I would also add like make trading as boring as possible. Forget the excitement of trying to make 10,000 in one day. That's also like something that I have learned. Do not chase the big days and just take what market gives you, and just make sure that you have the account the next day as well.
Biggest thing, cannot get paid out if you do not have an account. So make your trading boring. Like that. Enrico, do you have a YouTube channel we could post in the chat? I think we did have one.
It's the Never Stopped Out.
Never Stopped Out. Never Stopped Out is the YouTube channel, so make sure you check out Enrico over there. See if we can find a potential opportunity here.
There it is. I got you.
Cool.
I got you on the link. Yeah, that would have been a nice little sell there at the 60s. That's top of the 15-minute range. I'm still utilizing these high-low bars on the left-hand side. So a different way to view charts. It's just going to print the high and the low of the candle and not any of the funny business in the in-between, which can help range traders kind of not read momentum intentionally. Momentum can be a lie. You are a range trader. You are looking to get into the market when it looks the most scary. So this can help.
Don't want to see it. Don't want to see how the sausage is made, Dolby.
No, I just want my level. I don't care how we get there.
Right.
Just give me the level. Make it simple, right? As Enrico just said, make it simple. I don't have rules for
100%.
momentum, so why do I care about momentum? I don't have rules for it. Really want to see if we get down. This is interesting. If we get down to all these 100s to 80s, I might go fishing. And if we can get back up to these 180s to the upside, I'd also go fishing here. We got Euro close.
I'm so eager to enter short zone. So eager. Usually I don't trade at this time. Usually like my trading rules are that I trade the first 3 hours. So now it's kind of hitting exactly the time spot. But since we are here and I have a little bit profit to play, I'm willing to risk a little if setup actually arrives.
What level are you looking for right now?
It's the same. I think any entries at the range high is quite okay because there is a high chance that it will just keep ranging for some time, and your stop can be in quite obvious position. Like give yourself maybe 25, 35 points above the range if you really get nice entry, and then you just play the fact that, or probability that it's hopefully gonna stay in range, get either a nice scalp or maybe the momentum actually turns bearish.
I'm gonna get some offers in. We're gonna offer up 79s, 90s, and 99s.
79s, 179s.
179, 190, 199. We're gonna see if we can get filled on some shorts at the higher range in the NASDAQ. We also have a 4-hour range high up here. So there's some big time frame stuff that kind of lines up with this trade here.
We are also at the last week value area high. I always mark on one of my charts, but fixed volume profile from Monday until Friday, and the level is 2550. So exactly where we are is the last week value area high as well. So I think there's a lot of different stories in this area that actually maybe support reversal, but my usual, like what I want to see before the reversal is I want this thing to look super bullish for a moment, and then I will short. This kind of range before is a little bit shaky because I know if they're actually going to reverse this, there's going to be a little bit more aggression before they do. Like it's just based on my market experience, like how I usually see those reversals.
It's also a very NASDAQ thing to do, which is look incredibly bullish to the upside and then throw the brakes on and then hit the reverse button.
Yeah, I'm just looking at what's been happening all day. And there's been a couple of attempts by sellers to kind of push this market down, and they really haven't gotten anything for it. So I think I agree with you there, Enrico.
Buyers aren't getting much either, Jay. I mean, we can't even make a higher high on this 15-minute. It's a series of lower lows on every single 15-minute candlestick going back to 10 o'clock.
And there's gonna be a move. Like it's not gonna stay in range until the close, right? There's gonna be either bearish or bullish move. And I usually don't recommend like trading the middle of the range just because of it. Like you don't want to be in your trade when the actual direction starts picking up. But I will like 200. If we get to 200, I will be willing to actually take the trade before any confirmation. I really like this level. Jay, have you used VWAP deviation bands?
VWAP deviation bands. I've looked at them before. I haven't used them too much, but are you seeing a deviation level somewhere?
Yeah, it's exactly at 200. So my theory behind deviation bands is they usually start really close to each other when the market opens overnight. And then I will show this quickly on the chart, exactly what I mean. So let me share this one. So I have them simultaneously, NQ and ES. And my theory behind them is as soon as you break them, like here, when you're like actually inside of those VWAP activation bands, then after that, they will become, I would say, more stronger. Like you have a higher probability that they give aggressive reaction. So since we broke them in London session and we kind of broke them in the New York session as well, I'm kind of expecting that if market reaches that VWAP activation band here at 200, we will probably see a little bit aggressive reaction. It's one of my favorite tools to kind of use to snipe entries on possible reversals.
And is that the first deviation you're looking at, or the?
Yeah, that's
first
the
deviation.
first one.
Gotcha. Awesome. Up there at those 200s. Let's see if we get there. 68.32, 68.33 last trade here in the S&P. We got London close came and went. NASDAQ continuing to push a little bit here, 25,158. Honestly, the NASDAQ kind of reminds me of gold last night. Gold had a pretty nice breakout during slow markets. last night, and it looked very similar to what I'm seeing in the NASDAQ chart right now. We're kind of pushing up against these highs, but in the last 30 minutes or so, we've been making higher lows. And then at one point, maybe we see this push through, but we'll see what happens here.
Come on, you can do it. You can do it.
What's Buzz Lightyear saying again?
Who's
To
Buzz
infinity.
Lightyear?
Who's Buzz Lightyear? This is
What's
what Ollie's
Buzz
talking about
Lightyear
in the
saying?
chat.
Oh, what is? I thought he was okay. Yes, to infinity and beyond.
Infinity and beyond. I think that's what the chat is looking for. I see John Ross looking for upside movement. A lot of people looking for longs here in the chat. Question is, are you in the trade? Are you actually long? Hopefully you're getting paid for it.
You know my feeling about that, Jay.
Yes, I do, Dobie.
Don't talk about it. Be it. Execute that feeling you have. You don't get money for typing a level in chat. Gotta take that trade.
68.84. Can we make new highs here? Take a look at oil. Oil selling off a little bit, $83.64. So that is, if that inverse correlation is still on right now, maybe that's supporting the equities trading higher here. Speaking of oil, we got some news on gas prices. If we can bring that in, gas prices have continued to rise across the U.S. Let's bring in that clip, Gabe. Going up.
Going up.
As of Tuesday morning, the average price of a gallon of gas was $3.54. A week ago, it was $3.11. There could be some relief on the horizon, though. Oil prices fell sharply after President Donald Trump signaled on Monday the conflict with Iran is nearing an end. If that decline holds or continues, prices at the pump should follow suit.
Gas prices going up. Not many things come down. Gas prices is one of those things, though, that does fluctuate. Prices of most things just continue to go up here. 25,155. I see differing opinions about gold in the chat. Some people saying gold's getting ready to sell off. Somebody else is long gold. Remember, whatever trade you take, know where your risk is. Oh, that long gold is long from 52.11s. You don't got a lot to worry about.
No, you do not. That's great. Nice patience holding it.
Everything is good in the world right now. That trade.
What I'm kind of
Rico, I
hoping
know you
to see is, yeah.
No, go ahead.
One thing I look for, if I try to find entry in a range like this, what I would expect or hope that happens is either ES or NQ makes a new high from the recent highs. So for NQ, it would be 25,180. And for ES, it would be 6,837. So usually, like, my trades based on the divergence is usually like if one of them makes either higher high or lower low and the other one doesn't, then it gives you really good understanding when you should get out of the trade, when the divergence doesn't exist anymore. So for example, if NQ makes a new high right now, then I would hold the NQ short as long as ES doesn't make the same high. And that's been a lot of times my entry model as well, to kind of find some story from the market that gives me idea to enter.
You know, it's funny. The question I was just going to ask you was about that. I hear you like making a lot of, references between the ES and the NASDAQ, right? If the ES is doing this, then I'll do this in the NASDAQ. Do you trade both of them, or do you only trade the NASDAQ but use the ES as a reference point?
I only trade NQ and I only trade MNQ. So most of my trading is done, I would say 1-2 micros, but I do look ES pretty much all the time when I'm trading NQ, because I feel like if you only look at NQ, you might get a little bit blind of finding some things that ES might show you. So the same, like sometimes they both break out from the orb, the 15-minute orb, and then only one of them kind of retests the orb, and then it continues the trend. And if you don't see them both simultaneously, you kind of are blind to those kind of retest, or same with VWAP as well. Sometimes only one of them retests the VWAP, and then if you only watch NQ and ES is doing it, you have no idea.
Good stuff. trader in the chat asking any setups. I just got here. We are looking at potential short at the upper extreme of the range right now. The equities have been stuck in this range for about an hour and 45 minutes here.
Yeah,
So
it's tightened up quite a bit, Jay.
yes, it has.
I mean,
Scouting some
like,
opportunities, but not too much yet.
I saw like a nice move, and I was like, "Oh, that's a good move right there." It was like 15 points.
Something happened.
It was like 15,
In
20
hindsight,
points. Yeah,
nothing happened.
Not a whole lot. No, we're chilling in this range, which you know, makes me feel good about a short if we can get up here. Let's see if we can go test the highs of the day here and sell off.
Yeah, I think we are right now quite close to possibly getting a setup here. Like we are close to the range highs. And let's see. I'm waiting right now either ES or NQ makes the new high, or we get to test those wave activation bands that I was talking earlier.
Yeah, it is
up near the 200s. Enrico, you said you normally don't trade during this time. Just reading through your bio a little bit here. From Estonia, you love to snowboard. Good snowboarding in Estonia? You have to travel for it?
No. It's the winter is really snowy here, and
Okay.
the only thing is we don't have mountains. They're more like slopes. So it's a small ride. It's 2 minutes up and then 30 seconds down. So you don't get to enjoy a lot.
Gotcha.
But I love traveling to countries like Austria, France, and getting a little longer rides there.
So let's see here. Crude is selling off a little bit, talking about the slopes. Crude is on a down slope right now, 83.33 last trade there. Low of the day, 82.81s. 82.81 low of the day in crude. So we're about 50 cents off of that right now, 60 cents off of it right now. Let's see if that inverse correlation keeps playing out. The equities are just stuck here in this range.
Mm-hmm.
It is very, very tight. What do you know, NASDAQ, that we don't? Someone knows something.
Someone knows something.
I don't like it when NASDAQ does the old 300 points up and then we range for 4 hours for 40 points. Yeah. That is a brutal trade.
Being quite happening quite often as well this year.
It's happened a couple times recently. I think it was like 2 weeks ago. It felt like every open was just zoom into the highs, and then I come on air at 11, and it's like a 30-point range. It's like, bro, we can't even. What are we doing? How are you gonna make a trade here? We'll see.
You have some. Go ahead, Dolby.
So we will see. I got nothing.
We will see.
Hanging out. He's got these offers in. You know, I want to buy 100s and I want to sell 200s.
I think we might get some opportunities perhaps when this hourly candle is closing. Like usually what I find in the markets is if you have super, I would say quiet market or range, then if we're gonna have some direction, then sometimes the best way to find entries is those hourly or 4-hourly openings or candle closes. Usually they are giving few extra wicks that doesn't translate into actual direction later, and that might be like, for example, the 4-hour candle close that we have 30 minutes after New York Open. I think that's usually gives really nice entries when the 4-hour is closing and new one is opening.
Yeah, we have a new 4-hour coming up in 15 minutes.
15 minutes. 15 minutes. Also in 15 minutes, we got group coaching coming up. That form is pinned to the top of the chat, so make sure you get your questions in there for group coaching. If you're wondering who's on group coaching today, I got the answer. That is going to be Hogue, Hoop, and Anne-Marie. There's that beautiful banner. Weekdays, 12 p.m. Central Time, group coaching form is pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you get your questions in there. We are being patient here, scouting for some potential opportunities, but just being patient.
Yeah, we are like 30 points away from me wanting to enter, and I will be open to build the position a little bit, maybe up to 3 micros, and then define my stop loss. I don't want to turn this day into red one.
No,
That's for
you don't,
sure.
and you don't have to. You don't have to.
Definitely not.
And you said it earlier, right? Your trades, they kind of have to scream at you like, "Hey, this is an obvious thing that the market is doing." So I want to give you a shout out for your patience here. You were talking about a short in the green room that would have played out. You didn't take it, and now we're not just fabricating a trade idea here, just for the sake of entertainment. Talk about the markets, but if there's no trade, there's no trade.
Exactly.
Decent pullback here, 25,138. Last trade in the NASDAQ.
For me, it's for this week. It's if you remember my last time, I still have the green streak going, and honestly,
Yes.
I feel like the more I go into it, the more it's psychologically working against me. So
Still in it?
yeah, I checked Topstep dashboard. It's 76 trading days, and since 7th of November, still not
What?
a red day.
Damn, bro, what?
76 trading days
with no losers?
Yeah,
not
so
losing
I
day? Whoa,
put
look
this
at
call as
this. Holy shit, bro.
yeah. This is so my only red day was 7th of November, but if I go on to Topstep to show you this as well, let me show you. So I have 3 accounts. I haven't had red days since 7th of November on those accounts, and if I go into account, then if I choose those 2 accounts which are following the leader account, they don't even have the 7th of November red day, so it's only green for it's 4.5 months now.
Dude,
So yeah, I started them
going
like
for Delesh's record of 99 days. No pressure. Anyways,
don't put this into my
no pressure, no pressure at all, no pressure at all. Hey, so what I want to say is what I really love about that is that there are winning days on that calendar that are less than $150, and that's extremely hard to do, right? Because everyone has the target of, oh, if it's a winning day, I get to, it counts as a payout day. Are you taking payouts from these accounts as well, Rico, or are you just kind of building a balance?
Yeah. So I started this. The only thing I would say about the screen calendar, I see how it's working against me in terms of the profits I'm making monthly. So if I go onto November, I made 4.2 per one account, and then it was almost 5 in December. And at that time, I didn't have any plan to actually keep the green streak going or have this green calendar just for the sake of it. And I would say January was really me pushing it. I was like, oh, let's do another month. And then February was, I would say, I was more focusing on the trades again. And now in March, I'm a little bit sending it a little bit more aggressively. I'm going in with 3 micros instead of 1 micro because I'm like, I don't want to have this green calendar in my head and focus on keeping it green. I'd rather lose my own, like lose a good setup, take the red day and move forward. But yeah, I've taken 3 payouts, total 30K since the beginning of that run. And yeah, just took last week, last one.
Amazing, amazing, man. That is discipline, and like you said, right, it starts to get in your head a little bit. I started the year with I think it was a 26-day winning streak, and I'll tell you how mine ended. It was an accident. I had a trailing personal daily loss limit set because I was, trading pretty well, and then didn't want to give back P&L highs. So I had it set from a prior session where I had a really good day, gave back $400, and then I started the next session with that trailing personal daily loss limit set, lost $400 on the first trade, and then I was locked out, right? So it was just the first trade of the day happened to be a loser. But I will say the pressure of having to keep that winning streak was alleviated. Brad Sims remembers that, right? Yeah, Brad, not my finest moment, but it just happened, right? And then it alleviates that pressure where, okay, now I can just focus on trading again. So, will it break eventually? Maybe, right? We don't hope that it does, but I think the way you sound now, Henrico, and the way you approach your trading, I would almost imagine that whatever that losing day is going to be, it's going to be measured and, won't be a big deal.
So in terms of the first red day, I allowed myself that if it happens, I'm okay losing 1,000. And I wouldn't normally encourage that because my account size, it doesn't make sense to lose 1,000 in a day. But my logic behind it is, since I haven't had any red days for so many months, I can kind of divide the 1,000 into those months. Plus, I have had taken quite a few payouts. So for me, it kind of makes sense that if the first red day happen, I will fight until it's minus 1,000, and then I will close it. Like, that's my logic behind it. Otherwise, as a risk management, I don't recommend anyone losing 1,000 on a smaller XFA.
Makes sense. There is a game plan for sure. That is a game plan for sure.
Also like that your winning days are relatively consistent. Like, you don't have a ton of variance. It's like a couple $100 here and there. And then, your
Yeah.
monthly P&L is, $5,000. And it's like, damn, it really does add up over the month. You just got to be able to hang in there and stay in the account.
Yeah, and if you look at my calendar as well, like the last time I had 1,000 day where my BNL was more than 1K was in December. So again, it was correlated from the fact that I wasn't kind of playing it for the calendar, and I was more playing it for the payout. My first payout was probably like a week later. And then after the payout, I really relaxed. I would say I was more relaxed to trade. I was more relaxed to take my setups because you kind of had the pressure off that, hey, I paid myself. Now it's fine to take it a little bit more easily. And then at some point I was like, this thing is getting a little bit ridiculous. Like, it's kind of affecting my executions. And since I have my YouTube channel, I'm live streaming and so on, I feel a little bit pressure as well that I don't want to be known as the guy who had a green streak. I want to be known as the guy who follows its rules, trades in a super boring way, and has a nice risk management. Like, I don't want to really have that kind of image that only for the green streak.
Watch oil here. New lows in oil 82.53, 82.44. Oil is getting smoked right now. Watch these equities. Maybe they pop here. 82.30 new low of the day in oil. We are on headline watch.
Like a news moment a little bit.
It does. Yes, it does. You're saying it right at the top of the hour. We might see some volatility. We got 7 minutes before the top of the hour here. Oil selling off, equities popping a little bit, 25,169. You get any fills on those offers up there, Dolby?
No, we're looking for
close to
180s and above.
180s.
We want to see like this kind of stretch into new highs because NASDAQ loves running the range and then getting back in again. But it's
like
sellers are already coming back a little bit and keeping this down. It's going to take some volume to push this thing through.
Yes, it is.
No, it's been a very, very tight range. I mean, it's almost like a Dorito sort of range. Higher lows, lower highs. It's even hard to range trade because it's, just coming a couple ticks short of wherever anyone would want to get long or short. Can't quite get to the extremes, just hanging out in the middle. Not a lot of edge here.
We got a 600 lot here in the S&P. It just moved down. It was at 68.30s. They moved it down to 68.2875. Below the market this time. We've been seeing a bunch of these orders above the market recently, but this one is below. So does that act as support to continue to push this market up? Are buyers buying in front of it? What happens with this order? We will have to wait and see. Find out.
Super interested to see as well. Like, I'm always keeping an eye on RSI as well. I don't check RSI in terms of whether it's overbought or oversold. I usually don't really care. I rather look if there is any divergences. So meaning, like kind of what I'm seeing is it's 5 minutes, so it's not as important as 1 minute or 15 minutes. But I'm kind of seeing this where the RSI is making lower highs and price looks like it wants to maybe make higher high. And usually I use those RSI divergences also to kind of spot potential reversals and understand where the market is not the RSI is not showing what the market is showing.
We got some size here in the NASDAQ as well. 25-130s. It's at least a 500 lot there. We got to get going into a break here, but Henrico, shout out to the win streak, man. Over 70 days in those accounts. Again, if it ends, it ends. But you are a great trader, my friend. So nice job. I'm sure we're gonna get you back on. No trades, but sometimes no trading is trading, right? No trade is a trade. So really nice job there. Anything you want to say before we head out?
No, I will say thank you for, or I will say shout out to my girlfriend and all my friends in my community who are watching this stream. I hope to be back soon here and hopefully find trades here as well. And yeah, super happy to be here.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. There'll be time. We'll see you back for Power Hour. We got group coaching coming up here in just a minute. That is going to be Hogue, Coach Hoop, and Anne Marie. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. We appreciate you all being here. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to group coaching. Hopefully, you got your ham sandwich and your glass of milk. We've got two wonderful people, well, three, I guess, including me.
Yes,
but in the middle there,
definitely.
we have
Include yourself.
we have the
right.
lovely and talented Anne Marie, and next to Anne Marie, we have the lovely and talented Coach Hoop. Good afternoon, Anne Marie. How are you this morning? Afternoon, whatever it is.
Yeah, I know, right? The time change is just makes us all loopy. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I have, like, yesterday I was in here and I thought, these guys should stall out at about this 67.41 area. And man, it just took off like a rocket ship into that, news of the war being over. And and they are really, really holding it. They're holding it pretty well. My suspicion was that we would have a noisy day today. And from a seasonality perspective, that's sort of what it says. But when you go to an individual day and you use seasonality, the tails get kind of fat because you just can't make it that exact. But yesterday's big bounce up and today's sideways pressure looks normal. It looks normal. This morning I had, I do consider it an honor to be part of Topstep's Discord. Certainly, I hope most of us in here that are listening to Topstep TV are on the Discord because all the coaches do such a great job in there. And this morning we did a session and we were talking about times and just staring down the market. And I think it was really good for a lot of us just to keep us in between the lines, because I need to have the horse blinders, right? If I was a horse, I'd need to have blinders on all the time because I'd be looking all over the place, just too much to look
Need some
at.
blinders and Crude right now.
Yeah.
We're getting ready to bust 80.
Yeah, so let's
Yeah. I got to ask you, Anne Marie.
Don't say it,
You said
Hogue.
67.
Yes, go ahead.
No, you said
You
67.41.
called
You called
this
that as kind of
morning.
I know I did. I know. But hey, that's all right.
man.
You know, we put the orders in. We just didn't get filled on it, and
it
that's the way
happens.
the ball bounces sometimes, right?
Yeah, 100%.
What were you saying, my love?
Anne Marie, you mentioned 67.41. Yeah, and now
Yes.
that was a day that was a level that you called out yesterday morning, correct?
Yes, I said that. I felt like that would be the top of the range.
Was it settlement up there that was kind of calling that, or?
So what I tend to look at is, and this is really what we were kind of talking about this morning, I tend to
'Cause that
look
was
at,
originally the high of the session.
yeah, so I tend to look at the open of the 330 candlestick. That number, it shows itself out a lot. I don't know why, but I like to look at the top and I'll give it some squishy bits. And so it also, it sat right in the middle of all of this noise and,
That was Friday's range, right?
So I just said, yeah, exactly. That's why I did it.
Good call, because originally that was the high until that news came out.
Yeah,
and that
exactly.
67.41
Yeah, kaboom.
became the line in the sand for me to be long today, and we missed our first long, but we did catch a continuation move, after the initial balance was established. But good call on that. Yeah, crude. My goodness.
Okay, so let's do this. So
There's so much garbage underneath here as far as structure is concerned. There's so many naked points of control. Session gaps. There's just all kinds of leftover business to do down here. And I had a feeling that if things were starting to level out overseas, we would make quick order of that, and certainly seems like we're doing that to some degree today. Whoopee.
So,
and
sorry,
I had
Go
just
ahead.
forgotten how I missed that trade, and and you reminded me.
Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah, sorry, man. That's what friends are for, right? We're good to remind you. $5 higher when you wanted to short. We're great at that, We're great at that.
And how are you today?
Doing good. Working on some. I'm a scalper, so I have to be. I almost got caught touching the stove a little bit with crude yesterday. So the market is just, Hogan. That's the first time I've seen it lock like that.
Yeah.
Jack said something about it earlier. We've seen gold go into, velocity, and we've seen crude all in the same year. So, when we say ACH, it's the truth over 30 plus years being around the market. Just when I think I've seen everything, the market will throw you, gold or crude. And, the difference is you have, a stopping barrier. If you're on the floor and the market goes limit and you're stuck, you're kind of stuck. You can go to the option market and try and hedge off, what you're doing. But, it was a
locking in a
time
loss
like,
doing
once
that.
again, we all get caught, like a deer in headlights, right, Hogue? Market goes too fast, you got caught, and you're standing that guy next to you. You're like, holy crap, I'm stuck. And, it's not a great feeling.
Somebody let me out. Somebody let me out.
Yeah, exactly.
That is a terrible feeling.
Mhm.
We can only laugh about it because we're not there right this minute.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Well, never lose your sense of humor.
Yeah.
Nope.
ACH is true. I never thought I'd see crude oil trading under zero, which that we've seen in our lifetime. That was
friggin'
new to me.
bananas.
Yeah.
That was
That was crazy.
insane.
So
But now
anything
crude
you
just
see in the
falling
WASI?
back. It was really neutral. I really don't think the grains are going to move a whole hell of a lot until planting intentions at the end of the month, Hogue. You're trading off crop. There's a lot of supply right now. South America had a bumper crop. We have a lot. So really to move the needle on, the product that's going to go in the ground in the next, couple months, until you start seeing some planning intentions, you're probably not going to, you're going to be pretty much tied to what the cash is doing right now. So I kind of like to fade the number, but once again, this is just trading. I was trading gold today, and gold, I've become pretty decent at reading it. So I kind of staying away from crude because it's just, even with micros, it's just $8 ranges and stuff. It's very hard to manage risk inside there right now. So
New highs here in the S&P and at least in the S&Ps. NASDAQ almost within a point of a new session high here. So
Let the roll
let's see
begin.
what we got here going. Gold again. Yeah.
Respect
All right.
the rollover.
Yeah. Next Tuesday, switch day for equities. Probably right around then for currencies as well. I don't usually watch those as closely, but we will keep an eye on, and you will know on Topstep X that the contract has moved when it moves. Let's do a little housekeeping here. We've got our live leaders. Let's take another look at those, and we got a very special guest at the top of that. Braden, we all know and love Braden C of Topstep TV.
Awesome.
He's up 16,195 right now. One of our favorites on fast markets, of course. This is a 150K live funded account, and been trading gold, ES, NASDAQ, crude, and micro silver.
Wow.
This is 207 days in his live funded account.
Oh my gosh.
Coming
That's
around to a whole
fantastic.
year.
Yeah.
Fantastic, right? He's, of course, eligible for daily payouts. His best day in this live funded account is 15,700. Well, until today, as long as you keep that, Braden. Anytime you put up a new best all-time best trading day, just keep it. Move that bar up. And his average winning day is $2,882. Braden is quite an excellent trader. Great job, Braden. We've got Ching Cheng up 15,924. Zach 14,980. We got Justin W up 14,648. And Guy B up 12,000, let's just call it 300. All of them really tightly packed here this morning as far as these P&Ls are concerned, between 16 and 12,000. Great trading. Pro ball stuff. Live funded accounts. Great trading. Right. So we do have a few questions. And they keep coming in, and we certainly do appreciate all your questions, and we try to get to all of them. If we can't, hopefully you're here every day, because when we do, we can kind of go back and look at some of the ones that we've missed. Let's start here at the top of today's list. This one is kind of specific for me, but Anne Marie and the Hoop, I'd like to hear your comments as well. He's JJH is asking if I could complain why I was thinking long the NQ and the ES before the start of the session today, and absolutely one of the things that I look at, it's based off of market profile, but you can see this in volume profile or on any 30-minute chart. One of the things that we saw yesterday was on the daily chart, we saw excess. Auctions die in excess. Price was too far to one side. Buyers took over and left a long wick at the bottom of this daily bar. And that daily bar was up against some previous areas where we had seen buyers coming in. We also had weekly kickoff low, which was in the area and was never touched during regular trading hours. Now, Anne Marie was looking at 67.41 as the high for a potential move back to the upside in the S&Ps, and it was initially the high of the session until some news came out, and that changed pretty much everything. As when that news came out, we saw a whole bunch of volume come in, and we closed above that previous session high, which creates what we call in profile land a late spike. Now, it's a little bit early, but when we have a late spike, it's when price leaves the day session range right at the end of the day and closes outside of it. Okay, so the market was in a range, it broke out and closed outside of it. That creates the late spike. The late spike then when the market closes and the volume dries up, there's no time for the market to prove or to accept pricing at higher levels. So we look to the open on the previous on the subsequent regular trading hour session, which we did see that the market opened in the late spike above the base of the late spike, but through time telling us that the market is attempting to accept higher pricing. So in that case, JJH, I'm already making a hypothesis that is saying that the value from today will be either outright higher the previous day's value or at the very least overlapping to higher. So if I know where value is going and I think, all right, well, the market opened above the base of the late spike, in the late spike, but still above the base of it, and as long as I don't see meaningful selling below the base of that late spike, I'm looking for opportunities for longs. So if you were here during fast markets, you heard me say my dream trade today would be if the market were to set the initial balance, look below the initial balance low, leave me a nice little failed downside auction, and bam, there's my entry. I'm in, and then we see what happens. But the market never gave me that opportunity. Matter of fact, Andre was saying, well, what if we don't have a failed downside? What if this is the low? And it was right near the lows. I should have said, you know what, Andre, you're right. We're right up against last night's lows as well. So you could have used last night's lows as a potential area to limit risk on that trade. It was a cheap trade all the way around. I was just demanding what I wanted from the market, which was the failed downside auction, which it failed to tell me, failed to give it to me. So the nuance of the base of the late spike being below price, indicating probable acceptance of higher pricing, and oh, look what the market's doing now. It's continuing to push to the upside. Now, Anne Marie, you probably have a whole other set of reasons why you would have believed price would continue higher today. Do you have that?
Yeah. I didn't stay below the opening 30-minute candlestick from the Globex at really for much of any of the motion, right? As soon as the market began trading, it held the low of the Globex candlestick, the first 30 minutes of the Globex, which is the one, I look at all the time. And I usually clone it. So the top end target is now 68.52. And so it looks like it's running right into that range, but it stopped at 1x. I took this range and I replicated it. I cloned it, put it on top of it. It stayed there for, look at that, 2 hours in the overnight, and then 2.5 hours here, and now it's breaking out again. So my next target would be 68.52. So yeah, I mean, I tend to look at those price levels and those opening boxes because, we've almost run to a 23-hour trading day, no matter what instrument we're looking at in the future space, right? Whether it's oil or gold or whatever, we just seem to be trading it all the time. So as soon as it opens up, I'm going to look at those first 30 minutes and see who positions and how strongly they position.
Well, we've got the S&P and the NASDAQ putting in new highs as we speak. And we've got crude oil putting in new lows. Man, when I said it was going to make fast business of all of that weakness and structure down below, I didn't know how right I was going to be.
Yep.
Crude's like that, Hogue. 30 years of trading. When once again, when this is what I said a couple weeks ago, Anne Marie, when I said like premium built into it. And it's probably not the exact term, but when all this news and, the fundamental structure of that market is still a lot of supply, but I get it. All those things, the Strait of Hormuz, if it gets clogged up and then they just came across that they escorted a ship through there, no problem, the U.S. So there's all this angst that gets built into that market, but it's like over the years of watching it it's like a balloon getting popped when it starts to unwind, Hogue. That's the difference of kind of almost like gold a little bit, where it just seems like once sellers get a hold of it, we're just gonna, like here on my chart, I haven't looked at that range that we were stuck in forever.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, as we start to break down, here comes the target, right? Yeah, it's just one of those markets when it starts to go,
It's a
and once
gusher.
again, it is. It's a gusher, and there's a lot of supply. And if everything gets, kind of shored up over there were some reports that came out about, it was funny. I was reading a report before we came on from the energy department saying, we look at crude prices to be, higher in 2026 being 75, 76. And I'm like, well, we're at 88. So what does that mean? Well, now we're at 76 right now as I speak. So, that's why I say it is and it's going, wow. Be careful. Be careful in there right now.
All right. I'm just fascinated watching this crude oil.
I know. It is amazing.
Wishing I was on the ride, but that's all right.
I know.
We'll get to
Can
that one.
I ask you
I
guys?
hate it when that happens. Yeah.
As two veteran traders here, and I'm curious about this because we all get wrapped up in this, and the markets are very negative correlated right now. Do you watch that, Anne-Marie? In other words, equities strengthen and crude dumps, and then equities. Do you trade off of that?
You remember the days when that was the trade? Long
100% I
ES,
do.
short oil, long
Mhm.
oil, short the ES. And then somewhere along the line it broke. And the theory was, hey, well, oil's so cheap now, it's not really affecting inputs and yada, yada, yada. And so I remember those days. And actually, I was thinking to myself, wow, I wonder if we're headed back to long oil, short the equities. And so I have been watching it. And I have intraday, it has helped me time a few shorts. And so I'm not denying that it's there to be watched for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm trying to think of when that correlation was most useful and what period of time it was and what the economic situation was like. With crude oil at $120, I think that was, putting a lot of pressure on equities because it was going to be inflationary and it was going to push rates higher for longer. And with the employment information that's been coming out recently, employment's been soft, inflation's been sticky, and expensive crude oil is just going to make inflation stickier.
Worse. Yeah.
So
there used to be a really good correlation of bonds and oil. If bonds would rally, crude would go down, and they'd be a vice versa.
Or
a lot
the
of
dollar
times
too. Yep.
Yeah, the dollar was another one. Yeah. So, but the correlation right now is pretty split. It's pretty fascinating.
And it, as somebody as we kind of mentioned in chat here, it probably has a lot to do with anytime that there's any kind of skirmish in the Middle East where, availability to crude is in question, that probably has at least something to do with it. Great question, though. Great thought.
Yep.
Our good friend Shubham has a couple of questions. And so he said he's been trading his XFA account since September. Good job. Good job, Shubham. Absolutely. And it's been fairly consistent with this process. I trade most every day, follow his DLL, and keep my size small, usually no more than 3 micros for MES or MNQ. I've already taken out payout, so I know the system can work. I've also been trading for about 6 years now, and recently I've noticed a similar break-even pattern appearing in both US and Indian markets. However, lately my PNL feels stuck in a loop. I'm not losing large amounts, but I'm also not progressing. For example, if I have a losing day, I often make it back the next day. If I make some profit, I tend to give part of it back shortly thereafter. So the equity curve is basically moving sideways. One thing I've noticed is that my trade location is usually good, but my hesitation sometimes affects my execution. For traders who reach this stage where losses are controlled but growth stalls, what usually needs to change or to change to break out of this plateau? So he's not losing money, just maybe not making money. I know we've all experienced this.
Yep.
Oop, what do you think? What would you tell Shubham about this situation? Kind of a
Yeah, from my
sideways equity curve.
perspective, it's probably not letting the winners run. Is for me, and that's a scalper talking. If I get good trade location, I get caught trading the P&L probably a little bit too much. Like, oh, it's kind of close. Once again, I know it's a 10% rule. It was funny yesterday, trading with the guys. I had a really good. I never put TPs in more often than not. I trail a stop just like you guys do. And sure as hell enough, yesterday, I thought it was going to be a range trade, so I put a TP up there. Well, it took the TP and it went another $8. So I think if you have good trade location, managing, and we've talked about managing that trade, once you have good trade location, is a lot of times, like Tom Hugard says, it feels good. I'm taking it off because I feel better, no more pain, or I'm making profit. So I usually, from my perspective, is it's not letting the winner. You used to say breathe. I'd call it. You don't let it run a little bit, and you just want to take it off. So that would be more of where I would think some people would struggle. Is that they're up $75, they're up $100, take it off. Well, what if your target's way higher? Well, I'm going to watch the P&L. So that'd be my guess. And Shubham's one of my VIPs, so nobody works harder at figuring it out. So my guess, Shubham, is that might be caught trading the P&L a little bit too much. So if you get the good winner, let it breathe, let it run a little bit, and trail behind it. So that's my guess.
That's great advice.
One of the first things we have to do is as traders is learn how to stop losing, and then then you got to figure out how to make money. Anne Marie, what are your thoughts on this?
You know what I love about thoughtful people like Shubham is that he probably knows the answer already. He just hasn't sat down and written the thoughts out. If I were coaching myself, if I were teaching someone else, what would I do? And then, of course, I have to plug Coach Robert's tool that he made for Topstep, the Chat GPT. You can plug your stuff in there and ask Chat, hey, what could I do better to increase my winning, the amount that I win or my winning ratio? And Chat comes back with a number of amazing things that you can, again, think through and talk through. So, I can't imagine it wouldn't be what Hoop said. But if there was something little in there that was different, then, talk it out as if you were teaching someone like you that was struggling with the same issues you were struggling with, or pop it into that chat tool. I will find that chat tool unless somebody in the back can find it for me and pop it in the box there, it's so useful. So many people never know that it's there. And then once they find out it's there, they're like, what? And it'll tell me exactly what I'm doing. Yes, I don't know. I think it's a little bit like voodoo in there. But you can just throw in raw data and it'll say, you're chasing trades. This is the time period you shouldn't trade. You're jumping into XYZ, and it goes through there are so many people that have DM'd me on Discord and said, I'm so glad you showed me that tool because it's given me so much good advice about following systematic, orderly rules. So hat tip to Robert, and go in there and check it out. It really is a good helping hand, a coach that's there for you 24 hours a day.
It's almost like you would say, where have you been my whole life? Plug your stuff in, see what it has to say.
Exactly. Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
I guarantee you, Chat
Well-
GPT is more G-rated than I am in my journal to myself. I guarantee you.
No, I'm certain. I am certain. Oh, look, we got our
Well,
6850, and now we ought to rotate.
There we go. Yeah,
We ought to
we got
rotate.
a little bit of a pullback now.
Let's see.
Unbelievable.
I know. Bananas.
Shubham, with regards to what Hoop was saying, it's almost like when you get to a point, you feel like you're picking up quarters in front of a steamroller. You're getting good trade locations, and you're finding good trades, and you're managing risk, but you're taking profits. Maybe just take profits. Maybe you're focusing on the P&L. There's all different kinds of reasons to do that. But I don't know if this is going to help you. But I used to use this little story to talk about how people can start to kind of expand on being able to recognize when they have a bigger opportunity, or at least giving the opportunity to have a bigger trade a chance. Now, there's good and bad to this, because you're gonna hit a home run, or you're gonna hit a grand slam, and then we start to think that every trade that we're taking is going to be a grand slam, and that's not the case. You've got to be able to recognize when it's see money, take money. But Shubham, if you were walking down the sidewalk and to pass me, you had to pass by a $5 bill that's sitting right in front of me and pay me $20, and then half of every time you pay me that $20, there's going to be a 50 further down the sidewalk. So you either have to you can pick up the $5 to go past me, or you can pay me $20 to have a 50-50 shot at the 50 that's further down the road. Which are you going to do?
Yeah.
You're going to make more money if you pay me the 20 and take your chance at the 50 further down the sidewalk.
It's a great analogy.
So
Yep.
sometimes it's as simple as stepping
Great
over the
analogy.
5 to look for the 50 further down the street. Everything's context. Nothing works every time, and when you do get the right answer, Shubham, the market's going to change the questions. But consider that. You don't want to be picking up quarters in front of steamrollers. But most thing that I'm happiest for you and that I'm most proud of for you is the fact that you've been in that XFA for quite a long
That's
time, and you've
incredible.
been maintaining it. And that's
That's
for
incredible.
any coach, Hoop, great job. For any coach, their goal should be to have you in an account and maintain that account for a very, very long period of time. Nobody's capable of making millionaires. We are capable of getting you to the point where you can put yourself in the situation where you can become a better trader and maybe get to those goals. Hope that helps.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's
Norman
put in all
has
the work.
pardon me, who?
He's put in the work. Coaches are just
Yeah.
there to guide, but as a player, and he's put in the work. So just glad to, as coaches, we're just always glad to share in the journey, right? And so, and see
Yes,
people.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Speaking of coaches, Noman doesn't have a question, but wanted to thank you, Anne Marie, and Dee and Gabe, if they're listening now, for their advice and thoughts yesterday to his question about how to handle trading when you need it to work or use it to get out of debt. It gave me some additional things to think about and reevaluate my goals, expectations with trading. So sounds like Norman is counting on
Glad to
making money
hear.
trading, and yeah. So he just said to say thank you for the advice you gave yesterday.
Much appreciated.
So I'm not quite sure how to kind of put this question out here, so I'm just going to say it. Roy is asking, what tools are out there to help me with my trading? I would like to see the orders pending and maybe the icebergs you mentioned sometimes. So Roy, orders pending, I mean, you can get level 2 data on Topstep X. You go onto your dashboard, and I think it's under add-ons. The
Add-ons.
exchange charges about $35 a month for level 2 data, and that's where you're going to be able to see all those bids and offers up and down the dome. You will not be able to see the stops, but being able to recognize iceberg orders is a little bit more complicated than that. You either have to be very good at reading the dome, or there are other tools out there that can help you to kind of recognize when you are seeing um, um, possible
Bookmap.
icebergs.
Yeah.
Footprint
Bookmap.
charts can be
Yeah.
helpful for that. Bookmap can be helpful for that. You guys have any other suggestions for Roy? Anne Marie, we'll start with you.
I don't. I think, the typical ones of Bookmap. And of course, if you have Motive Wave, they have it on there. That's part of, you don't pay anything extra. It just comes up in the order book. So if you're looking to circumvent a little bit of price all the time, that might be something that you might want to try. But certainly Bookmap is the most famous of all of them.
Yeah, there's
some-
several out there. But the question is, what do you do with it?
Exactly.
That
was I was going to say.
Yeah, I mean, Bookmap, and there's a lot of ones that organize it, like Market Profile. So, Hogue, it's been something you've used forever. I've sat in, a Dalton seminar, and he didn't talk about profile, but he references it, right? So it's information to me that gets organized, and how you, like when Dalton talks about it, he talks about it, obviously he's been looking at it forever, but it's one of those things where to him, it just gives him, to some people, it gives them just maybe an idea of where market flow is going. One thing, I think I learned a little bit from watching, with you, Hogue, and with him, is that I'm a guy who's so been price focused. And when you talk to market profile guys, they're all about structure. And so putting that together between the two, getting some structure and seeing what's going on with that volume. Yeah, once you get that balance of the two and how you look at it, then the light bulb goes on. So that's why I love listening to profile guys, even though I don't use it. But it's the way how market structure, you can kind of work with the order flow inside of the ladder or Bookmap or any of them.
And I mean, to some degree, I think, Hoop, you can see some of that in volume profile, but there's a lot of detail that market profile provides that
Right.
the volume profile kind of misses out on a little bit. And yeah, you can actually add Quantower to a Topstep X account, and that has market profile, it has delta, it has all that on there. So that is certainly usable. Great question. And Roy, I hope that helps. But when there are so many tools out there, and some of them are going to help you and some of them are not. It just takes
Yeah.
kind of going through and seeing what speaks to you. And not overdoing it. You get too many things going on.
Exactly.
You kind of fall into, what is it, paralysis by analysis. Hopefully, we give you a couple of ideas. Fat Elvis is asking, if you could buy one guitar from the Earsay collection, which one would it be? I don't know. I haven't looked through the Earsay collection yet. It's a good question. It would probably be something old and something acoustic, but I'll check that out. We'll see. So China Pug, hello China Pug. China Pug, we see in chat quite often. Great, thanks for sending in the question. China Pug is considering a new rule for equities. Only longs above the New York Open VWAP and only shorts below the New York Open VWAP. What do you think? Anne Marie, I see you smiling.
Love to say
like,
I would say on a trending day, nothing wrong with that. On a trending day. On a day that's not trending, be prepared to lose a lot, especially if you don't have good trade location.
Right.
Remember, it's not so much location of that VWAP, but slope of that VWAP. The slope of the VWAP is more important than its location in general, because the slope gives you directional drift, whereas the location just gives you a point in time. And so what I see people misusing the VWAP, they misuse it in that way of saying, hey, above it, I'm long. Hey, below it, I'm short. Well, what if you've had an explosive move and the price action is now, 2.5% above that VWAP? You're still going to go long? That's you have to think about things contextually, and you want to make things simple, but not simpler than they need to be. And if you say above, I'm going long, below, I'm going short, that's too much simplicity for most days. Now, for days that are sharply trending, Bob's your uncle. You got it. But for other days, which make about 70% of them, that's tricky sailing. So you want to make sure that your slope is telling you the information that gives you the directional motion in your trade, if that makes sense.
Makes complete sense, and I wasn't aware that VWAP abuse was an issue.
It is.
What if VWAP is absolutely flat? What are you going to do? You're going to go long above, short below? You're probably going to go long above, short below, long above, short below, long above, short below, long above, short below, until you run out of money.
And get shredded.
Exactly.
And get shredded.
Yeah, you will get shredded that way. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. I mean, if you look at my crude chart right now, if you attach VWAP to the open, long above, short below, long above, you would have got absolutely I mean, you might have
Destroyed.
made some, like Anne-Marie said, if you didn't have good trade location, you would have got as
Wrecked.
fast as that market's moving. Yeah. So, and that's one thing I learned, Anne-Marie. Yeah, you and Brian Shannon did a video a long time ago, and I just remember I used to say it was a line in the sand, but I'm like, after listening to Jay talk about it more and just listen to guys like it's the angle, like you said, it's that angle when it starts to point, like here when it starts to really slope down. That's just telling you it's got a little more momentum going with
Yeah,
it. Whereas
exactly.
if you catch it in this middle, you are just going to get
Yeah.
I traded it early on that way and learned that the hard way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Wonderful answers. And yes, China Pug, it's all about context.
Yes.
What is the
Don't abuse your
context
VWAP.
and how can you
Yeah.
use that tool to limit your risk? Because that's really the job. It's to limit risk.
Yeah.
And, you know, sometimes all roads lead to VWAP instead of away from it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Alfred is saying, sometimes I get suckered into chasing momentum. Oh, don't we all?
Don't we all?
What are
Yes.
what are some things to look for to understand if momentum will stop shortly after breaking out, or if it will continue, and how to trade it without giving up good trade location? It's a loaded question here,
I
Alfred.
know.
Give
It's got so many
gonna give
layers.
everybody a shot.
How much time do we have?
Give
Wait a
everybody-
minute. We're going to need more time.
All right, Hoop, you go with this one.
You know, if I have a post-it note up sitting on my left screen that says "Don't fight a directional market," you know, this is kind of a good one here. Like looking at crude, and I guarantee you, if my at the buzzer guys talk about this in crude today, and there's still a lot of time left in the day, but you know, momentum is going down. You know, I think Anne-Marie, you know, we tend to be a little reversion to the mean at certain points. We look for exhaustion. Leaning into, I think it's easier to lean into a directional market like with equities. But like here, when crude starts to lose its momentum, I'm just going to wait to see if the candle and the volume give me the clue that maybe that was, you know, the event, that maybe the directions, you know, is slowing down or stopping. You know, we've talked about cavemanning or running into a directional market when it starts to go. Man, this morning was perfect example, Hogan. ES, you were talking to Andre and you were talking about, oh, we're going to swipe the lows. No, we're not. We literally got within a handle, and then it was just so you could have been short, fading that, thinking, okay, we're going to swipe the lows and we're going to do that, and all of a sudden we stopped and then rallied 30 handles. So, yeah. But for me, I'm, you know, I would say here, like the angle of VWAP, I might plow into a short. But more often than not, I'm going to look more for an exhaustion area and then maybe look for a retracement, maybe get back in. But I think it's a little bit different depending on what market I'm trading as well. Because when like the equities get in zombie mode, they give you very little chances to get in that direction. So I think it's a little bit, you got to be a little bit dynamic in terms of what market and, you know, like Anne-Marie said, you know, what's the momentum?
And it takes practice. Takes practice for sure. Anne-Marie, what would you say?
You know, again, being a little bit of a simpleton, my question is always, okay, so the traders are right here. What are they trying to do? And who is trying with the most force, right? It's sort of that, you say it all the time, Hope. It's something that Dalton says about what is the market trying to accomplish and how well are they
How
doing?
good of it, yeah.
Yeah, how good of a job are they doing at that? I literally look at that with every single candlestick formation with the group of them together. Okay, well, they're not buying above here and they're not selling below there. So what are they doing? They're building inventory because they don't want to let go of their inventory because then it'll be flat, right? Because they're either buying to sell higher or selling to buy cheaper. And so I tend to look at that more than anything. And here's the thing, trend is master and commander. It doesn't matter what your momentum is doing. Trend is going to win that battle. And so if your momentum is moving up while your trend is moving down and you see prices going up, you know they're hunting resistance. So pay attention if you're saying, okay, they're hunting resistance. Do I want to trade into resistance or do I want resistance to confirm so I can take a short? Do more observation than just looking. Looking is mindlessly staring at the terrain. Observing is, what are these folks trying to do? And put yourself in the game so that you can see how the players are reacting in a better way. Or at least this is what I do in order to keep myself on the right side of the trade, because otherwise I'm just doing, well, I think it's going to do this. But, you know, the market doesn't really care what I think. So it does what it does. And so I just start looking at, well, what do they want to do? And how is that meaningful to what I am thinking about? And if I take this trade, what will happen to confirm that I'm right? And what will happen to confirm that I'm wrong?
I love that you just said that. Like looking is one thing, observing is another. Like looking is like sticking a book under your pillow and expecting to have it read by the morning.
Exactly.
Exactly. I tell people, if people are staring at the charts for 10,000 hours, they think they're going to become an expert if they just look at them, but you actually have to engage and learn, and you do things every day to improve your ability to see what's going on. I love that. Hey, I'm going to stick this book under my pillow. And Alfred, there were two momentum trades. There was one yesterday that we looked at. It was right at, I think it was at the end of fast markets. So that was not 10:30, 11 o'clock coming into this area. And the initial balance high was right around here at 67.17. And as we were kind of getting ready to get out of fast markets, and I think it was about 10 o'clock, 10:30, I said, oh, wait. No, here it is. There's the IB high. So it was right just under 66.94. And as the market closed at that 10:30 and started the next, I started watching the dome, because when we see continuation above a specific level, it doesn't have to be an IB level. It could be a trend line. It could be a line that you've got on your chart because you see highs and lows there, anything like that. What you're looking for is tempo. And Dalton talks about this all the time. You have to be always thinking about learning and sensing more and more about the tempo of the market, because the tempo of a breakout or a momentum trade is going to be greater than anything that you're going to want to fade. So yesterday we looked at the market and I said, you know what? I looked at the dome. I said, there's a lot of eyeballs on this. There's a lot of orders being placed and canceled, and price was moving rather robustly, maybe not directionally yet, but it looked like a robust dome. And that robust dome is going to look different for every market, and in the same market in certain situations. So it is something that takes time and observation to learn about. The same thing happened today. Here's the initial balance high. I wanted to buy a failed downside auction, which we didn't get, but I took a momentum trade to the long side because we broke above the initial balance high. And I looked at the dome and I said, there's a lot of people looking at this. The tempo was good, even if it wasn't directional. Just the amount of orders being placed and canceled, and how quickly the price was changing, even though it might not have been directional, said people care about price being up at this level. There's a good probability that it will continue to push in that direction as long as people care. They may push price back up in that direction. So we had a good, what I would call a breakout or a momentum trade to the upside based off of what we were just seeing in the dome. I would not say right now that this is a robust dome. This market has found an area of balance, and it's just kind of hanging out right now. That could change in a heartbeat. And on that note, time flies when we're having fun. Anne Marie,
Absolutely.
love you guys.
Always a good time.
Wonderful session. Wonderful session. All right. We got something new coming up here, folks. We coming up on Trade with Topstep. We got a first time guest. He is a live funded trader, Landon. Going to be joining JD and Gabe
Cool,
for a
man.
little Q&A and some live trading. Looking forward to meeting Landon. And folks, stick around. This is Topstep TV. Still lots to do. Coming right back at you. Stick around.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. You know what time it is. It's time to trade with Topstep. I'm JD, my other bookend over there, Gabe. You all know him. And the man in the middle, the man of the hour, the guest of honor, Landon, is joining us from the great state of Idaho. Landon's a live-funded trader.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to get to know him just a little bit here. Landon, how you doing today, man? Welcome aboard. How you feeling?
Can't complain, man. Feeling good. Yep.
Very good. Very good. Gabe, I know you're itching to get in these markets. You usually have a trade on during the break. I'm not going to call you out for that today, but we will take a look at these markets in just a little bit. All right, markets are moving. Let's get into some strategy. Landon, you've been in the live funded account for a couple, well, say just over a month now. You're getting familiar with it. You got some winning days in there. How you feeling about it? How'd you?
It's
first,
good.
Let's start with your. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say it's good. You know, I used to trade gold a lot, but with the restrictions, I've had to make the switch over to NQ. So it's been a little tricky, but I'm getting it down and dialed in. So
Interesting. So when you started as a gold trader and then had to move to the NQ. Is that kind of what you're saying? You started in the metals?
Yeah, I did start in the metals. Well, I used to trade Forex back in the day when that was a really big thing. Then I switched to futures, and then that's where I found gold, and then now I'm messing around with NQ right now.
Very cool. Let's talk about that a little bit. How'd you make the transition from Forex to futures? How did you find futures? How did you find Topstep in general?
I met somebody online, and I was looking through their profile, and I saw that they were trading futures, and they were using you guys, and you guys were the big name in the game. So I was like, all right, I'll try them out. And the Forex funded accounts are just terrible, difficult, expensive, and so you guys came up, and you guys were cheap, pretty easy to pass, and then it's history from there, right?
Yep. And I've heard that so much, those unregulated markets, you're giving up an edge just to get into the market. You're always trying to fight your way out of a hole when you're trading some of those pairs. It's a different animal, that's for sure.
It is.
Well, glad you made it here. Glad you found us. Made it through the trading combine, made it through the XFA, made some money in the live funded account, and here we are. This is excellent. All right, Gabe, before we get into Landon's strategy, tell us what you're seeing in the markets right now, and are you in a trade?
No, I'm not in a trade, shockingly. Didn't put anything on as we got into this hour. I am definitely looking at a couple different markets. I'm looking at micro gold. I'm eyeing a possible long from 52.21. And then I'm looking at NASDAQ to potentially start rolling over here. We failed to really maintain above the 10 a.m. high, kind of 180 level. Got some nice kind of momentum underneath that. And now we're continuing to kind of hold steady under that 180. So I'm looking for a possible short in the MNQ. I'm going to size down a little bit. I've noticed that a lot of the times that I've been trading on there in these XFAs, I think I'm getting a little bit too aggressive with size, not giving myself a whole lot of room. So I'm going to try to scale into a position in either of these two markets and give myself the opportunity to kind of scale out and handle things a little bit differently this time around.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it. Thank you, Gabe. We do have a White House press conference starting very soon. I'll keep my eye on the headlines to see if anything's popping off there. Let's do a quick check on the tilt, and then we'll get into some strategy. We got about 60% short in S&P right now, 63% short in the NQ, sort of supporting what Gabe was just saying, and 66% long in crude oil. All right, Landon, it's time to put you on the spot. Not really, though. Not really put you on the spot. Let's talk strategy. When you fire up the charts, what are you looking for every morning to get into a trade? What's your favorite time to trade?
So I actually usually trade right as market opens is usually when I'm looking at the charts. So it opens around 4 p.m. for me. So by 3:30, I'm looking at the charts. I mark previous session highs, and then I see what market opens looks like, and then from there I'll go on the 4 hour, trade support and resistance usually. But then I'll go 4 hour, 1 hour, 30 minute, 15, and I'll just mark major levels of supply and demand from there. And then usually what I've seen the past couple of weeks and months, we like to tap 15-minute fair value gaps, 30-minute fair value gaps as soon as we rip on market open. And so I like to look at entries off of those if it lines up with one of my levels. I'll usually take first tap on 50% or one of my levels. But other than that, that's pretty much all I trade is just correlation with my levels.
And your levels, how are you coming up with those? Your support and resistance lines. What's the criteria for
Yeah,
those?
so
It's just
I like
go ahead.
I like here. So I'll point this level out. Let me see if I can get the arrow out. So like this is a good level for me. So we've rejected it here. We broke through it. We've kind of held it here, here. I just like if you look left, I always look left when I'm drawing my levels out. We see we respected this area a lot. So this is a pretty strong level for me. So anytime we kind of come down to this level, I look for rejection and just read price action from there.
What time frame was it typically for your, let's say, more confident levels? Is that like a 30-minute or 1 hour? What are you typically looking at?
Yeah, I like 30 minute. 30 minutes probably my favorite right now. But obviously, like the higher time frames you go, the stronger they're going to be. So like this 1 hour level up here that we kind of tapped at 195-ish. It's a pretty strong level there. And then you can go to the 4 hour, obviously, and that's going to be your bigger levels. But like they all correlate. So like when I'm looking at the 4 hour, most of the time when I drop to the 1 hour, it's going to be the same level that's respecting.
And so just filtering through less noise.
Yeah, exactly.
Those higher time
I like to trade. I like to trade like the banks. They use supply and demand. I'm a small fish in the big sea, so I just kind of follow them.
It takes a lot of people a long time to recognize that, you know.
Yeah,
the small-time retailer trader. Our one lots aren't moving markets, you know.
No, exactly. It's like if you're playing a basketball game, you want to be on the better team.
Exactly. But knowing that we're just here to take a little piece out of the market, we're not here to move markets, right?
Exactly.
Our job is to provide liquidity in these markets, right? And take a little piece out every single trade. See money, take money is a sort of a mantra that we practice around here, right?
Yeah. And I also look for like continuations off levels. So if we close above a level, like we close above this level, I'll look for a tap retest in that level, like a break and retest type of strategy, and just take it to my next level right here.
I know we're just saying levels and not prices, but you can translate this into any particular level the way Lennon's explaining it right now.
Yeah.
Taking a specific level, using it as support resistance, using it as a breakout zone or a sort of a reversal zone. Which is
but I see a lot of people trying to catch the big move. Like people try to catch the big reversals, but every time I've tried that, I always get cooked. Like I tried it earlier last night actually, and I got cooked. So I've kind of learned from that trend is your friend always.
Always. Home run days are few and far between, you know. I mean, we've had a couple to start this year so far, but for the most part, markets spend 70 to 75% of the time moving sideways. You know, that means 25 to 30% of the time they're only trending 25 to 30% of the time. So you need a strategy for catching those big moves and a strategy for trading the range, right?
Yeah, like my biggest trade was off of, I did catch a reversal off of a level that I had, and it was like I made like $20,000 off of that, but it was kind of a lucky trade.
Well, we're down 50 points in the last 60 points in the last 60 seconds here. 70 points.
Here we go. S&P's moving.
80 points. Yep. I did get short from 162. I'm short 1 micro, 25, 162. I started to try to build into the position and only got 1. But we're holding this already almost 100 points on this 1 micro in a matter of
wow, that moves so
120
fast.
seconds here.
You look away for a second. I'm going to check take a look at the headlines. What is coming out? Is this just a technical move? Or is there some news happening? Nothing new on the news front. Not in the last 15 minutes, at least. Nothing coming across my wire, at least, yet.
It's melting.
Let's see what it is melting. We're falling out of bed. We got settlement price coming up in the ES 6801. That's our next target. We started this
100 points right there.
Started this 5-minute candle, 68.38 quarter. S&P just broke 30 points.
130 points in this trade right now.
Mm-hmm.
JD, dude, it's always when you don't like. If I hindsight, right? It's like, man, I don't have enough on. I don't have enough on for this trade.
It's one of Hoag's favorite lines, right? When it's going your way, you'll never have enough on. When it's going against you, you'll always have too much on, right?
All right,
here we go. Looking at crude now. Crude is ripping 84. Just put in a high print of 85 even. 85 even. Last high print in crude. It's bouncing all over the place. Crude is moving. Still waiting for some headlines to come out. I'm not seeing anything just yet. Let me refresh my news feed again. That White House press briefing was supposed to start at 1 o'clock Central Time. I don't believe that feed has gone live yet, though. And there aren't any headlines coming out of there.
I got one bid in at 52.21 here for the micro gold. I went break even on that NASDAQ trade. I mean, if we recover that whole 130 point little flush right there, I don't think we're going to be looking short anymore.
Yeah. Yep. Here we go. I think Dan Evans was on the right track. It just came across my feed. U.S. intelligence assets have begun to see indications Iran is taking steps to deploy mines in the Strait of Hormuz shipping lane. Came from CBS News reports on Twitter X, the Twix.
Good pullback for another entry. People wanted to get in there. That was a pretty solid pullback.
Mm-hmm. You like this market action?
Build here on micro gold.
Are you out of that NQ trade also?
Nope.
Gabe? All right. So
gold is dumping right now.
Short NASDAQ, short gold. Is that the position?
Man, actually, short NASDAQ and long gold.
Long gold?
Yeah.
Last trading gold 52.13. Still dropping. It's dropping a buck dropping a buck a second.
All right, gold out of gold.
Rolling over.
Level got smoked.
Man, Landon, is this the kind of volatility you like to see in a market? This rarely happens during the 1 o'clock hour. This is a treat, right?
You know, it's a treat, but I like slower moving markets. Gives me time to analyze a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah, like when gold was moving a lot during open, that was nice, but it was also super easy to read for me at least.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I do like getting in and out of positions quickly.
I understand that. Gold is just tanking. Overnight VWAP 51.9630. Hit that almost to the tick. These are some moves. We have some headlines coming out of Iran. Moving markets right now. Gold's moving. Crude's moving. Equities are moving. We've got a White House press briefing scheduled to start in just a couple of minutes. President Trump is on Truth Social right now. Let me read this once before I read it out loud to everybody. Oh, he's talking about the Asian carp in Lake Michigan. Never mind there. I know that's a big deal for nobody that lives outside the Midwest.
Gold is dumping.
Yeah. I nibbled on another long from 51.93, but it's about to get toasted. That'll be my last on gold.
Gold is done. This thing isn't stopping. Let me pull up the ladder here.
All right. No longer trying to catch that falling knife on gold here. We're down 50.
You trading micros?
Yeah. Just one single micro on gold.
Okay. Yeah. The ladder's $1 wide in micro gold right now. Slippage is a thing. When we talk about slippage, these are the environments that slippage exists in. You try and use a market order right now, trading gold or crude, even equities. You got no idea where you're getting filled when you hit that button.
Yeah. I only use limits really.
That's a good move, especially markets that move like gold and the S&P or NASDAQ do.
Yeah.
You have a little more control over your entries, obviously, more control over your exits. You can demand better trade location, and you can manage risk a little more effectively when you're using limit orders.
Crude might
halted?
have been halted.
Crude looks like it halted. Let me pull up the ladder. Crude is halted. So, dynamic circuit breaker has hit in crude oil. The CME group will now shut down trading for 5 to 10 seconds, maybe allow some liquidity to rebuild back up on the ladder before they open it back up again. Yes, Hoop is right. It's a velocity-based dynamic circuit breaker. If it trades a certain distance within a certain amount of time, like $1.50 within 2 seconds, those aren't the precise parameters. I'm just saying this arbitrarily. If it trades, $1.50 in less than 3 seconds, it will shut down trading automatically. Crude is not halted on Topstep. Crude has been halted by the CME.
Yeah, gold came down to one of my levels at 170. Tapped it and then instantly bought off of there. We'll see if we get any sort of push off of it, but I don't know. We're bearish. We're really bearish right now.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Like-
Is this an environment for you to get in the market? Does this kind of scare you, or do you want to jump in and test it out?
I wouldn't jump in right now just because I've already lost what I'm comfortable losing in the day. But if I was up, I would have probably taken this just because we've bounced off of this a lot in the past couple days.
Yep. Crude oil is back open again.
Taken.
CME is reopened trading in crude, and we're seeing a little bit of a dip and a rip. We've got the White House press secretary speaking right now. That press conference has started. Wow, we've got a lot of moving parts this hour. This doesn't happen too often. I kind of like it, guys. You picked a good day to join, Landon. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Edwards in the chat said, I halted CL. Stop trading in crude. Let's take a look at some of these headlines from the White House. U.S. Press Secretary Leavitt says the U.S. has destroyed more than 50 Iranian vessels. U.S. military is moving to dismantle missile production infrastructure. We're moving forward. Our objectives are the same. The U.S. Navy offered to escort tankers when necessary. Trump is not afraid to use options on oil. Sounds like they really want to open up the Straits of Hormuz, and they're going to do whatever it takes to make sure that's happening, using the U.S. Navy to escort oil tankers through the Straits. That's moving markets right now. Gabe, how's that NASDAQ trade looking?
NASDAQ still, we're kind of building a little bit of a base here right around 25,000. I'm looking for a little bit more momentum on gold here. I'm actually short, trying to see if we can get a little bit of a pushback down from 51.95, just 1 micro due to that volatility. I'm risking 213s and targets at 162, which is kind of a pivot low from the 9th yesterday.
Got it. NASDAQ did stop almost to the tick at settlement price 24,991. What are you seeing, Landon? What are you looking at?
I was gonna say I could see NAS coming down to like 894-ish because we have True Day open there and we have New York AM lows down there. So I could see us come down there a little further.
All right. Couple more headlines coming out, I should say. Trump and the energy team are closely watching the markets, and Press Secretary Leavitt also went on to say that after the Iran operation, prices will go down again. I assume talking about oil. That's trading crude 84.80. Crude is just all over the place. Looks like that trading hall kind of spooked crude. It was going straight up. Trading was halted. Now going straight down. The war with NASDAQistan. That's a good one. I'm still watching the news, watching these markets, see if any changes happen in tilt. Not really. 61% short NASDAQ, 68% long in crude. All right. Things have settled down just a little bit. Some decent knee-jerk reactions in almost every market. The Russell broke. The Dow broke. Crude rallied. Gold broke. Things are starting to come back into balance just a little bit. Seen a little buying stepping into equities. A little buying stepping into gold. A little selling stepping into crude. As always, I will keep one eye on the ditch. I got one eye in the news, one eye on the charts.
Gabe, they're asking you in the chat why you're sizing so small. I don't think they really understand. I don't think they understand the volatility that we got.
Yeah, they're used to me seeing. They're used to seeing me trade minis. That's usually my go-to. So I'm kind of breaking the habit right now, trading smaller size. But I mean, rightfully so. I mean, look at the day that I chose to trade a micro instead of a mini. I mean, that could have easily been a move that went against me and ripped my face off. I mean, imagine if I was trading a mini on gold. I know obviously micros are accessible right now to us at Topstep, but imagine the size difference and what that risk would have been.
So on a day like today, Landon. Yeah. On a day like today, let's talk a little trading psychology. How do you reset mentally after seeing moves like this, getting back into the market? You start smaller. Do moves like this really kind of put you on the sideline and make you rethink what kind of size you're going to trade? Kind of what we were just talking about?
A little bit, but not really, to be honest, just because I'm confident in my trading ability. So it's like if I'm going to size, I'm going to risk what I usually risk, which I usually risk about $1,000 a trade, depending. And I'll size up and I'll size down depending how big my stop loss has to be. But other than that, no, I just take losses. I learn from them, and then I just think about the next trade.
Good answer. Good answer. As far as learning from mistakes goes, are you journaling every day? Are you jotting down your trades? Do you have a way of keeping track of what you're doing?
Yeah, I have a notebook that I usually like to trade in, and I also do it on my phone. I do it on my notes page. And I kind of just say what I was doing wrong. So like today, earlier. There's a bunch of AI tools. There's a bunch of good AI softwares, but
exactly. That's exactly what I was
I
gonna.
kind of like it the old-fashioned way.
Pen on paper. I do the same thing. I keep a pen in my hand at all times, right? And a notepad right next to me. But AI tools make it so easy. You don't have to do anything. Just turn on your microphone.
Right.
Stream of consciousness while you're trading, right? Just talking to the microphone while you got to trade on. And then have AI interpret it for you. Break it down. Give me 10 key talking points for what I just said.
By the way, I got filled on a second contract. I added to that NASDAQ in the 80s, brought my average down to 124. Short 2 MNQ from 25, 124. Gold's not seeing any continuation lower.
Are you still break even on that NAS trade? Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Still break even. Even with the ad there, I didn't want to get loss on that. That gold trade's about to get popped.
There we go. We got some buyers stepping on equities.
Was this just a quick long flush just to get everybody out and then pump it higher?
It's like everything hit the tape at once. We got another headline up. The U.S. has asked Israel to halt strikes on Iran's energy. About 140 U.S. personnel have been wounded in Operation Epic Fury, according to CNN. More headlines just keep popping out. I saw your comment, by the way, Anne-Marie. I know I said I'm using 3 eyes. 1 eye in the market, 1 eye in the charts. What was the last one?
All right. Out on gold, I'm
Right.
going to solely focus on NASDAQ here. That's my
I like
third
the
strike.
NASDAQ still holding the 094 level or price.
Agreed.
I like that we're still holding that. Looks good.
Everyone's looking at micros, right? I'm going to switch my chart to micros. Gabe short from an average price of 21,124. Nice trade in so far. I got 50 points into this trade. How do you feel about this buy-in coming in right now, Gabe?
I mean, after that kind of flush, you would anticipate some form of buyers to try to step in. Yeah. Ultimately, I think if we can maintain underneath 25,100, I think this looks good. But if we close with strength back into the 100s, then I think this might be flipping back to potentially new highs.
Interesting. Got a 9-period EMA, 2580, 25080. Just bounced off of that. Let's see what happens here. Another headline out. U.S. Press Secretary Leavitt, the initial Iran war timeline was 4 to 6 weeks, but objectives are being executed ahead of schedule. They're really sticking with this. This war is going to be over real quick narrative. See how it goes.
Can only hope so, right? Make the markets calm down a little bit.
Nobody wants this.
Landon, did you enjoy your vacation?
What was that?
Did you enjoy your vacation?
Oh yeah, it was nice. It was peaceful and warm, warmer than Idaho is.
Where'd you go on your vacation?
I went to Cancun.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, it was.
Did you end up making it out of the resort at all, or did you just kind of stay on resort grounds most of the time?
Oh, that's
yeah.
right.
I actually, I went out quite a bit to Cancun, like the actual town. It's
No
more
problems
safe
at
than
all?
you think. No, I think it's a lot safer than. I mean, you got to think about it. We're like tourists pretty much fund that whole area, so they're not going to really touch tourists that much.
You kind of got to go off the beaten trail to really run into anything.
Yeah, and you got to find trouble. Trouble won't just find you.
Kind of retesting this 100 level again.
Yeah.
Getting right back up there. Crude oil futures settlement price is out. Crude futures settle at 12:30 p.m. Central Time. Official settlement price for April futures, $83.45 a barrel, down $11.32. 11.9%, 11.94% down on the day for crude. Settlement prices where positions will be marked to market for tomorrow's trading session. White House press conference is still ongoing. No trades for Landon yet. Gabe's in the market.
No trades.
Where's the
Still
risk
like
at on this
shorts.
trade,
Shorts
Gabe?
still look good.
Still liking shorts? All right.
Yeah, risk is 122s, so there's technically no risk on this. Unless I were to experience a pretty healthy amount of slippage. If we get a tape bomb,
Massive slippage.
120s, then I'm, obviously subject to that market order. But for the moment, I still like if we can close. We had about a minute left on this 5-minute candle. I do kind of like the pattern setting up here. A little bit of exhaustion from buyers as we retest these hundreds, developing a little bit of an inside bar. I think this next 5 minutes will kind of be the storyteller potentially.
Yep. It is setting up that pattern for a potential flagging pattern. We have this decreasing volume, slowly increasing prices. There's a lot of volatility in these markets now, though. I got to keep that in mind. That is a factor right now. And Probably our breakout to the downside confirmation wouldn't be till below 25.20, 25.020. It's got a ways to go for any type of confirmation on that. But there are buyers in the market right now. Seem to be petering out just a little bit. Let's take a look at what a 15-minute chart looks like. So, Landon, your top-down approach, is that for every trade you put on? Are you doing the same, basically the same analysis for every single trade, or are you just starting the day with top-down and then looking at just a static chart for the rest of the day kind of thing?
Yeah, it's pretty static. Like I'll leave my levels unless they start getting disrespected. I'll leave my levels for a decent amount of time. So like I don't change my levels all that much. But when I do start looking at the markets, here's a good push off the 100 level.
Yeah, here we go.
Yep.
I like to just keep my levels because if they work, they work, and if they start showing signs of not really holding, then I'll delete them and reevaluate. But that's about it.
And this thing is whippy. Let's see if there's any more headlines coming out.
JD, if we can get a close 5-minute body underneath 25.017, I like this continuation to session lows. Could obviously just build a pretty wide range here. Goldie would probably be super happy with this if this develops a little range between these 25,000s and 100s. But I do like a nice leg candle underneath 017, that previous little kind of body low. I think that would look pretty attractive.
That lines up with what I'm seeing also. I was just talking about it. I want to see a nice spike in volume too. Nice confirmation volume bar here.
5 looks still super good for shorts.
Agreed.
You can get in a little cheaper on every pop, but man, this thing is so whippy right now. It's blasted straight back up again.
Bounce there.
Yep, a second. 40 points in a second. This is volatility.
Do you guys ever look at like the 30-second chat or the 30-second chart? Do you guys ever trade off that?
30-second? Oh yeah.
I have, yeah.
Tick charts, 1-second charts. I've done it all. Yeah.
Really? That's crazy.
Some things just move too fast. I like to watch the ladder too. And even right now, you need a 40-inch monitor positioned vertically to read this ladder in the NASDAQ right now effectively.
Landon, what's your entry time frame typically? What's your go-to for nailing down like refined locations to get short or get long off of a level?
I'll usually enter off the 1 minute. Okay. That's typically what I enter off of. But I like reading price action. For me is like I've traded for 2 years, so I've gotten pretty good at reading price action. So it kind of just depends, but usually the 1 minute is what I enter off of.
Gotcha.
It yields the 1 minute to exit also, or
yeah,
fan out a little bit. Okay. And those buyers came right back in, guys.
Yeah, ideally, I don't want to see the closure above 100. Got about a minute, a little over a minute and a half on this.
Yep. We haven't put in a higher high yet. Looking at a 5 minute. 75 lot just got taken out on the MNQ bid. Blasted right through it. We've got some conflicting traders in the chat. One guy says, all the best to the shorts. And another guy says, just start selling it.
Is that why the tilt is like
coming back in?
Actually, tilt's a little heavy on the short side. 63% short in the NASDAQ, 58% short in the ES. Not super heavy, but starting to lean a little bit.
Yep. There we go. Volume is increasing on this 5 minute candle. Where's it going to close, though?
I'm okay with another inside bar. I mean, I really have no issues with that, but need another body, another close lower or close higher to really get any more of a tell.
Yep. Chucky Chap says the highs are in. Anybody else believe that? Raise your hand in the chat if you think the highs are in the equities.
I'm biased
You ever
right
try
now,
and make
so
that
I
call?
would say yes.
Yeah. That'll do it. Landon, you ever try to make that call in real time? Are you ever in a trade and think to yourself, the highs are in or the lows are in? This trade is perfect. Does that happen to you?
No, it doesn't.
It's good. You got
It's
to
a
keep
good
an open
5-minute
mind,
close
right?
right there. Yeah, it can go.
It is a good
Anything
5-minute
can happen
close.
in the markets. Your trade will look perfect, and then the next 1-minute candle opens, and it doesn't look so good.
A lot of people like calling highs and lows. Andre did a good job of it today. We asked that 5-minute candle close. That last 5-minute candle close was pretty strong for any sellers in this market.
Did
Sure
the
boosted
mini
a lot of confidence.
Did the mini JD close underneath that previous 5-minute bar, the 130 bar? Because for the micro, it closed like dead on the low. So technically, it would be an inside bar. It looks good. I mean, it looks bearish for sure. Closed in the lower half of the range of the 5-minute bar, but technically,
Yeah, we saw a minor increase in volume. Closed just maybe a tick below the wick of the previous bar. Oh, 25.
the micro didn't.
15 looks super good too.
Yeah, by a tick, single tick. Closed below by a single tick in the mini.
Okay. And visually, it definitely looks good. I like the selling that's coming in now, but we really just got to see a breakdown.
Saxophone pattern. Love it.
Landon, what kind of music you listen to mainly?
Man, Rod Wave.
Rod Wave? You ever
Rod
see him
Wave's
live?
the only artist. Yeah, I went to his concert in LA in December.
Dude, he sells
Nice.
out arenas like
Yeah, he
crazy.
does.
His tours actually do really, really well.
It's the greatest concert you'll ever go to.
Okay, that's praise. Praise, I get it.
Yeah. I like watched his documentary. He had like a pre-show of it, and then he actually showed up to it.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's cool. You've taken quite a few payouts here at Topstep, is that correct?
Yeah, over 6 figures in payouts. Yeah.
That's impressive. Doing all the
Yeah,
fun
I'm
stuff
young
with it,
too, so yeah, I'm young. I gotta live while I can, and be smart too.
For sure. Save a chunk of it, keep a little for fun. It's the way to do it.
Yeah, yeah. I usually put 40% aside for taxes, obviously, but and then I put another 20% to like my investor. I have an investor, so he invests it for me long term, and then the rest I kind of just save and invest in a company I own too.
Oh,
Very
cool.
nice.
What kind of company?
What's the? I was about to say, what's the line of work?
I do landscaping and lawn care.
Nice, dude.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Does that do as well in Idaho as it does in Florida? I don't know what landscaping in Idaho really looks like.
Yeah, we do. We have winter too, so it's like we do snow removal too and stuff like that.
Oh,
So it's
very nice.
it's a year-round gig, but yeah, when it snows, snow removal makes a lot of money, but we haven't gotten much snow this year.
Oh, really?
It was a light winter for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like we got plenty of snow here in Chicago. Maybe it's just me though. I feel that way every winter.
I think you just have a lower threshold for what snow, what like a heavy amount of snow is.
It's been dry out here the past couple of years, though. We haven't gotten a whole lot.
This hour's flying by. We got 10 minutes left, guys. These markets are still moving. Check in on the headline generator. Nothing new in the last few minutes. Headlines are slowing down.
Somebody in the comments said Idaho's second worst place on earth.
What would you say to that? Would you be in agreement with that or fight him on it?
It really depends. Like, if you like nature, you like hunting, hiking, skiing, snowboarding, all that stuff, it's the place. But if you like big cities, then don't come here.
Right?
Sure.
I mean, Idaho, the second worst place. What's the worst place on earth? I mean,
Yeah, it is. People are saying it is the worst place. You guys just got to
your
visit here
scale
and
is
get out
Idaho
of
number
town.
2. Fresno.
Personally, I would say
Nice.
Iowa. Iowa's got to be up there in the worst states to live. Iowa's got nothing. Just
I
straight
think
up
these people
cornfields.
just got to touch some. They got to touch some grass and get off the charts a little bit.
Maybe that's it. North Dakota. All right.
I
Coeur
like the
d'Alene's a
closure.
pretty spot.
I like the fact that we're closing back underneath the 50s, but I don't really want to see us hover around here much longer. If this is going to go, I'll start getting underneath that previous bodies, 20s.
Starting to make the move. Will you add on to this trade, Gabe, if we close below the 20s?
No, because I'd be just killing my location at that point. I really do like location of where I'm at, kind of at a previous level of support. Saw momentum carry through, close underneath that prior little swing low from 1105. I don't want to. I mean, if I chase this down in the 20s, my average is going to get kind of more towards like the 80, like 60 to 80 level, ending. I think that would just absolutely obliterate my location.
Fair enough.
I'm okay with it. I'm just going to let it rock into power hour.
Yeah.
Targets is session lows. Has some relative equal lows
Stop.
around 7:30 and 9:15, around that 890 level. That's going to be my target for the afternoon.
Stop is about 70 points away, correct? Roughly?
Yeah, 122s.
Gotcha. And looks like we could be poised for a move here, guys.
Step away for a sec. I got to grab my charger for my computer real quick.
I'll get
yeah. Go ahead.
Sweet.
Bit of a pop there in the NASDAQ. I'm going to check in on the rest of the markets. Gold making a comeback. Gold's almost recovered. Well, gold has recovered a good portion of that initial knee-jerk reaction off of news coming out of Iran. Crude oil still chopping around above that 9-period EMA that I have at 83, call it 83.90. Peeled back a little bit after that trade halt, and looks like it wants to move a little bit higher. We'll see what happens. Equities in a sort of staging zone here. Holding pattern. See what kind of move they make. I think we're going to have an interesting power hour.
Agreed.
Is that a pattern, Gabe? If we have a lot of volatility in the 1 o'clock hour, does it usually bleed through into power hour? Or is it give and
JD,
take? If one's busy,
that's a great question.
Let's start keeping track of that a little better.
I mean, this is not like our typical 1 p.m. segments. I mean, our 1 p.m. hours are usually a lot slower.
Yep.
And power hour is typically what breaks us out of whatever range you've been in. So knowing we've gotten momentum and volume in the 1 hour or the 1 p.m., curious in what type of action we're going to get in power hour. Are we just going to range for that whole, last hour till the equity close? Are we going to see some follow through? Wonder if there's any data or statistics on the difference between 1 and 2
I'm sure we
p.m.
can figure it out. I'm sure we could dig that up somewhere. Nothing new coming over the wire. Things are slowing down now. No new headlines across the tape.
Really kind of looking like we're about to close another inside bar here. 5 minute. Love to just see a flush these last 10 minutes here.
see.
JD, that's a good
We got about
question. Yeah,
5.
Peter Pan in chat said
Is
his
it?
dying. Now, this might be a little bit of an opinion that I'm looking for from you, but it says, is dying volume good for longs or shorts? You have any takes on
It
that?
could be. Yeah, it depends on the direction of the market. So, like where I was saying here on this 5-minute chart, I'm going to line it out just a little bit. So this is a typical technical analysis pattern on this 5-minute chart. We have peaking red volume on the way down. You like to see changes in market direction at volume peaks and troughs, right? So we have peaking volume on the way down, and then a reversal bar right behind it. So now we're looking at decreasing volume, the price is increasing, which means buyers are not as strong on the way up as sellers were on the way down, right? So the typical, when you see a pattern like that, it makes you think that sellers are definitely in charge more than buyers are, right? You're seeing a lot more aggressive selling than you are aggressive buying in the market, which would lead one to believe that a potential another leg lower is coming, right? But for confirmation of that, we never really got full confirmation of it. We wanted to see a bar close below 25.20 to get confirmation of that. We never got it. We're seeing buyers stepping back in right now. So our flagging pattern kind of broken at the moment, but it all depends on the direction of the market and what side of the market the volume is on. Does that make sense? I hope I explained that clear enough. You want to see market changes in market state at volume peaks and volume troughs. That's why I look at the bars, the volume bars at the bottom of my screen. And when you see increasing price and decreasing volume, it typically signals that buyers are getting out of the way or buyers are drying up. Got it? That makes sense, Gabe?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was just emailing Landon, see if he can refresh. He looks frozen in the background.
Oh, he froze. Yes, he did.
That way we can close out the hour with him. All right, seeing a little selling coming back in here at these 80s. I like that. We get a closure back below the 30 level.
Rubber ducky. This is technical analysis. This stuff is over 100 years old that we're talking about here. Where did Rubber Ducky learn to trade?
Pond. The bathtub. One of the two.
Back in a holding zone here. Got a little 5-minute Dorito pattern forming. Starting to tighten up a little. Which way is it going to break
All right,
out?
I think I'm back.
Hey, there he is, just in time. We got 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what's going on.
All good, man.
No worries, no
Figured
worries.
Your laptop
Made it
died.
back.
I was like, did you get the charger plugged in time?
Yeah, it said it wasn't charging, but we're good now.
Sweet.
Here we go. We're at the lower extreme of this triangle pattern right now, this Dorito pattern. See if it holds again or if we get a breakout.
Looks like it might want to break here. I like that excess tail here in the 5-minute if we can close lower now. We tested that 80 at the midpoint of the little previous 5-minute range. I just want to see some follow through.
Mm-hmm. 20's been kind of our line in the sand.
It has, yeah. I think we're gonna get a good pop here, though. Here in a sec.
A good pop? Okay.
Yeah.
Pop lower?
Yeah. Pop
Yeah,
lower,
gotcha.
obviously. But
Pop lower.
Yeah.
I always
JD was like,
associated
pop
pop
higher.
with rally. Yeah.
Yeah.
We just need to close under, take these lows out.
Still haven't put in a higher high yet. You got a fan in the chat. Landon. You got a couple fans in the chat. We'll get you back.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the
Pop it like
comment
it's
got
hot.
the comment got hidden by YouTube just because it's a little explicit, but it's a favorable comment. We'll just say that.
This one says, I got attacked by the Spuds.
Oh, that's a good one.
The Idaho spots.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I've actually never seen a potato field.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. That is that's funny. Well, guys, that press conference has ended. White House Press Secretary Leavitt has left the podium and ended the briefing. No more headlines coming out of the White House for now. Brad Sims says that's because they're underground, the potatoes. Nothing gets by check, guys. Nothing gets by the chat. It's because potatoes are underground. All right, 1 minute left. Landon, thanks for joining us. Who do you want to say hi to? Who's watching you? You got any friends, relatives, special people?
Yeah, a lot of the group that I like to trade with is in here. But
let's go.
Yeah, they're
Nice,
always
very
in there.
nice.
They're grinding too. Yeah, we like to hop on calls and trade. So
Very cool. Very cool. Well, this has
Yeah.
been a great hour. We haven't had this much action on the 1 o'clock hour in quite a while. We've got volatility. All the markets are moving right now. Headlines were flying around. We've been in and out of the market. That was that hour went by real fast. I want to thank you for joining us, Landon. We're gonna have you again on real soon. We want to get you in here and take some trades live with us. That would be great to see.
yeah, next time I'll definitely take a trade. And we'll see how it goes,
Man,
right?
you followed your rules though
I know
today.
when-
You know, you hit your
You
loss
sure
of
did,
the
yeah.
day. You're like, I don't
Yeah.
need to trade anymore.
That's the game of it, man. You
Especially
can't
when
overtrade
markets
it.
are. Yep. Especially when markets are moving like this, it's so easy to get yourself twisted up and chopped up, turned around, and then spit out, right? So good
Yeah, I
on you,
bet
my
you
man.
a ton of people probably blew accounts trying to trade this little consolidation zone right here.
Yep. Whole lot of volatility, real lack of liquidity. That's the kind of moves we just saw
Yeah.
for the last hour. So
Exactly.
everyone stay on your toes. Everybody stay on your toes. We got 1 hour of trading left to go. Power hour coming up next. We've got Andre, we got Dakota, we got Jack. They're going to trade it up going into the close. All right, Landon, appreciate it, my man. We're going to have you back on again real soon. Gabe, I will catch up with you in a little bit. All right, we're going to take a short break. Power hour
Sweet.
coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Well. You saw us 3 in fast markets. Now we're back in power hour. 3 amigos. Dakota in the middle. We got Jack to the right. Let's get right into it. Jack, headlines flying around. Saw that pop in crude. I've been looking for a sell-off in the equities. Thoughts coming into the final hour of the New York session. Power hour. What's up, Jack?
As I said in the chat, all eyes on oil and on Scott Bezant's E-Trade account to see if they keep. I'm pretty sure they're selling futures or have been throughout today. We'll find out about that later. We're right around 6,800 in the SPX. I like what's played out here so far. It's very similar to another day last week. It's a setup I've been doing is basically, I'll just use today as the example. You have these grind ups and then it just kind of finds a range and hangs around. And the opportunities to the downside become very cheap. Especially I was doing some like vertical spreads or something like that. Yeah, it's still super volatile, guys. Like you can sell off a bunch at any point.
Yes, we can.
Correct.
Mr. Dakota.
This happened Friday.
Good to see
Right,
you again.
Jack?
He's still not talking to me. He was giving me the silent treatment in the green room. Mr. Dakota, huge range, huge right. Never know, man. Never know. Big ranges, volatility. Just saw it spike in the previous hour. Thoughts coming into power hour, Mr. Dakota.
Yeah, like Jack said, I mean, we seen it Friday too, right? Where we had the big rally during the morning session here in New York, and then kind of sideways, maybe grind up throughout the afternoon, and then we just like sold off 200-300 points to end power hour. And you kind of seen the same thing, right? Big rally up. We were talking about it. We was trading it where it was like 8-9 candles on this 5-minute chart in a row straight up. And then we came up, we peaked around 25,200s, and we just dumped. Now I think it might. Here's my thought process in this. I was expecting a sell off. I was kind of thinking it might come during power hour. This came a little early. This is kind of the price action I was looking for in power hour. My question to myself is it over, right? Did we get that sell off early, and now can we find some buyers step in for power hour? Maybe instead of getting a sell off for power hour, maybe we get some buyers stepping in, pushing us back up to 25,100. I'm not sure. 25,000 evens is a very big round number here on the NASDAQ. If you zoom out, you could tell, over the past, almost month or so, that has been the line in the sand. It's very choppy, very back and forth around this price. And I don't see why we wouldn't hang around 25,000 even longer.
I see what you're doing there. We like, for those that are new to Power Hour, we like to play a game around here called Above or Below. Above or Below. We played. I'm going to ask Dakota what he thinks the price will be in the close in the NQ. And we'll put it to a poll. Will it be above or below said price? Dakota, last trade in the NQ, 25,017. What will the price be on the close in 53 minutes?
Well, I would put the above and below right there, right at 25,000.
Like it. So right, 25,000 even. 25,000 even. Will be above or below?
Yeah, and not to be a wet blanket, but same thing in the ES, I'd probably put it at like 68 or like 6,800 SPX, so like 6,805. Doesn't need to be a poll on that. We seem to have digested the news that came out in the 1 o'clock hour and kind of found where we're comfortable with it, which is shockingly exactly scratch on the day in the ES.
Crazy.
NQ at
scratch.
NQ still up a little bit, but basically scratch. Russell scratch. We're all scratch. New day starts now.
It's like it never happened.
New day starts now.
Here you go.
Yeah.
Poll is up. Get those votes in. See in the lower right-hand corner, you have the countdown clock, 52 minutes till the closing bell, 42 minutes till MOC. Let's take a look at some of the prices here. Crude trading $84.38. We did see crude halt about an hour ago. Did start back trading. We have gold trading 52.07. ES trading 68.05, and the Dow trading at 47,906. 47,906. We do have Oracle earnings after the bell.
Ooh,
some
okay.
inflation numbers tomorrow. Right now,
yeah.
See where this final hour does take us. Pull us up. Here we go.
There we go. VIX had a nice bounce. VIX was starting to sell off towards 20. We're right back up to 24. Looking through
Pretty
most of these
volatile
equities.
still.
Yeah, both directions too, right?
Oh, big time. I mean, look
Mm.
at this range. The New York
big
session. We're
mover.
looking at a $15 range in crude. $15 range. Got a session low $76.73. And session high right around
Absolutely.
$91. $91 gold. About $100
Absolutely
range.
wild.
Yep. And still buying here
Tell you.
in the NQ.
Trump
25,000.
said it. He said that he wants oil lower, and it seems like he's going to do a lot to make sure oil doesn't get too high.
Just
Here's
yesterday.
my thought on this though is it's pretty if you're doing a short-term trade. Now this is probably difficult to do in futures unless you're going to hold one micro all day or something. Is that there's just asymmetric risk to being short as opposed to being long, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
We can clearly imagine, I don't know what the percentages would be, something that will spike this $30 happening. There's nothing in the short term that's going to drop this by $30, right? We're not going to $50 right now, but we could go to 120. So with that, I kind of like exposure, at least in the short term, to the long oil here.
I was thinking that Monday too, Jack. I thought that Monday, man. I got long crude in 98.
Just yesterday, we
man,
did top out at $119.
It didn't move $30 against you from there.
No, it didn't, but it freaking limit down.
Incredible. Quick Delta update: minus 4,300 in the ES, minus 300 in the NQ.
All right. Bitcoin's holding above 70,000 spot. That's interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, how high did it get today? It got up to like 71,700 or something like that. So it's down a bit too with the other risk assets.
Oh, there was a frenzy. There was a frenzy yesterday during Power Hour, and
oh yeah,
I mean, I wonder if it's starting to wear off now.
Well, Bitcoin's not above 70,000 anymore.
I spoke too soon.
Minus 6,000 Delta in the ES. Poll is up. Get those votes in. Looks like right around 50-50. Mr. Dakota.
Oh, that's line in the sand, man. I'm going to lean towards long above 25,000, but that's because I'm just a natural bull in equities.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that here in Power Hour.
Okay.
We got a little, I'm kidding. We got a little bit of a bid coming in here in crude, $84.90 last trade. Let's see if they follow through their tilt. Nothing really jumping off the tilt at the moment. Negative delta growing in the ES. Any big orders above or below using that level 2 data? Topstep X to check out the ladder. Nothing really jumping off.
Said crude's moving up
a little bit.
It is a little bit.
A little bit.
Just a little bit. Go fill your gas tanks.
Man, I did Sunday night. I did Sunday night. I was
and yesterday.
I did, and then crude almost what 50 or about 40%. $119. So we topped out at $119.
119.
Just yes, Sunday night.
All the way back down to 79, right? That same day.
76 printed.
Did it?
Almost 2 hours. About 2 hours ago. Incredible. Volatility. All right, a little more bid coming in here in crude above $85 now.
Seeing the path of least resistance would be lower, I think, in the ES. down to maybe 67.70.
Okay.
Same with the NASDAQ. It looks it's just looking heavy, right? It's almost this feeling I get in these markets where buyers step in the morning, but they don't want to hold anything overnight.
I think it's all about crude right now. This volatility.
Does the Treasury have more ammo?
They had
Where are they doing it?
They had 6 trill back in 2020.
Well, that was the. Oh yeah.
And crude went negative. Crude went negative. All right, we can take the poll down.
Knock on wood. Knock on wood.
50-50. And I got 15 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Crude back into range. $84.63. Look at that. 50-50.
50-50. That's a
quarter will definitely declare victory here in about 10 minutes or so. I mean, you kind of. I mean, that's what the books are looking to do, right? 50-50.
Yeah. Why not? That's a good poll.
It sure was.
Yeah, 50-50. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope this NASDAQ just runs session highs.
Well, half the people will be right, and half the people will be wrong.
I know. You're right. Just try and be very neutral here.
Buyers.
See a small story here that Elon Musk's XAI wins permit to build a power plant in Mississippi. I just want it's a real 2026 headlines. As I said, these companies are becoming less and less. Maybe Tesla's a bad example, but they're getting a lot more assets. Not super lean.
Tesla's not really reacting on that. Plants. Tesla didn't react on that at all, unless it was earlier.
Just a power plant.
All right, we got crude grinding higher here while the equities are staying bid for now. Crude back above $85, 85.11 last trade. 85.19. 85.20, now 22s.
In this range.
Oil above 85.
Oil's technically down 10% though. Oil's technically down 10% today.
Jump change.
See if crude wants to continue to push higher. There we go. $85.24 last trade. Now 29 cents. Not much of a reaction yet. Equities, gold, grinding higher.
Scalper's paradise here.
Yeah, oh yeah.
10 points every 5 seconds.
Equities holding bid now while crude gets bid up. 85.43, 85.44 in crude. 45s now.
I'm going to put a buy stop to get in long if we break through these 50s.
85.40. Man, it is interesting. What changed? What changed?
I'm going to scalp this. Break through these 50s. I'm going to get in long. I'm going to look for 15
Looking
points.
for longs?
Yeah, I'm going to try a scalp. I like this. Yeah, that nice little lot of buyers stepping in right there.
Gold catching
up.
bid.
Here we go. I'm in a long.
What changed?
If we get a nice little bounce. Just a little bounce. Let's see it. If we get into these upper 60s.
I don't want to be a hater, but I'm looking the other way because oil is going up. Yeah.
We could went up to these 70s in the reverse. Let's get to these 70s first.
Are you in Dakota?
I'm in 55.
I'm in Q.
I'm short one MES.
Huh.
From 68.09.5. I'm gonna add another. Just getting my bearings in here.
Yeah.
It's all depend on crude sells off.
Yeah.
Cut this quick.
Same.
Sell one.
Yeah, nothing. Crude's going to turn around. Is Crude going to dump? We got ES&Q catching a bid. 68.10 last trade in the ES. 68.11s now. Crude turn around.
Yeah, I'm going to take that.
Nice
Little
trade.
scalp.
What changed? What changed? And Q pushing higher.
There we go.
45,007. Yeah. What changed? You out?
Yep.
Who?
Profit.
Me? Oh.
No, Dakota.
We took the profit.
Gold popping. Yeah, 52.12 in gold. And Q Delta, what, minus 300? Crude. Buyer step back in crude. 85.23 now. 10 minutes bottom of the hour.
All right, Jack, let's see you win.
Still buying.
Valhalla, brother.
They're still buying buying up crude.
They are.
And gold.
So we got two MES from 68.10 quarter.
And Q got up to 25,070. That latest
You said we have
push.
Oracle after the bell, right?
Yep.
We do.
50 tilt. Something's got to give. Something's got to give. Actually, that's not true.
Never true.
Oh.
No. Some selling.
We got
late to, well, where have you been? Late to the party.
Oh, wow. Here we go.
Yeah, there we go.
E-bomb.
No.
Oil's going.
Yep. How was that push higher?
86 in oil.
Selling coming in here. ES 68.04. Jack, what price we short from?
68.10 quarter.
Better price than me. 68.04 last trade. House got short from 68.10. 68.02's now trade. NQ selling off. Crude popping. $86.35. Negative delta increasing in the ES. Negative 7,300.
Oh, oil go.
Damn short. Yeah.
Same as yesterday, Coach Jay.
Sell more. I'm gonna sell into this more.
Back down through 25,000. Maybe we go to the low days.
Crude pops again. Crude back up to $86. 86.11. No headline yet. Dow sold off.
Love to see this get down to this green line.
Little more buying here in crude. Selling this more.
Like you, Andre. I got my eyes glued to the crude.
Yep. Cool. I like that.
You're just reacting in real time.
Uh-huh.
Crude.
Glued to the crude, baby.
We get some more buying here in crude. What was that push high? Did I scalp long, Dakota? Amazing. What is going on?
So you might take my little scalp.
Uh-huh.
We're both making money here.
Crude holding $86. No headlines. We got 7 minutes bottom of the hour. House account short. Couple MES. 68.10.
Totally see crude just explode at the end of the day. There we are, back above 86.
About to. Yep, it's about to pop again. 86.12 last trade. Wow. See what happened there? Took it down to 86 evens, and buyers popped that thing back to 86.10. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
NASDAQ just
I don't like
bought
that.
that dip right back up.
Somewhere right here. Better
That
prices.
was 70 points down and
sure was
60 points right back up. 50 points.
Come on, Crude pop this. Gold still grinding higher. 50-50 tilt. 70% long on the crude tilt.
Absolutely wild here.
Well, that
yeah,
I used E-Trade, but it was Scott Trade would be a better imaginary thing that Bezant is using. His name's Scott.
Scott Trade. That was my very first account there. Good old Scott Trade.
Yeah, me too. Get off the Scott Trade, Bezant.
Crude
Let this
back
oil
above
go.
86. 86.13 did just print. Crude very thin on the ladder. What are we working with here? Oh, yeah. Another push. What we got? 5 minutes bottom of the hour.
Back and forth here.
$5.95 last trade in crude. Gold higher 50-14.
Basically inside the 5-minute opening range here in the NASDAQ.
Pop this thing. New 5 minute.
Back below 86 in crude. What's Bitcoin? It's back above 70,000.
Push. And
Mag 7 is incredibly boring compared to what's going on in commodities.
Right here. If we get one more pop in. Ooh,
There you go. Squeeze these
crude.
shorts. Asymmetric. Scott's out.
86. All right. So another one. 86.32. Now 45. 46 is. Crude is rallying. Yes, selling off.
There goes the NASDAQ.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it looks like we want to just sell through these 25,000s.
One more pop in crude. We'll test the 87s. We get some more downside pressure on the equities. ES trading 67.94 now. NQ
There
beneath
goes.
25,000. Then there goes crude higher and equities lower.
$25,000 going through it.
Oh, I want to cancel this order. Well, I'll take it. It says Iran has begun deploying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. CNN says, citing sources.
Look out below.
That would seem bullish for oil.
Yep. 67.94. Last trade looking at about a 15, 16 point sell off in the ES. NQ 24,992. One more pop in crude. James, how am I going to squeeze this one in? We got a couple minutes to the bottom of the hour.
$25,000.
How are you managing this? Yeah, Jack, how are you managing this? Stops.
Well, I got one for a level.
Got we got a headline coming out. Iran has begun deploying mines in the Strait. So buyers stepping in crude and sellers stepping in the equities. We're popping crude here.
Coach Jay. Zero DTE strangles, hey?
Crude staying above 86. We're buying stuff in crude back up to 86.46 now.
Yeah.
52s. Maybe
NASDAQ
old
trying to hold
news.
on to 25,000. It's trying its hardest here.
Yeah, for Delta here. Delta update, minus 7,300 in the ES. 700 in Q. We're buying in crude.
Come on, new.
Is it old news?
Local
Okay.
highs crude. Yeah. Well,
so if it's old news, then what's the new news that made crude pop about $3 there? Okay. Looking for something. We're buying in crude A661 last trade. Closing on 87s now.
Oh yeah.
15 cents to go. Here we go.
It's looking good to the downside, Jack.
Yeah, we're about to get 87. We just had a new
87
offer
Prince,
there. There's
8704.
Prince.
Say short. Really want to take this. We're selling ES, we're selling NQ.
Things could pick up pretty hard here.
Oh yeah. I'm short.
I have that first
just be careful.
order to cover down there just based on an option level.
Yeah. Just make sure you move your stop into profit in case a conflicting headline does hit. We're selling here NQ. We're selling
Dumping.
ES.
It's gone.
Keep an eye on crude.
Take one here.
Same.
And now we'll get into the trailing game.
Love it.
We shan't let this become
this
contract become a loser.
19 minutes till the bottom. I'm sorry, 19 minutes till MOC. Again, crude finding buyers. We're up about three.
It's a print above 87.
More buying crude.
Take this to a 5-minute chart. I've been looking at it on a half hour. Start walking it down.
Like it. I like it. How's it going short? One MES 68.10. Last trade 67.88. We got session lows around 67, 65 or so.
Lots of selling pressure here in equities right now.
Yeah,
still above 87.
Yep. Just keep an eye on crude. Conflicting headline does hit, which is definitely happened before.
Oh yeah.
We'll
be
turn this
fine.
thing around. A little buying here in the equities, maybe a little short covering.
Possibly. I mean, the oil's not. We got the 87. It's not driving.
ES Delta minus 7,700, continuing to grow. Negative.
And we had a little bounce in equities, and that's just got sold off now.
Yeah, it did. Makes me want to keep pulling.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Above 87 again in crude.
Gold selling off. Gold just sold off about $20. Gold beneath 5,200.
Check on.
I got you. They're just repeating that headline. Why is gold selling off like that?
Tell you what, it's tough to hold longs overnight. That's for sure.
Why is gold selling off?
I wouldn't want
to. 67.90 last trade. ES. And Q. Closing back in on 25,000. Not so fast.
Oil sold off a little bit. We'll probably get taken out here.
Why is gold selling off? Gold trading 51.95. Gold down about $20 last couple of minutes. Crude up about $3 here in power hour. Dakota, what are you looking at for perhaps another setup?
I'm watching this 25,000 level, Andre. Gonna look for another scalp alongside. These scalps are just 15 points, maybe 20, depending on
More so on
location.
gold. Yeah.
Okay, I got to order in to get in long. If we break through these 25,000s.
They just jumped on the buys in crude right there. 87.15 just printed. Now 19s, now 24s. We're buying in crude.
Come on, my friends.
Yeah, it's 15 minutes till MOC. There's another round of
Oh,
selling.
here we go.
Please. Yep.
Yeah, I only want to get in long as if we get buyers in this market. So that's why I'm using stop orders, buy stop. Meaning it will trigger me only if it goes up and touches that order for a breakout.
And Q bottomed out at 24,966. Yes, bottom out that last push lower. 67.85. New 5 minute. Oh, in the chat.
Oil still above 87.
Yeah, it's gonna hold. Why'd gold sell off like that?
Why not?
Yeah.
The whole world's gone mad.
It is. It really has.
It's
Crude
pretty wild.
Above 87.4. Now I spoke too soon as we trade 86.90. Looks like we got some more downside pressure in ES and NQ. Power Hour is rocking right now. Click subscribe, click like, click notify. Let's count short. What's short 2?
I definitely should have held on to those spreads. Would have got the
Mike and
full treatment.
67.
Right? Because we're selling off here again.
Yeah.
Sellers stepping in.
Question is, do I pull my
okay.
We're flush in here.
We sell more.
Goodbye.
674. What do we have? What's IB low?
If it bounces.
Initial balance low in. Yes, about 20 points lower. 67, 65.
Oil is, if it down ticks a little more, I might cut this. No, there it goes.
All right, if we break above 73, I'm in long.
Okay. Good trading, good action, good volatility. Gold fighting some
Triggered in.
All right.
Triggered in.
Cut it. I won't fade you, Dakota. We're flat.
Fade me all you want.
Made
nice trade.
$220.
Nice
2
trade.
micros.
Well done.
All right, let's see if we can get this rally here. I'm long from 73. It triggered me in and
from 7.3. 24,973.
I'm looking for 90s.
25,000 evens.
One more push and I'm out. Well, this volatility, man, is insane.
It is. Some buying here in the ES 60. Ooh, that was some selling there. Charles Chapman, 3K on that same move in CL.
All right, scratched. Plus 3 points is what I got on that one.
Nice cut. You always get back in.
Yeah, I can always get back in. This is scalping. I'm very similar to Mandy in the markets, right? I'm getting in with momentum. If momentum dies, I get out. We had that nice burst of buying momentum right there, and we kind of hesitated at these 80s, and then I got out. So able to manage risk.
See if we see another pop in crude here. Like Get some.
We're going now.
Yes, we are buyers. Trying to give it a go here in the equities. 789. Damn, that was some selling. We got 11 minutes till MOC. What will it have in store for us?
That's right, VWAP. VWAP, George. I'll always remember Friday. That was nothing better than being in the same position with the people on air and just having to work.
Oh, here come the buyers.
25,000. Here we go.
Yep. Looking about a 30-point pop there in NQ. 24,993.
Crude still.
Yes, it
It's
is.
still high, man. 87 still.
Yep. If this could be, they pop it above 87s again. Be some nice prices to enter.
Nathan, yep. Want to be out of all of our positions at the bell. I prefer before the MOC.
$7.5 is where I got out of that one.
What price did you cover?
I covered the first one 89 quarter. And then the second, which was a lot later, it kind of went around, was 87 3/4.
There you go.
Sorry, 87 half.
Okay. Crude. Did you get back in, Dakota?
No.
Okay.
Nope. I took a little bit of profit there and just going to watch this.
Heads up. Sell you one. There you go. Sold.
Oh. Woo.
I just sell it. Market. I don't know what the headline is. I don't know what the headline is. We saw a pop there in.
What is going on here?
I don't know. What was that? We saw a pop there in Crude. We saw now some selling in Crude. And there's your contradicting headline. Just like that.
What is going on?
No idea. Haven't seen the headline yet.
Someone's talking about bombers in the air.
Yeah. What are we doing here?
That's bullish now?
I mean, shots went off both ways. Seeing some selling here in Crude. Initial. There we go. Do not see the headline. Crude selling off. $85.62. That pump in the
This is wild.
Yeah, it is. Headlines. 8 minutes till MOC. If Iran has put mines in Hormuz, we want them removed. It's coming from the president. Truth Social.
See, that just sounds bearish to me. I don't know why. If that was the news, why that pops. It sounds
Bearish
super
to me
bearish.
as well. I mean, the first knee-jerk reaction was sell, right? And then we just bounced.
Yeah.
60 points.
Let's watch Crude. Crude will lead the way. $86.32.
$25,000.
Yep. Or from Trump, removing possible mines will be step in right direction.
Or 15 in the 10-year yield.
Let's get out. VIX do anything?
Yeah, we're above 25.
So it's going right back up. VIX is going right back up.
Oop, did he really say forthwith?
That's what
mines are not removed forthwith.
You said shan't. We got
yeah.
All right, 6 minutes MOC. president is speaking. We have no reports. Okay, we have no reports of Iran putting mines in the Strait. It's coming from the president. Markets are paralyzed
If they
right now.
Yeah, but if they did, remove them with due haste, says Trump.
Do haste.
Du hast, not du hast, du haste.
Not too hast.
$85.91 last trade in crude. 5 minutes MOC.
Let's get it. It's gonna be a good MOC. It's gonna be interesting.
Oh yeah.
I still have a hard time holding any equities overnight.
You think he's going to try to talk down oil prices?
Well, be careful if you're holding, especially NQ, like after 3 o'clock. The Oracle earnings, I think, are coming out at 3:05.
Okay, so right after.
Like 5 minutes after. Some companies like do it like a nanosecond after the bell.
Yes, they do. I might see some more buying here in crude. Just get out. Last trade crude 86.40.
This is a wedge pattern here on the 100 tick.
There's patterns.
Yeah, talk about Adobe Dorito.
1.5
Which way we going?
I'm just watching crude. Find some buyers. Again, $86.74 last trade.
Back and forth, 25,000.
Lest ye be bombarded. That's great.
Oh, Jack is on one.
It's like Trump went fox hunting or something today. Doesn't sound like normal.
Kevin, yeah, I think you're the right. Kevin's the most accurate. I agree.
Always.
Love that. Shout out David Green.
Going to the right.
And Q. Pretty much right back to 25,000s. 10 points lower. ES 67.91. Last trade.
Hey, here comes some selling. Let's see if it will sustain. Holding below.
Three minutes MOC. We flat? Everyone flat? Yeah, we'll have to hold.
Yes, sir.
We'll have to hold, James, on the hard-hitting news we're going to bring you. Spring.
It was a doozy.
Yeah, it was a doozy indeed. All right. Okay, cool.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Grab your popcorn.
Right back. Yep, back to 5,200. Crude $86.72. When Power Hour began, we were trading in crude right around $83 or so. Saw that sucker go all the way up to $87. And some change. Got even higher than that, like 87.80.
Oh, here comes some selling.
Yeah.
All right. Do we push the lower days here? Can we see lower days?
Hot take in chat.
Why
Chat fired
not?
up. What do we got? What's coming here, chat? What we got for the MOC?
We're dumping.
Yeah. No. This thing's gonna pew. We got 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Market on close imbalance. Yeah, Oracle's. Yeah, that's a 305, Jack. 5 minutes after Power Hour. Tune into At the Buzzer. Paul, Jay. Give you all the coverage on that, as well as recapping a wild headline-driven trading day. Now looks like the sellers
1
the
minute
equities.
15 until our
What are
beloved
the
MOC.
what are we looking for if thens? If any, well, more selling equities. Now it's
I
gonna
think
go
we
without
could
oil.
break session lows, man. This is looking heavy.
100%. I don't want to hold something through MOC right now, and I don't want to get tweeted. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
This is the bottom end. Oh, what do you got? Update on
No.
the Delta. 67.83. Last trade. 30 seconds.
87 crude.
Okay.
The overnight lows is going to be down at 830, 24,830. I'm going to go ahead and put that there. Can we get 2 of those overnight lows? Maybe.
10 seconds.
New York session lows.
5 seconds. Buckle up. Here we go. We're got 10 minutes in. Light buy side across the board. 700 mil buy side ES, 200 mil buy side NQ, 30 mil buy
Dumping.
side Dow.
Here we go.
Those numbers can and will change.
Let's go see if we get
More selling.
session
Look at that.
lows.
More selling.
You know, just hard to hold equities overnight.
All right. Still holding buy side. Growing a little bit. What was the reaction there? What's Crude doing?
I think unless you're a sovereign government, it's harder to hold short crude than any of these things.
It was flat. Flat. Buy side continuing to grow. All right. Let's get the hashtag power hour if we're good to go on that. Give me a thumbs up. Yeah. All right. Cool. In fast markets, we asked you to hit us up with some sweet trading setups. Who's got something bigger than a 49-inch screen like Diamond Hands? James, come on in. What do we got?
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. You know, this morning we did ask you guys, take to the X, go wherever you want, share with us your trader wins, trader setups, and anything else you want to show us. And Andre, you know, we did get someone out there who is fulfilling 2 requests. Let's show the first one from Crazy Ray. Taco
Yeah.
Tuesday, let's go. We see a big monitor and some tacos right there on the desk.
Crazy Ray.
Crazy Ray, Taco Tuesday, let's go. This
And
is
a
this is
legend.
exactly what we asked for this morning. Look at that monitor. Jack, is that what you got? When you're when you have to measure it out, did you account for curvature?
I got 2.
Well, Crazy Ray, thank you so much for sharing your Taco Tuesday pick. Best of luck to you in the Twitterverse going ons. Moving on from, I should know how to say this, Bonifacio Ramez. At Topstep, this is why you never punt an account that's $30 away from being blown. Chip and a chair, and discipline and patience. You can see there in the first day they made 1,500, followed by a quick 2,000K loss, but they didn't blow the account. They didn't reset it right away. They continued chipping away, jabbing away, and with discipline and patience, brought it back from the break of death. Congrats to you. Good work. Nice trading. We're going to check in with one of our frequent posters, Wyatt. Wyatt loves to share their progress on the X. Today, up $518 on the Topstep XFA. Balance is currently sitting at $941. Best day this month so far. If I didn't completely be a dumbass and take my $300 and walk away on Friday, this account would be at $2,000 and ready for a payout. Can't dwell on the past, though. Wyatt, keep up the good work. I know payday is just around the corner. You are putting in the discipline and you are making it work. Now, last but not least, we got a short couple of power hour submissions today, but from Andrew, nice first day on the new Topstep XFAs, buys into sells. You can see there, Andrew's got 5 lovely express funded accounts. I imagine you are copy trading them all. Congrats on your wonderful trading day. Keep it up. And remember, always trade for tomorrow. Those are your Power Hour and Fast Market submissions. Keep posting yours to the X and share them with us at Topstep TV. And tune in tomorrow and all week long in Power Hour to see if your submissions make it to air. Back to you guys.
Thank you, James. Buy side growing. NQ 800 mil buy side. ES 1.2 billion buy side.
Ooh. Always account for curvature.
Got to get that pie in the equation.
Wow. These guys are nerding out right now. 3.147. I know. Jay, did you hear Hoag's voice? His
3.1415.
Is that what it is?
It was pretty good.
Yeah, I thought so too. Shout out Hoag, the Delta Don. Still buy side. 1 billion buy side ES. 700 mil buy side and Q. There you go.
NASDAQ hanging out at 950s here.
Let's see what happens here.
Let's see.
At 55 after. Another injection of
Let me see
liquidity coming at you.
Bounce up to 25,000 to finish it.
Ooh, watching crude. Crude back above 87 bucks. 87.03. Let's trade.
Okay, a little bit
there.
here. A little buyer stepping in here. 25,000. Let's get it.
Yep.
Crude's still expensive.
Yes, it is. $86.80.
Nope.
Yeah. Ah, that's right. Live funded leaderboard. Got to check back in. We saw some great numbers being put up in fast markets. Now it's Power Hour. Let's see how they manage the P&L into. There we go. Ooh, new name up there. Up 24. Then we got Jane up 21. I don't know, 20,000. Lee up. Those are some new names and new balance. Braden up 17. Good to see. Job well done.
Beautiful.
New names, new balances. Still staying. Buy side growing now.
Nice.
1.3
Well,
bill.
NASDAQ had to pop up to these 980s and instantly got rejected. So sellers still aggressive here.
Sure are. You really try. What's up, Braden? That's the bottom.
Way to go.
Yeah, sign me up.
Quick pie fact. You see these the Uber nerds trying to like memorize pi, or they're trying to find, the billionth digit in pi or something. You only need 38 digits of pi to calculate the circumference of the observable universe to within a hydrogen atom.
Man. There you go. Where else do you get that besides
It's
Topstep
overkill.
TV?
It's just overkill.
I love it.
It's gluttonous.
Help me become a better trader. Yes.
Get long. Where do we get long? All right, crude trading 86.90. 86.90. Numbers did change. They continue to grow to the buy side.
Yeah, I kind of like a long if we don't break through these lows.
Crude needs to sell off.
That's what I was just thinking.
It has to. Everything's tied to.
I mean, there's a little bit of positive gamma below here, maybe.
Here we go. It's 3 minutes. 3 minutes till the close. Again, Oracle earnings pretty much right after Power Hour. This might be the setup.
I'm long one going into this close here. Long one. This is a quick scalp again. Quick scalp into these. Let's see if we get these 60s, these upper 60s, lower 70s.
Crude sell off.
A little scalp here. Let's get
one more pop. Someone's at the door.
Who's at the door? I'll be right back.
No, you will not, Dakota, because we have 2 minutes till the bell.
Okay. Well, they could wait then. They could wait. They could wait.
2 minutes.
Took profit. Took profit.
Take profit. That's right. To scratch. Or they going to just puke into the close. Buy side Did lighten up. Now continue to grow. 500 mil buy side in the NQ. All right, well, we get to Dakota has yet to declare victory on his above below.
No.
You're trading.
No victory here. It was close enough, but not. It was close, but not close enough. Let's just say that. So far, we got a minute. We got 60 seconds.
Yes, we do.
What can happen in 60 seconds?
What can happen? Pull up that ES ladder. And watch all that volume jump in. 67.85 last trade in the ES NQ. Trying to catch a bid close in on 24,000. Sorry, 25,000 even. About 30 points to go there. This is how it's going to end. Just like that. We're selling here in Crude. Crude pulling back just a bit. $86.60. 30 seconds till the close.
All right, come on.
I'm
Get
just
up
going to
25
observe
points
this
in here.
now.
Yeah, man.
Get on up.
What am I long from? 82s.
Get on
Long
up.
from 82s. Long from 82s. I will get full. Let's work it out.
Starting to. Oh,
15
980s.
seconds.
990s.
Yo, look at that.
Oh, this is a buzzer beater right here.
Oh, I'm out. Okay. And look at this. Closing in. We've got 5 seconds.
Five,
Look at
four,
that. Mr. Dakota. Buyer stepping in.
2, 1.
How about
Oh, okay,
that?
you know what? I like that.
I do too. I'll give it to you. Dakota. That
Fair
was
enough.
a fantastic power hour, fellas, if I do
Yeah.
say so myself. Good stuff. Good read. Super volatile. Headline driven. We got Oracle earnings coming out after this. Jack, Dakota, fantastic job. With that being said, go to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. What a day. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. You got it. Thank you to Andre, thank you to Jack, and especially thank you to Dakota for a wonderful power hour, and especially thank you to all of you at home for watching us, whether you are at home, in the car, on the boat with friends, wherever you may be. Thank you for tuning in to Topstep TV and sticking around bell to bell. Or what am I talking about? Maybe you're not here bell to bell. Maybe you're here because At the Buzzer is coming up next. That's right, At the Buzzer with Coach Jay comes on right after this. Coach Jay and Coach Paul are here to recap the entire trading day session and to make sure that you are feeling prepared for that 5 p.m. reopen. Stick around because At the Buzzer is going to come up right after this, and you don't even need to go anywhere. This video will end and you'll be automatically redirected. Then later tonight, be sure to come back because Coach Dakota will return, just like an Avenger. Coach Dakota will return for slow markets at 7 p.m. tonight. That's right. If you show up at 7:30 p.m., you're going to be too late because slow markets has moved up in time. It now starts at 7 p.m. Central Time for more slow markets goodness. Then be sure to come back tomorrow morning because at 5:30, Deanna is back with metal markets. Remember, there is no London Open this week as Aaron Trades is on a vacation. So join London's other stream, Metal Markets with Deanna. It's happening at 5:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. And since you're going to be awake for that, you might as well stick around because at 7:15, we're going to go live again with a whole nother day of bell-to-bell action right here on Topstep TV. Now, the markets are flying. Headlines are coming left and right. So make sure you never trade alone and stick with the only channel that gives you market moves as they happen along with breaking news. Of course, I am talking about Topstep TV. But for now, let's get you on over to At the Buzzer. We'll see you tomorrow. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. And this has been Topstep TV. Let's go.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.